introduced the borderland of Kazel, a majestic kingdom hidden among towering mountain ranges. But disaster struck. A terrible drought turned the fertile land into a barren desert. Wells ran dry, and exhausted villagers collapsed on the cracked earth, signaling an impending tragedy. A man with hopeless eyes looked down into the dry well, as the once green fields were now just cracked patches of earth. Everywhere, the ground was cracked into large segments, evidence of the drought's terrible devastation. Even livestock could not escape their cruel fate, lying dead under the scorching sun, while a black crow silently lurked. Facing imminent death, the people of Kazel, filled with extreme fear, had no choice but to abandon their homeland, carrying a sliver of fragile hope. But their act of fleeing was deemed a grave sin by Margrave Kazel, making the fate of the innocent villagers even more tragic. The Margrave dispatched fully armored soldiers with cold and cruel expressions to pursue the fleeing villagers. Without hesitation, Kazel's soldiers began the massacre, punishing those who dared to defy their cruel fate. A horrifying scene unfolded as innocent villagers were mercilessly stabbed and slashed by soldiers, blood staining the entire area red. Amidst the chaotic scene, a bare foot stepped onto the cracked earth, signaling the arrival of a new character or a survivor. A boy screamed in despair as a brutal soldier approached, ready to deliver the final blow. After the massacre, the boy sat dazed amidst the ruins, his eyes vacant and haunted. Another villager desperately cried for help, but his scream was quickly silenced by a fatal slash, blood splattering everywhere. The one leading the massacre was none other than Kozel, Margrave Kazel's son, a powerful and cruel young lord. He, a powerful sorcerer carrying the blood of divine kings, possessed arrogant and contemptuous eyes. He looked down disdainfully at the surviving villagers, sarcastically asking, "Even animals know gratitude, you worms. Do you not know why you are still alive?" Amidst the cold corpses, a mother clutched her infant, trembling as she listened to the cruel declaration about the grace of divine blood. He snarled, his face contorted with rage. "And yet you dare to flee just because it hasn't rained for a while? Ungrateful wretches! How dare you be so brazen?" The poor mother knelt, pleading in tears. I'm sorry. Please spare my child's life." But her plea was cut short by a cold shout, and a merciless soldier stabbed through both mother and child. The child's horrified eyes widened as the cold blade pierced its small body, ending an innocent life. The bodies of the mother and child lay slumped on the ground, blood pooling, while Kozel still stood there, his gaze unwavering. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, complaining to the soldier beside him. "Tsk, why are you so heartless? There's nothing interesting about this." The soldier quickly bowed in apology. With a cruel smile on his lips, Kozel asked in return, "So, what can we do to make me happier?" Under the cold rain, the hanged bodies of villagers dangled from trees, creating a gruesome scene under the supervision of soldiers and Kozel. He delightedly watched the families hang together, declaring with a morbid expression, "Yes, this is the scene I want to see. Parents protecting their children, husbands and wives relying on each other." With that chilling smile still on his face, Kozel enjoyed his brutal performance. A soldier reported about the dying stabbed man, worried he would die before he could entertain the young lord, and asked if he should be hanged by a rope around his waist to prolong the torture. The young girl's eyes welled up with tears as she desperately uttered a faint plea upon witnessing the horrific scene. The girl risked her life to tightly embrace the bound man, screaming in vain, hoping to prevent the soldier's brutal actions. But the only response was a cruel punch from the soldier who snarled, "Get lost!" The girl collapsed, clutching her pained face and sobbing uncontrollably, despair engulfing her. Ifan, the hanged man, his body covered in wounds and blood, stared blankly into space. Kozel stood in the courtyard, laughing loudly with satisfaction as he watched Ifan being hanged and the young girl embracing him in despair. The girl still clung steadfastly to Ifan, trying to support his body even though she knew it was a futile act. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, while Kozel still casually mocked, "Well done, peasant girl." He smirked maliciously, ordering cruelly, "Support him carefully? Understood?" Kozel leaned close to the girl's face, his eyes flashing with madness, making her tremble. He whispered a cold threat. "Without you, your lover's blood vessels will burst, and he will die." Suddenly, Kozel turned away, his expression unexpectedly serious, and he snarled, "Do not disrespect the blood of the divine kings like that." He turned his head in surprise, his gaze meeting an enigmatic man who had just appeared. It turned out to be Zebek, a man with a dignified appearance. Kozel recognized him and greeted him with a loaded tone. "Oh, look who it is. If it isn't swordsman Zebek." Zebek stepped forward, each decisive footfall echoing on the cracked earth. The two men faced each other. Kozel smiled sinisterly, calling Zebek my swordsman. Zebek looked directly at Kozel, questioning, "Is it necessary to go this far when punishing others? A noble bearing the blood of the divine kings should at least maintain his dignity." Kozel chuckled, responding with arrogance, "Won't my dignity remain intact as long as what happens here isn't revealed. He pointed towards the hanged Ifan, explaining the brutal reason. These fools dared to defile my honor just because it didn't rain for a short time. That's why they must suffer this fate. Kozel looked at Zebek defiantly. So, swordsman Zebek, what do you intend to do? Will you spread what I have done? He continued to provoke, his eyes sharp and cold. You, a holy knight recognized by the royal church, do you dare to dishonor the reputation of one bearing noble blood? Zebek bowed his head, his voice calm but firm. I merely wish to say that the truth cannot be hidden forever. Kozel turned his back, a look of contempt clearly visible, as if he did not wish to continue this meaningless argument. A soldier asked Kozel if Zebek needed to be dealt with, but he merely ordered coldly, "Forget it, give me a whip." The soldier quickly placed the cold leather whip into Kozel's hand, preparing for a brutal torture session. Without hesitation, Kozel swung the whip forcefully at the girl, sending blood splattering into the air. Zebek witnessed the brutal scene, a flicker of pain and indignation crossing his eyes. The girl and Ifan screamed together in extreme pain, their heart-wrenching cries echoing throughout the space. Kozel breathed heavily, his hand still clutching the whip, his face a mix of exhaustion and morbid satisfaction. Finally, he looked up, flashing a chilling smile with bloodshot eyes full of madness, signaling an even darker future. Sophia, covered in blood, desperately clung to Ifan's hanged body, while a cold voice echoed, "Truly a sight worth beholding." Kozel stood with his back turned, his cruel eyes looking forward. Beside him, Holy Knight Zebek with a stern expression, both witnessing a terrible scene. Kozel leaned close to Zebek, a cruel smile on his face, and spoke with a loaded tone. "Smile, teach them." Kozel's bloodshot eyes flashed with madness, and he snarled, "We should enjoy life, shouldn't we?" Zebek stood motionless, witnessing 3 bodies hanging from a tree, a horrifying and chilling sight. A gruesome scene unfolded under the sunset. 3 lifeless bodies hung suspended from dry tree branches, evidence of boundless cruelty. 2 other victims shared the same fate, bound tightly and hanged, their empty eyes gazing towards the blood-red horizon. Feet dangled in the air. Below lay another motionless body, blood pooling on the dry earth. Sophia desperately clung to the hanged Ifan, who faintly called her name. Sophia. Ifan, his face covered in wounds, struggled to whisper, I was wrong. Please, run away." Sophia closed her eyes tightly, painful tears streaming down her bruised face, unable to accept Ifan's plea. Sophia still bravely clung to Ifan, painfully calling his name. Ifan. A mysterious hand clutched a coin with a royal emblem. A question filled with hope and despair echoed, "Will the Emperor's herald?" Sophia, with tear-filled eyes and a scratched face, seemed to be placing all her faith in a fragile glimmer of hope. A foot stepped onto a hastily drawn symbol on the dry earth. The question continued to echo, "Will they truly come?" Sophia's eyes slowly closed, sinking into the darkness of despair and exhaustion. Night fell. Stars twinkled in the pitch-black sky, bringing a terrifying silence after the brutal storm. Holy Knight Zebek bowed his head, a silent tear rolling down his cheek, revealing the inner turmoil of a warrior. Sophia lay slumped on the cold ground, heart-wrenching sobs echoing in the dark night, her pain still raw. Sophia's eyes slowly opened, and she was startled, wondering who had saved her. Zebek gently embraced Sophia, his voice deep and warm. "Keep quiet. You are." Zebek carefully brought a spoon of food to Sophia's mouth, gently asking, "Can you eat?" Sophia looked up at Zebek, her eyes blinking slightly, still stunned by this unexpected care. Sophia lay on the ground, covered by a warm cloak, the faint morning light illuminating her face. Zebek sat leaning against the tree trunk, his sword beside him, his gaze distant as he looked towards the horizon, his face full of contemplation. Zebek's face clearly showed a serious expression, his eyes hiding deep emotions, perhaps struggling with his conscience. Zebek looked at the motionless Sophia, his deep voice resonating, "Wake up." Zebek stood up looking towards Sophia and the hanging bodies, and said in a low voice, "I came here unnoticed, so I must leave. I will be punished if the young master finds out about this." Zebek turned his face away, his eyes showing a hint of awkwardness as he mentioned, "As for your fiancé." Ifan still hung suspended. Zebek coldly finished his sentence, deciding his fate. "There's no need to keep him anymore." Ifan, his body covered in blood and wounds, hung his head with an expression of extreme pain, seemingly having accepted his tragic fate. Sophia, with wide, horrified eyes and a smudged face, looked up desperately, witnessing the brutal scene. A sword fell to the ground, creating a piercing sound, signaling an important event that had just occurred or was about to occur. Zebek stood there, his gaze sharp and his expression serious, seemingly contemplating a difficult decision. Zebek turned his back, silently observing Sophia, desperately clinging to Ifan, the man hanging from the tree, a heartbreaking and bone-chilling sight. Sophia, her face stained with blood, looked up at Zebek with pleading eyes, begging him to say a name in the hope that the Herald family would spare her life. Zebek frowned, surprised and questioning when he heard Sophia mention the name Herald family. Standing on the barren cliff top, Zebek looked down at Ifan and Sophia, asking in a harsh voice if she had any connection to the Saint Slayers, those soulless heretics. Sophia hung her head, her eyes lifeless and full of exhaustion, seemingly completely worn out and desperate. Zebek turned his back to the viewer, standing among a group of soldiers, asserting that even if the Herald family appeared, they still had Margrave Kozel with 20 elite soldiers and himself present. Margrave Kozel's son appeared with a sinister smile, his entire body radiating an ethereal blue magic, proudly declaring himself to be of noble blood. Zebek looked to the side, his face serious, reminding Sophia of the terrifying power of the divine Yegas bloodline. Sophia, still leaning on Zebek, said in a weak voice that even a sorcerer like Margrave Kozel's son could be destroyed by the Herald family, because they were also sorcerers. Sophia looked up, her eyes resolute, explaining that the Herald family was called Saint Slayers because they had once destroyed kings of divine blood. Zebek rubbed his temple, sighing wearily, admitting that Sophia was not thinking clearly, but also empathizing, because anyone who went through such an experience would be traumatized. Zebek looked directly at the viewer, placed his hand on his chest, and solemnly declared his identity. "I am Zebek, a holy knight of the royal church." Sophia looked at Zebek with sad but understanding eyes, asserting that she did not say the name to beg the Saint Slayers to spare her life. Zebek clenched his fist, his eyes burning with iron determination, declaring that he would fight with all his might if the Saint Slayers dared to appear. Under the clear blue sky, Zebek promised to return at night, leaving a meaningful hint. Zebek turned and walked away, his figure gradually disappearing, leaving Sophia standing and watching him with a thoughtful gaze. Sophia's eyes flashed with determination, and she murmured to herself, 2 days, seemingly calculating some plan. A foot gently stepped onto a triangular magic symbol on the ground, revealing a mysterious ritual. The scene shifted to a peaceful countryside with lush green hills, grazing sheep, and a small house under the bright sun, evoking memories of a beautiful past. A hand offered a golden coin engraved with a star symbol, accompanied by warm words. "This is a gift, Sophia." Ifan and Sophia sat leaning against the tree trunk, enjoying a peaceful moment, and she curiously asked about the gift he had just given her. Ifan smiled gently, asking Sophia if she had ever heard of the Herald family. Sophia looked up, her eyes surprised, as if memories of the Herald family had suddenly flooded back. A blurry image of a nobleman appeared, and Sophia recalled the story her father had told her about the Herald family when she was a child. Mysterious figures with crowns and emanating blue light. Sophia recalled her father's words. "They are the Saint Slayers and soulless, aren't they?" Ifan and Sophia both looked at the golden coin, and he explained that it was Emperor's gold, capable of summoning the soulless. Ifan seriously warned Sophia that if she possessed this item, things would not be simple at all. He growled, revealing a horrifying truth. "The Royal Church's heresy inquisitors will execute you." Ignoring the terrifying warning, Ifan playfully kissed Sophia lightly on the cheek, making her blush shyly. The two happily teased each other like a young couple, completely unaware of the harsh future awaiting them. Sophia looked at the golden coin in her hand, anxiously asking Ifan why he had given her such a dangerous item. Ifan smiled reassuringly, explaining that he gave it to her just in case of unforeseen circumstances. Both looked up at the deep blue sky, and Ifan whispered about the prospect if something unfortunate were to happen to them. He explained that if a triangle was drawn on the ground and the golden coin placed in the center, a herald would appear to help, though he hoped they would never have to use it. Sophia's hand trembled as it touched the ground, where the triangular herald summoning symbol had faded, evoking painful memories. A horrifying scene appeared. Ifan hanging from the tree, his body covered in wounds, while Sophia desperately clung to him. Sophia's face was gaunt and bruised, and she mumbled in pain about 2 horrifying days of torture. Ifan still endured resiliently, his body tightly bound, only wishing for everything to end today. In the dazzling daylight, Ifan told himself if he could endure a little longer. A piercing sound rang out, signaling a tragic end. Ifan was gone forever, his body still dangling from the tree, while Sophia collapsed unconscious on the ground. She lay there, motionless and lifeless, her eyes wide open, staring into nothingness, as if her soul had left her body. Time passed, and the dazzling sunlight illuminated a peaceful village where a towering watchtower stood. A group of men were bathing to cool off under the intense sun, while Zebek observed from a distance. Zebek looked up at the sky, his eyes thoughtful under the dazzling sun. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering that today was unusually hot. A voice rang out, and Zebek turned with a serious expression. Margrave Kozel's son appeared, flashing a sinister smile and asking Zebek, Smile? Isn't this very interesting? Zebek looked at him, appearing worried, reminding him that if they killed all the people, they would no longer be able to collect taxes. Margrave Kozal's son maintained his cruel smile, saying that discontented wanderers were moving everywhere, and theft was increasing. Zebek placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, suggesting that in the Margrave's territory there was fertile land, and they could evacuate the people there. But he cut Zebek off, questioning, why should children born on fertile land suffer because of the immoral? He continued to explain, meaning those who would destroy agriculture and then flee. Zebek bowed his head, replying that agriculture depended not only on individual skill, but also on the land, climate, sky, and the king's light. Margrave Kozal's son gave a sarcastic smirk, asking Zebek in return, isn't that what the king and the church taught? Margrave Kozal's son smirked, firmly declaring that drought was punishment for those disloyal to the royal church, then asked Zebek, didn't the doctrine say so? He merely curled his lip, disdainfully replying to Zebek that it was just too broad an interpretation. Below, Kozal's soldiers were busy plundering assets, while Zebek listened to the explanation that fertile land or drought were both manipulated by someone behind the scenes. Zebek immediately proposed punishing the culprits and granting land to those who had helped make the land fertile, but was unaware that the bloody jewelry box was proof of their crimes. Margrave Kozal's son turned his back, declaring that his brutal actions were all to save the people, a false justification. He bowed his head, his eyes cold, uttering a veiled threat. So, if you want to defy my orders, to save them, then try your best. Margrave Kozal's son smirked, his cruel eyes challenging Zebek. Zebek stood silently watching the noble young master's back disappear, the atmosphere between the two as tense as a drawn bowstring. Zebek bowed his head, terrifyingly silent, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle over what had just transpired. The scene shifted to a desolate, ruined village, with crumbling rooftops silhouetted against the fiery sunset, evoking an overwhelming sense of tragedy. A horrifying scene unfolded. Villagers lay scattered around the dry well, with no signs of life, only death pervading. Zebek strode heavily through the desolate land, his gaze resolute but filled with unspeakable pain at the tragic sight. Zebek's face hardened, his eyes filled with anguish and determination as he witnessed the devastating consequences of the cruel rain. He stared in shock at the body of a villager hanged from a tree, a haunting image of boundless brutality. Zebek's hand tightened around his sword hilt, every muscle taut, signaling an impending storm. Zebek watched in agony as Ifan hung from the gallows, and Sophia lay collapsed on the ground, a tragic sight that tore at his heart. Safia lay motionless on the dry ground, her blonde hair spread out, her emaciated body like a lifeless corpse, arousing profound pity in onlookers. Zebek stood there, his gaze fixed on the hanged Ifan and the unconscious Sophia, a surge of extreme indignation rising within him. Zebek's eyes flashed with terrifying anger, his pupils constricted, signaling that his patience had reached its limit. Suddenly, a mysterious dark figure appeared behind Zebek, silently drawing a bow like an invisible assassin. The masked man, his eyes hidden, coldly warned Zebek, I will strike you down right here if you move. Don't turn around. Zebek remained still, his sword drawn, pondering the mysterious figure's uncanny skill, then asked, Are you a herald? Really? The masked man affirmed he was a herald, then asked Zebek in return, I am a herald. Are you a knight or a rescuer? He subtly smirked, revealing a mysterious smile, as if he had already guessed Zebek's answer. Zebek coldly replied, I am Zebek from the royal church. The mysterious figure then added that if a holy knight of the royal church were to beg for a contract, it would be quite an interesting sight. Zebek gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, and growled, Are you trying to insult me? The mysterious figure indifferently replied with a challenging, seemingly unconcerned by Zebek's anger. He pointed towards the motionless Sophia, casually declaring, Then that girl is my contractor. The masked man continued, saying Sophia was dead, and he had earned a free gold coin, a truly cruel remark that sent shivers down Zebek's spine. Zebek demanded the mysterious figure explain everything. May I know what's happening? He replied with a condition. If you sheathe your sword and keep your distance from us, then I will put my honor on the line and tell you what's happened. Zebek was being attacked by a powerful surge of dark energy, causing him to collapse in pain. Zebek, with eyes full of doubt, wondered if his opponent was truly a ghost. The masked man, dagger clutched in hand, sarcastically remarked that Zebek seemed confident he wouldn't be easily attacked if he hadn't been ambushed. The mysterious figure, with a smirk hidden behind his mask, provoked Zebek, saying that a holy knight from the royal church should at least have some courage. Zebek stood facing Azadin on the dry ground, directly asking if he was a sorcerer. Azadin replied to Zebek that everyone in the Herald tribe was a sorcerer, except for him. Zebek looked at Azadin with a puzzled expression, wondering if what he had just done wasn't magic. Azadin explained that it was difficult to distinguish superhuman physical strength from magic, making Zebek even more confused. Zebek looked directly at Azadin, demanding he state his name and herald rank. Azadin remained silent for a moment, his eyes hidden behind the mask unreadable, while Zebek still awaited an answer. Zebek suddenly realized he had asked his name before, and awkwardly apologized for his forgetfulness. Azadin bowed slightly, declaring his identity as Azadin of the 108 Spirits, a herald of the Emperor. Zebek was surprised to learn that the 108 Spirits was the lowest rank of the herald tribe, but he told himself that what Azadin had just demonstrated was anything but ordinary. Azadin smiled mysteriously, reminding Zebek of his promise. Zebek asked Azadin to recount the entire story as the setting sun painted the sky red. Zebek and Azadin stood together, looking down at the desolate village, listening to the horrifying tale of the tragedy there. Azadin explained that the contract had been established, while Zebek was still pondering what he had just heard. A golden feather floated in the air, signaling an unexpected event about to unfold. A giant owl soared across the twilight sky, carrying a mysterious message. The owl landed on Azadin's shoulder, its sharp talons gripping his armor. The owl spoke, announcing that Azadin had responded to the request, but the requester was dead, and he had earned a free bounty. Zebek was utterly astonished to hear the owl speak. The owl looked directly at Zebek with sharp eyes, ordering Azadin to immediately proceed with the next mission without rest. Azadin clicked his tongue in annoyance, but Zebek quickly spoke up to stop him. Zebek questioned Azadin, asking if he intended to take the bounty and leave just because the requester was dead, while haunting hanged bodies lay behind them. Azadin turned to look at Zebek, sarcastically asking if he wanted the request to be fulfilled, and warned that Zebek's master would suffer. Zebek coldly replied that it would not happen, calling Azadin unholy, soulless. Zebek drew his sword from its scabbard, his gaze resolute as he declared he would defeat Azadin. Azadin looked at Zebek with a mocking expression, sarcastically remarking that it was sad he wanted to shed blood with a sword that had remained silent in the face of injustice. Zebek gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with extreme anger and anguish at Azadin's provocation. Zebek growled, his eyes blazing with extreme anger, questioning the mysterious figure about what he knew. Azadin, with a mysterious expression, looked up at the star-filled night sky, asking Zebek if he knew about the constellations and the legends associated with them, while Zebek remained silent. Zebek frowned in confusion, questioning Azadin about why he brought up irrelevant matters and what his true intentions were. Azadin smiled mysteriously, his gaze still fixed on the sky, asserting that people could see the same thing but perceive it entirely differently. He continued to philosophize, comparing a person to the Sagittarius constellation, who might be a legendary hero to one, but to another, merely a faint speck of light in the darkness. Azadin walked slowly, each step heavy, continuing his veiled remark that this brutal scene might hold a different meaning in Zebek's eyes compared to other soldiers. He gently touched Ifan's hanged body, his eyes unreadable, then unexpectedly declared that there was no difference. With a decisive motion, Azadin used a knife to cut the rope binding Ifan, freeing the body from its torment. Zebek bowed his head, his eyes filled with torment and regret, blaming himself for being unable to prevent the tragedy. Zebek looked up at Azadin, his hand still gripping the sword hilt, his gaze complex, mixed with contemplation and a touch of helplessness. In Zebek's mind, the faint image of a noble man appeared, along with a self-admonition about a holy knight's duty to revere the bloodline of the divine king. Azadin turned to Zebek, his tone calm, saying he didn't want to fight a holy knight, and if he truly felt pity for the girl, he continued his actions, quickly cutting the remaining ropes, completely freeing the bodies of Ifan and Sophia. Azadin supported Ifan's body, turned to Zebek, and coldly declared that his sword would be no match for him. Zebek remained silent, his gaze fixed on Azadin, seemingly pondering his challenging word. Azadin carried Ifan's body on his shoulder, then unexpectedly asked Zebek if he had a shovel, causing Zebek to repeat the question in surprise. Zebek looked down at the bodies of Ifan and Sophia lying on the ground, his eyes full of pity, and began to ask Azadin about his intention. Zebek was astonished, his eyes wide, finally realizing Azadin's intention. Was he going to bury these victims? Azadin turned his head, gave a mysterious smile, and declared decisively, "I will hold a funeral for them," startling Zebek. Azadin explained that Margrave Kazal wanted these bodies to be hanged from trees, turned into living corpses, and scream in pain to assert his power, and burying them would be nothing less than a direct challenge. Azadin turned his back, his tone cold, saying that if Zebek didn't want to participate, then so be it, implying he would do it himself. Without hesitation, Azadin knelt down and began digging the earth with his bare hands, determined to fulfill his promise. Zebek stood there, head bowed, his gaze fixed on Azadin, seemingly engaged in an intense internal struggle. Zebek's hand clenched into a fist, showing the anger and determination rising within him. With a powerful motion, Zebek drew his sword, not to fight Azadin, but to demonstrate his resolve. Azadin continued walking, without looking back, as if he had anticipated Zebek's action. In a surprising scene, Zebek knelt down, digging graves for the victims alongside Azadin. Two adversaries now united in a humanitarian act. Both men continued to diligently dig the earth with their bare hands, neither speaking a word, only the sound of earth and stones echoing in the gloomy space. Two simple crosses were erected on the new graves, and a voice echoed, praying to the archangel of wisdom, courage, and compassion. Azadin and Zebek stood beside the graves, praying together for the souls of the deceased to find peace, a rare moment of harmony between two adversaries. Zebek was surprised, thinking to himself about Azadin, a member of the Herald Clan, who knew how to use the prayers of the Salvation Society. Azadin smiled mysteriously, declaring that he really liked the ideology of the Salvation Society. Zebek looked at Azadin, secretly judging him as reckless and brazen for abandoning his family to serve a heretical sect. Azadin firmly stated, "If I don't protect what I believe is right, then my existence will have no meaning at all." Zebek turned to Azadin, asking with a curious tone, "What exactly do you like about the Salvation Society?" Suddenly, Azadin quickly drew his bow from his back, startling Zebek. Zebek asked in shock, What are you going to do?" Azadin drew his bow, his eyes sharp as he declared, "From that direction, someone you revere is approaching." Zebek turned his head in horror to look into the distance, cold sweat breaking out as he realized Azadin's warning. Indeed, from a distance, Kozel was riding a horse, leading a mighty army forward, creating an imposing sight. Kozel flashed a cruel smile, provoking Zebek. "Do you like that peasant girl?" He continued with a sarcastic tone. "Then you should have told me sooner." Zebek stood next to Azadin, his face still stunned and worried by Kozel's appearance and words. Zebek realized he was surrounded by about 20 heavily armed soldiers. In this situation, he had no chance of winning. Kozel sat on horseback, smiling with delight as he looked at Zebek, declaring that he had no chance of winning. He maintained his terrifying smile, his eyes full of amusement, as if wanting to savor Zebek's despair. Azadin turned to Zebek, his eyes sharp as he asked, "Who is that scoundrel?" Without another word, Azadin quickly drew his bow, an arrow already poised to fly. The arrow tore through the wind at terrifying speed, piercing straight through the dense ranks of soldiers. A Khazal soldier was struck by an arrow through his helmet, dying instantly on the spot. He collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from the fatal wound, his fate ending abruptly. The Khazal soldiers behind were utterly terrified, beginning to whisper in panic. Zebek was utterly astonished, unable to believe Azadin could hit a soldier so far away in such a chaotic situation. Azadin coldly drew his bow again, his eyes resolute as he prepared for the next attack. He continuously fired arrows, each carrying terrifying power, tearing through the air. The arrows whizzed by, creating dazzling streaks of light, like lightning bolts in the night. The Khazal soldiers hastily raised their shields in defense, trying to fend off Azadin's unrivaled arrows. Another soldier realized in horror that an arrow was aimed directly at him, his eyes revealing clear fear. He could only let out a cry of fear as the arrow flew towards him, sealing his fate. A Khazal soldier's helmet was pierced by an arrow, demonstrating the terrifying power of the attack. A Khazal soldier was hit by an arrow. He collapsed, blood foaming from his mouth, his eyes welling up with tears of pain and horror. Another soldier also fell, blood gushing from the fatal wound, causing his comrades around him to panic. Fresh red blood stained the cold ground, a testament to the brutality of the battle. The Khazal soldiers looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with panic and unease. Zebek was stunned to realize that Azadin's arrows not only pierced shields, but also weaved like living snakes, a supreme archery skill. Azadin turned to Zebek, smiled mysteriously, and continued their unfinished conversation. "Regarding your question earlier, you asked what I liked about the Salvation Society, didn't you?" Azadin drew his bow, his eyes resolute, declaring, "I like the idea that a person's worth is not determined by their bloodline, but by their beliefs and actions." Azadin tightened his grip on the bow as he continued, implying those born with royal blood who nevertheless massacred and raped their own people. Kozel trembled with rage, grinding his teeth, only managing to utter a choked "you." Azadin coldly took aim, completing his sentence. "Cannot be considered nobility." Kozel roared furiously, his face contorted with indignation. "You bastard!" Azadin maintained a calm expression, as if Kozel's curses had no effect on him. Kozel frantically pointed at Azadin, shouting an order to Zebek. "Zebek! This is an order!" Azadin suddenly leapt back, abandoning his bow, while Kozel's roar echoed, "Kill that bastard!" Azadin launched himself into the air under the full moon, a barrage of sharp arrows raining down on the soldiers below. The Khazal soldiers looked up in horror, hastily raising their shields to block the deadly arrows. In mid-air, Azadin relentlessly knocked a new arrow, preparing for the next attack. Another Khazal soldier fell, an arrow piercing straight through his helmet, fresh blood splattering. Azadin continued to display his superhuman archery skills, continuously firing arrows imbued with dazzling blue energy. Azadin plunged to the ground like a lightning bolt, his arrows embedding themselves directly into the enemies, creating terrifying explosions. As soon as he touched down, Azadin was surrounded by Kazel soldiers, who roared fiercely. "Get him!" A Kazel soldier charged forward, swinging his spear to finish Azadin, growling, "Die!" Azadin skillfully dodged the fatal attack. Simultaneously drawing a short sword, he decisively stomped on the shaft of his opponent's spear, breaking it in two in an instant. Azadin leaped high again, causing the Kazel soldiers below to look up in astonishment. From above, Azadin unleashed a fiery rain of arrows, embedding them directly into the panicking soldiers. The Kazel soldiers collapsed to the ground, streams of fiery red energy piercing through their bodies, causing agonizing screams. Kazel was horrified to realize an arrow had embedded itself directly into his shoulder, fresh blood beginning to seep out. He turned his head, his face pale with shock and pain, while Azadin still stood tall in the distance, like a god of death. Azadin had no intention of killing, but rather wanted to permanently cripple these individuals, an extremely insidious tactic. Kazel realized this in horror, his face contorted in extreme fear and rage. Azadin's arrows were like bolts of death, piercing the armor of the Kazel soldiers, causing them to collapse in pain. Azadin, with a cold and mysterious expression, stood on Kazel's horse, declaring his identity. He raised his head, his sharp eyes piercing through his mask, proclaiming himself Herald, an envoy of retribution. Kazel, with an arrow deeply embedded in his shoulder, could only glare at Azadin, unable to believe what was happening. The Kazel soldiers were also terrified, whispering about the title of Herald and wondering if Azadin was soulless. Kazel ground his teeth, anger and humiliation surging within him. Azadin calmly unslung his bow from his back, preparing for the next display, while the Kazel soldiers remained stunned. Kazel roared, ordering an attack, thinking Azadin had run out of arrows, but he didn't expect Azadin to have another trick. In an instant, Azadin delivered a fatal blow to Kazel's face, sending him flying off his horse. Azadin picked up a wooden arrow from the ground, an indescribably cruel glint in his eyes. He calmly stood upright, his sharp sword already drawn from its sheath, ready for close combat. Azadin coldly stepped on Kazel's back, who lay slumped in a pool of blood, and thrust his sword straight into his eye. A horrifying scream echoed as Kazel clutched his face and writhed in extreme agony. A Kazel soldier charged forward with his sword raised high, determined to avenge his master. Azadin skillfully dodged the attack, then swung his sword in a counterattack with terrifying speed. A cry of pain rang out as Azadin delivered a powerful blow to Kazel's lower body, making him convulse. Azadin calmly withdrew his sword, declaring that he had reduced the number of enemies with his arrows. He challenged the remaining Kazel soldiers, his eyes cold as if to say, "If you're brave enough, then come at me." Azadin suddenly smiled mysteriously, as if he had just remembered something extremely interesting. He decisively swung his sword, knocking away a Kazel soldier's weapon, creating a powerful display. The Kazel soldiers retreated in fear, beginning to whisper about Azadin's obsession with castrating his enemies. Azadin stood surrounded by soldiers, his expression calm but his eyes harboring a terrifying madness. The talking owl from high on the branch, its golden eyes shining brightly, observed the entire horrifying scene below. Kazel lay gasping on the ground, covered in blood, his eyes filled with hatred and despair. Azadin slowly approached, looking down at his dying enemy from above, and growled, "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" He continued, his tone full of contempt. "A piece of trash, like you, who has caused so much suffering to the people." Azadin raised his hand, and a surge of magical energy erupted, engulfing Kazel, making him scream in extreme agony. The surrounding Kazel soldiers were also caught in that terrifying surge of energy. They collapsed, only able to cry out, "Young master," in despair. A Kazel soldier covered his face, groaning and crying out because the dazzling light seemed to blind him. The soldier's eyes were wide open, reflecting the blinding light, clearly enduring extreme pain. Azadin, with a mysterious smile behind his mask, smugly declared, "See, this is my magic." Kazel, with one eye shattered and bloody, frantically screamed, "Proof that noble blood, incomparable to yours, flows within me." Azadin coldly swung his sword, slashing the nobleman's neck, blood splattering in the dark night. Kazel's eyes widened in horror, blood gushing from the wound like a spring, the bone-piercing pain making him tremble. He writhed in agony, his face contorted with extreme fear and despair. Azadin mercilessly stepped on Kazel's back, making him collapse, his body covered in blood. Kazel's horrifying scream of pain echoed through the space as Azadin stood tall like a grim reaper. He lifted his head, tears and blood mixing on his distorted face, and desperately screamed, "What the hell have you done to me?" Azadin bent down, a sarcastic smirk on his face, and asked, "Are you also mentally deficient? You still don't know what I've done to you, do you?" Azadin tightly gripped Kazel's hair and yanked him up, making him quickly beg, "Stop! What do you want?" He frantically promised, "Money? Women? Swords? I'll give you anything. I am a descendant of the sacred Yega's holy family." Azadin gripped his hair tightly, his mysterious smile becoming even more terrifying as he coldly declared, "Really? Unfortunately for you, I am a saint slayer, a herald." Kozel was utterly horrified, his remaining eye wide open as he realized Azadin's identity. A Kozel soldier stood behind, trembling as he called out, "Sir!" Witnessing the horrifying scene, Kozel desperately cried out for Zebek, screaming, "Sir Zebek! What are you doing? Save me!" Zebek stood there, his eyes stunned, clutching his head, and painfully exclaimed, "I can't see. Damn it." Kozel continued to scream incessantly, "You bastard, I am a noble. I come from sacred blood, just because I did that to those commoners." Azadin turned his face away, his expression terrifyingly calm, seemingly contemplating something. He turned back to look at Kozel, saying, "I think you will continue to live strongly." Azadin offered a mysterious smile, declaring, "That's the right attitude. Live positively. I think you, especially, will need that." A surge of fiery red magic erupted, engulfing Kozel. Kozel screamed in extreme agony as the destructive magic consumed him. He collapsed completely, his body no longer intact, and Azadin coldly declared, "I have no contract, but I think I've been very considerate." Azadin stood amidst the pile of Kozel soldiers' corpses, looking down coldly, and declared, "The Emperor's law has been enforced." Zebek gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes resolute, ready to confront. Zebek, with resolute eyes, declared, "I am a knight of the Church of the King. I cannot abandon you, who speaks of the Emperor's law." Zebek decisively drew his sword, growling, "Regardless of whether you perform righteous deeds." Zebek stood in a fighting stance, his gleaming sword reflecting the moonlight, ready for a merciless battle. Kozel lay collapsed on the ground, his sword flung far away, his body no longer intact after Azadin's brutal assault. Azadin looked at Zebek, calmly declaring, "You are not like the other holy knights of the royal church." Zebek angrily roared, "How dare you insult me?" Azadin smirked, replying sarcastically, "No, that's a compliment." He continued to explain, his eyes as sharp as ice, that the other holy knights were merely scoundrels, expelled from their homes due to inheritance disputes. Zebek turned away, his expression annoyed but unable to refute Azadin's sarcastic word. Azadin, surrounded by dark energy, challenged Zebek, "Can you keep up with me?" Zebek was utterly astonished to see Azadin preparing to leave, unable to believe the speed of this mysterious individual. Azadin shot away like the wind, leaving a cold message for Zebek. "We shall meet again if fate allows, Sir Zebek." Zebek stood alone on the desolate battlefield. Azadin had vanished, leaving behind only the corpses of Kozel soldiers and an unconscious Kozel. He looked up at the night sky, his face full of contemplation and shock. Zebek told himself that no one could kill Azadin of the Herald Clan, only leaving permanent losses for those who opposed him. He admitted in his heart that Azadin was not wrong about the nature of the Holy Knights. Zebek smiled bitterly, admitting that he too was an outcast from his family due to an inheritance dispute, just as Azadin had said. He looked up at the sky, feeling an invisible burden lifted from his chest. Scene change. A group of emaciated villagers knelt before Margrave Kozel's magnificent throne, begging for help. A desperate villager reported that everyone was fleeing and becoming nomads, while the starving wandered like living corpses. The villagers continued to plead, saying that their land was overrun by bandits and monsters, and they could not pay taxes. Margrave Kozel sat on his throne, his face filled with extreme contempt, and coldly declared, "How shameless." Margrave Kozel's eyes were full of malice. He thought that at this rate, the commoners would soon demand even their food rations. A villager was horrified, his eyes vacant as he heard the cruel words from the Margrave. Other villagers also trembled as they pleaded, saying they were at their wits' end, no longer knowing what to do. Margrave Kozel coldly declared that their lowly bloodline would never change, but he would help them if they wished. The villagers looked up, half believing, half doubting, and asked again, "Really? Will you truly help us?" Margrave Kozel smirked a gruesome smile, replying curtly, "Indeed." A horrifying scene unfolded. 3 bodies hung from the gallows. Margrave Kozel's help was a brutal death. Margrave Kozel offered a gruesome smile, asking the villagers again in a threatening manner, "So, all of you will be hanged?" The villagers remained prostrate at Margrave Kozel's feet. No one dared to move or utter a word. Extreme fear was evident on the emaciated faces of the villagers. They had clearly understood the Margrave's kindness. Another villager was also stunned, utterly horrified as he realized the tragic fate awaiting all of them. Margrave Kozel summoned a magical flame, reassuring the commoners that what they begged for was merely a tiny piece of paper compared to his power. He arrogantly explained the nature of the grimoire, a powerful book hovering directly above the wretched people. The terrified villagers knelt, stammering their admission of ignorance before a grimoire full of evil aura. With a contemptuous smile, Margrave Kozel asserted that even the most foolish could find it. A magical page appeared in an illusion. He explained that if one sincerely wished for it, it would find the chosen person on its own. And then, Margrave Kozel made an offer that could not be refused. If they brought him a similar grimoire, the entire village would be exempt from taxes for 3 years and receive countless provisions, a bargain for survival. Before the lucrative reward, the villagers went from despair to stunned, unable to believe their ears. A man mustered his courage and asked for the name of the grimoire so they would know what to search for. Margrave Kazel smirked, finally deigning to reveal the fated name. He whispered the name that silenced everyone, a copy of the Shenwang Jing, making the villagers turn pale with shock. After the villagers left, Margrave Kazel sat alone on his throne, lost in calculating thoughts. From behind the curtain, a giant black snake silently slithered out, signaling a dangerous presence. The python slowly raised its head, its sharp yellow eyes gleaming with an eerie light. In a flash, the snake transformed into a charming woman with reptilian eyes and skin. The witch spoke, her tone both respectful and sarcastic, suggesting that the Margrave had been too careless in mentioning the name Shenwang Jing. Kazel dismissed it, coldly declaring it meaningless. He explained that rumors would spread across the continent sooner or later, so finding even a single page of the book before others was the wise thing to do. So, what is it, witch? Margrave Kazel got straight to the point. The witch knelt, solemnly reporting that his son had unfortunately become a victim. Kazel interrupted confidently, stating that Kazel's forces could not fall so easily, especially with the holy knight Zebek accompanying them. The witch continued, revealing that the enemy was also hunting for the Shenwang Jing to free themselves from the curse of their duty. The impatient Margrave asked directly, "Is Kazel dead?" and received an answer worse than death. His son had been blinded in both eyes and suffered damage to his reproductive organs. Kazel clicked his tongue in annoyance, then ordered the witch to act. He waved his hand, issuing a cruel command: "Send soldiers to that area and eliminate the entire Herald tribe." The witch obeyed and intended to contact the commander herself, but Margrave Kazel held her hand back, ordering someone else to do it. He pulled the witch into his lap, casually declaring, "If my son has been castrated, I just need to make another one." The cruel Margrave lifted his woman's chin, his eyes showing that she was merely a tool for his desires and procreation. Meanwhile, in a distant place, under the scorching sun of the barren land, Zebek desperately poured the last drops of water from his canteen. Amidst the desolate, arid land, Azadin trudged heavily, feeling the last drops of water depleting in his body, telling himself that if this continued, he would surely die of thirst. Owl, Azadin's companion on his shoulder, grumbled about him, showing off by declaring they would arrive in 2 days, which now left them both in misery. Azadin turned his head in surprise to look at Owl, while the small owl continued to chatter, questioning its disrespectful attitude for daring to speak that way to the emperor's man. Azadin explained in a low voice that ever since the emperor left without a plan, heralds like them had been scorned by the entire world, called godslayers and soulless heretics. Owl, with teary eyes, lamented miserably that because of Azadin, it had to abandon its luggage, run as fast as possible, and was now so thirsty it could die, and starving because there was only dry, hard-to-swallow food. Azadin quickly apologized to Owl, but his words suddenly stopped short as something unexpected caught his attention. Both Azadin and Owl stood still, their eyes fixed on the distance, where something strange was gradually appearing amidst the desolate landscape. Azadin unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword hilt, a question full of doubt echoing in his mind. Ghosts? A surge of blue energy erupted, and immediately, a group of faint spirits appeared from thin air, drawing all of Azadin and Owl's attention. Azadin was astonished to realize that the spirits hovering before him were the innocent villagers who had been hanged from trees, a heartbreaking sight he had witnessed. 2 spirits, one male and one female, appeared more distinctly, bowing their heads with sad expressions, as if wishing to express a silent plea. Azadin, still slightly flustered, nodded slightly in greeting to the spirits, trying to maintain his composure. He advised the spirits not to linger in this land, where there was no light of the king or blessing of the archangel, and that it was time for them to move on. The female spirit gently pointed in a direction, her eyes seemingly wanting to guide Azadin somewhere. Azadin looked in surprise in the direction the spirit pointed, and before his eyes appeared an old well in the middle of the arid desert. Azadin walked towards the well, speaking to the spirits as he went, telling them they didn't need to do this, that they should have gone to rest already. Azadin looked up at the clear blue sky, a faint smile crossing his obscured face, while Owl remained perched on his shoulder. He began to pull the old, frayed rope of the well, slowly drawing something up from deep below. Owl, with longing eyes, couldn't hide its desire to taste the cool, fresh water from the well immediately. Azadin continued to pull, and the bucket slowly emerged from the well's mouth, carrying a surprise. But instead of water, inside the bucket was an ancient scroll glowing with complex magical symbols, causing Azadin to exclaim in astonishment, "Huh? What is this?" A past scene appeared, showing the ships of the Aragasa tribe, ancestors of the heralds, struggling amidst a stormy sea. After the terrifying storm, the Aragasa people set foot on the unfamiliar continent of Wybris, beginning a new, challenging chapter. The vast continent of Wybris appeared with 8 powerful kingdoms, where 8 Shenwang of the Yeagas family once reigned on 8 mighty thrones. But then, an ambitious individual emerged, monopolizing all 8 thrones, turning the remaining 7 Shenwang into defeated foes. Shattered crowns lay scattered on the blood-stained steps, testament to the brutality of Emperor Yeslat, who had seized all power. The portrait of Emperor Yeslat appeared with a cold, cruel expression, a man determined to erase all remaining traces of the deceased Shenwang. While the Aragasa tribe yearned for a land to settle, the emperor granted them the grimoire Song of the Golden Bird, along with a spirit named Voice of the Emperor. In return, the Aragasa tribe accepted a sacred covenant with the emperor, officially becoming his loyal heralds. And from then on, the hands of the Aragasa tribe were forever stained with divine blood, bearing the curse of a tragic past. A majestic figure, dubbed the Emperor's Sword, Agent, and Executioner, stood tall on the fiery hilltop, ready to carry out orders. He personally executed the wicked nobles who defied the Emperor's laws, leaving them to lie in pools of blood. The souls of the Wybris people appeared in agony, deprived of both the afterlife and eternal reincarnation, a horrifying sin that no one could forgive. The Emperor's death caused the empire to crumble into 8 separate kingdoms, and the Aragasa tribe was scorned, called soulless heralds. Despite being abandoned, the Aragasa tribe still faced an unexpected problem as they stood before a ruined throne, witnessing the collapse of an era. The contract between the emperor and the Aragasa tribe remained in effect, symbolized by a chained sword and glowing red magical chain. Even after the emperor's demise, the heralds remained bound to serve him, like an eternal curse from which there was no escape. A hand reached out, trying to break free from the chains of fate. But the chains held fast, implying an unbreakable bond that would last forever. In a dry well, an ancient page with complex magical symbols suddenly glowed mysteriously, attracting all eyes. Azadin, astonished, lifted the page, wondering if this was part of the Book of the Shenwang or the Emperor's ultimate source of power. The faint spirits of the villagers appeared, bowing in gratitude to Azadin before vanishing into nothingness, finding their final rest. Azadin gazed thoughtfully at the magical page, the ancient symbols seemingly telling a mysterious story of past and destiny. Owl perched on Azadin's shoulder, grumbling that calling it a curse was rude, and that it should be an honorable duty according to the contract, making Azadin ponder. Azadin sighed, lamenting the ironic fate that this page had fallen into his hands, while Owl wondered why he wasn't joyful. The page revealed 2 conditions to escape the curse of duty: completing the mission and collecting 100,000 gold coins, along with finding the Book of the Shenwang. Azadin walked on the arid path, worried that this curse had begun to spread throughout the world, bringing unforeseen consequences. An ancient book glowed, revealing the horrifying secret that Azadin's own father was the reason the Book of the Shenwang was torn into pieces. In the middle of the arid desert, a young girl, exhausted from thirst, was trying to find water, her eyes full of despair. The blonde girl secretly observed Azadin from afar, her eyes full of scrutiny and calculation, as if assessing her prey. The girl, Midiam, and her teammate hid behind a rock, confirming Azadin was their target with determined expressions. From Midiam's perspective, Azadin was judged as the son of the worst traitor in the family, nothing more than a useless, weak, and stupid individual. Midiam's teammate wondered if Azadin truly couldn't use magic as rumored, or if he was cursed by some power. The young man confidently asserted that Azadin could not use magic, though it was unclear if it was due to a curse. Midiam sneered, recounting that Azadin even wet the bed until he was 8 and didn't know how to string a bow, a remark full of contempt. The mischievous Midiam further scoffed that Azadin would never be able to complete a herald's mission with a smug expression. Midiam's teammate nervously suggested turning back, arguing that there was no need to work for a low-grade herald like Azadin, but Midiam merely smirked. Midiam, with sharp eyes, suddenly proposed, "How about we test him?" causing her teammate to frantically dissuade her. Midiam confidently declared she would claim Azadin's position if she won, and playfully added that she would remove the arrowhead so as not to kill him, only to warn him. Midiam's teammate worriedly thought about Elder Kazas and the what-if scenarios that could occur. While an arrow whizzed to the ground, Midiam resolutely stated, "No matter how talented Kazas is, a fool is still a fool," showing her extreme contempt for Azadin. Midiam frowned contemptuously, unable to believe that the son of a traitor, someone who couldn't even use magic, was a herald. The arrogant girl drew her bow, thinking that Azadin was merely taking up space, preventing talented individuals like herself from becoming herald. A blue arrow sliced through the wind, flying swiftly, carrying a chilling, killing intent straight towards its target. Azadin still stood with his back turned, the owl perched on his shoulder, completely unfazed by the incoming arrow. Midiam collapsed onto the ground in horror, the bow in her hand shattered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The blonde girl broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes wide with surprise and fear. Miriam cautiously peeked out from behind the rock, her face still stunned. A sudden blow made Miriam cry out in pain. A red mark clearly visible on her forehead. Ishmael rushed to Miriam, who was slumped on the ground, calling her name anxiously. Azadin stood tall, looking down at Miriam, who gazed up at him with extreme panic in her eye. Azadin coldly held the quiver, questioning Miriam. "Were you the one who shot that arrow?" Miriam forced a smile, rubbing her forehead and saying it was just a greeting. But inside, she screamed, because she couldn't sense Azadin's presence at all. Azadin gently opened the quiver, Miriam's 2 arrows already neatly inside, leaving her utterly shocked that he had outclassed her by catching the arrows mid-air and putting them away without her noticing. Azadin turned his back, calmly asking the names of the 2 people standing before him. Miriam hesitantly introduced herself as Miriam, from Ether, and Ishmael also tremblingly stated his name, explaining that they were assistants sent to support him. Azadin tilted his head slightly, his tone full of skepticism. "Support me?" He casually dropped the 2 arrows to the ground. They were the very arrows Miriam had shot. Miriam tried to force a smile, justifying that seeing Azadin's quiver empty, she merely wanted to give him some arrows, believing it to be the best support. Azadin turned his back, sarcastically remarking that it seemed she only applied to be an assistant because she was too bored staying in the Holy Land. Azadin turned back, his gaze sharp and cold, stating icily, "Go home, kids." This made Miriam exclaim in shock. "Kids?" Azadin turned away, leaving Miriam fuming and shouting that she came from the noble Ether bloodline. He turned his head back, sternly telling her that bloodline meant nothing to heralds, and if they came to work for him, they were his subordinates. Not to mention she dared to shoot an arrow at him. Azadin, with an arrow lodged in his shoulder armor and his face hidden in shadow, threatened to teach them a proper lesson for their reckless action. Miriam and Ishmael stood side by side, their faces pale with fear, realizing the terrifying difference of being outside the Holy Land. Miriam bowed her head, constantly wondering if Azadin was truly the one everyone mocked and bullied as rumored, because he was so different. Azadin stood tall, his aura overwhelming, demanding Miriam apologize for her rudeness and show respect, forcing her to choose a member of Aragasa or his enemy. Miriam gritted her teeth, her face flushed red with anger and resentment. Finally, Miriam had to bow her head, sincerely apologizing to Herald Azadin for her rudeness, and admitting she was an Aragasa. Azadin smiled faintly, accepting the girl's apology. Azadin sternly warned Miriam never to shoot arrows at anyone again unless she intended to kill, because weapons were not toys to be trifled with outside the Holy Land, leaving her with no choice but to obey. Azadin coldly declared, "I won't say anything bad, so go back to the Holy Land. I don't need assistance." Azadin suddenly stopped, his mouth slightly agape, as if he had just realized something. With a mysterious smile, Azadin suddenly asked Miriam if she had any water, making the atmosphere puzzling. Miriam erupted, firmly declaring, "I demand a challenge," making Ishmael beside her cry out her name in alarm. Ishmael was terrified, trembling as he asserted that Azadin was an extremely dangerous individual. Even knowing Azadin was far stronger, smarter, and more arrogant than rumored, Miriam remained resolute, wondering if she would be a coward if she gave up just because her opponent was too strong. Miriam held her head high, her eyes blazing as she declared, "Herald Azadin, I, Miriam from Ether, officially challenge your position as herald." Azadin still stood imposingly on the rock, looking down at the challenging Miriam, creating a tense confrontation scene. Miriam maintained her composure, while Ishmael beside her was utterly despairing, lamenting that she had done something irreversible. Azadin sighed wearily, muttering to himself that Arael had poisoned these children by teaching them to challenge. Azadin calmly asked, "You will take my position if you win, but do you know what will happen if I win?" Miriam declared without hesitation, "Of course, everything that belongs to me, even my life, will be yours. I am ready." Azadin's face was shrouded in shadow, only his eyes, hidden behind the mask, gleamed with a cold light, exuding a terrifying aura. Miriam proudly declared, "Only Arael can defeat a herald," and asserted, "I know I don't have the best reputation, but this position isn't given for free." With resolute steps, Miriam advanced, ready for the upcoming battle. Miriam continued to walk, leaving Ishmael frantically calling her name, while Azadin remained high above, observing everything. Miriam stopped, loudly declaring, "We are 100 paces apart. I challenge you, Azadin." An owl soared into the sky, and a voice echoed through the space, confirming that Herald Azadin had accepted the challenge. Miriam was stunned, unable to believe her ears when she realized the voice belonged to the Emperor. Azadin sighed wearily, rubbing his temple, muttering to himself if she was serious. Ishmael was utterly shocked, cold sweat pouring down, his face pale with terror. The majestic voice explained that the Emperor's voice was a spirit assigned to each herald, and once it bore witness, refusing a challenge was impossible. Azadin realized the situation had turned unfavorable, muttering that things were not good at all. Miriam gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with determination, telling herself that she absolutely had to win. In the desolate land, the wind began to blow fiercely, carrying dust, signaling an imminent fierce battle. Azadin unexpectedly handed Miriam a water pouch, an action that surprised her. Azadin knelt on one knee, offering the water pouch to Miriam, while Ishmael stood beside her, still stunned. Ishmael looked at Azadin with a confused gaze, not understanding his intention. Azadin stared intently at Miriam, sweat trickling down his temples, wondering what exactly was happening. Azadin drew his bowstring taut, preparing to unleash a battlefield archery technique, sacrificing accuracy for terrifying arrow speed. Azadin's arrow ripped through the wind, flying with astonishing speed and power. It was undoubtedly an extreme variation of the Aragasa technique. Miriam was bracing herself against an extremely powerful attack, her face contorted in pain and surprise. Miriam unleashed a brilliant magic circle, trying to fend off the relentless energy attacks surging from all directions. The mysterious Azadin calmly drew his bowstring taut, his sharp eyes hidden behind the mask, preparing to unleash the next strike. A barrage of brilliant energy arrows tore through the wind, creating dazzling streaks of light across the battlefield. Miriam was forcefully pushed back, her body staggering in midair as continuous attacks rained down. A magic arrow pierced straight through her shoulder, making Miriam scream in pain, her face clearly showing horror. Azadin casually sat down to drink water, thinking to himself that Miriam couldn't use magic. Yet she inexplicably managed to use the beauty of the golden crane. Ishmael looked at Azadin anxiously, while Azadin calmly sipped his water, completely unconcerned by his impatience. Miriam stood up, the sword in her hand trembling. She was determined not to give up despite being injured. Miriam's eyes blazed with anger and determination. She could not accept defeat so easily. With a decisive shout, Miriam charged straight towards Azadin, swinging her sword to create a blazing red sword arc full of killing intent. Azadin glided gracefully, skillfully dodging Miriam's dangerous sword strike. Azadin continued to dodge, smiling confidently. "Excellent! My prediction was completely accurate," Miriam snarled, her eyes burning with furious resentment. "I've got you, Azadin!" She furiously swung her sword, creating continuous slashes aimed at Azadin. Azadin suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a dark magical aura enveloping him, giving Miriam no time to react. He appeared right behind Miriam, the dark magical aura striking like tentacles in a flash. Miriam startled and turned her head, her eyes wide with surprise and panic. "What?" Ishmael frantically shouted a warning. "Miriam, behind you!" But it was too late. Azadin struck extremely fast, punching straight into Miriam's attempting to defend arm. Azadin's fatal punch caused Miriam extreme pain. Her arm felt like it was about to break. He delivered an extremely powerful kick, sending Miriam flying into the air, leaving her unable to resist. Miriam looked down in horror, her face pale with fear and helplessness. Miriam was knocked to the ground, creating a huge crater, completely collapsing before Azadin's overwhelming power. Azadin coldly looked down at Miriam, declaring decisively, "The match is over." Ishmael cried out Azadin's name in pain, condemning his cruel actions. "A traitor dares to do this to a child of the noblest lineage." He angrily rushed towards Azadin, growling menacingly. "This is unforgivable, you low-life bastard, how dare you!" The match ended. Miriam lay collapsed on the ground, while Ishmael watched Azadin in horror. Miriam burst into sobs, her face filled with extreme sorrow and disappointment. A solemn voice echoed, declaring that Miriam had challenged Azadin's position as herald and failed, and now she and Ishmael would become the herald's assistants. Miriam, in despair, drew a cold, sharp dagger, ready to end her life after the disastrous defeat. But Azadin was swift, grabbing her wrist. Miriam's eyes filled with horror and anger as her suicide attempt was thwarted. In a flash, Azadin snatched the dagger from Miriam's hand, the weapon soaring into the air before falling to the ground. The dagger blade plunged into the dry ground, a cold metallic sound echoing, marking Miriam's complete defeat. Azadin stood tall, full of self-satisfaction, turning his back on the collapsed Miriam and the horrified Ishmael, casually saying that he had known she would do something foolish. Miriam painfully collapsed, her face contorted with resentment and despair, while Ishmael frantically called her name. Azadin coldly declared to the fallen Miriam that once defeated, she didn't even have the right to die, and only he could decide her fate. Miriam gritted her teeth, her eyes red with shame and fury, unable to believe the insults Azadin had just uttered. Azadin smirked, shaking the water pouch in his hand, secretly thinking Miriam was truly childish. Ishmael was utterly surprised when Azadin suddenly threw the water pouch towards him, this puzzling action leaving him bewildered. Azadin turned around, looked at the two people sitting on the ground, and declared that the lesson was enough, and he would set them both free. Miriam and Ishmael simultaneously gaped, utterly astonished by this sudden declaration. Unable to believe their ears, Azadin smirked, his eyes sharp, suggesting they pretend the match never happened, as it would be terrible for Miriam to have a blemish on her record. Both Miriam and Ishmael were stunned, speechless, their faces bewildered and confused by Azadin's unpredictable attitude. The clear blue sky and vast dry mountains stretched out, creating a desolate landscape where Azadin continued his journey. Azadin walked steadily on the dry ground, his resolute back facing forward. Azadin firmly reminded Midian and Ishmael that he did not need slaves, and had granted them freedom, telling them to return to their holy land. Midian suddenly erupted, shouting in indignation, not understanding why Azadin would abandon a beautiful and talented slave like her, making Ishmael beside her blush deeply. Azadin turned his back, scoffing that he wasn't sure about beautiful, but if Midian were as talented as Arael, she wouldn't have lost. Azadin continued to tease, advising Midian to think carefully before challenging again, as there were many who liked young girls and many customs of child marriage in the world. Azadin suddenly changed his tone, instructing Midian never to challenge again, but if she needed to kill someone, to just assassinate them directly. Ishmael was utterly surprised, secretly thinking Azadin talked more than he expected, but those words seemed to come from genuine concern. Ishmael looked at Azadin in confusion, not understanding what he meant when he started talking about something important. A haunting image appeared. Emperor Yeslat, slumped on his throne, blood flowing profusely, along with an introduction to the covenant of service between the emperor and the Aragasa tribe. The covenant was once a symbol of loyalty and honor, but after the emperor's death, it became a terrifying curse, binding the Aragasa tribe to eternal service as the emperor's herald. That seemingly endless cycle of servitude finally showed signs of cracking. When the Herald tribe intervened in the succession war of the kingdom of Terasar, the Aragasa tribe emerged victorious and obtained a copy of the Divine King's book. However, a notorious traitor named Akra stole the book and fled, causing the Aragasa Cloaked Ones to pursue him. An Aragasa Cloaked One growled, warning Akra to return what he had stolen, or the curse would kill him. Akra, the traitor, stood tall, his muscular bare back facing the threats from his pursuers, his eyes full of defiance. The group of Aragasa Cloaked Ones stood on the cliff, growling threats at Akra, who was chained on the opposite rock outcrop. Hand over the copy of the Divine King's book before you experience the most horrifying pain. Despite being threatened in every way, Akra still wore a mysterious smile, causing the family's hopes to shatter and vanish. He had scattered the precious pages throughout the world mountains, and thus, Akra became the first to die from the Covenant's curse. Ironically, that curse caused him, a man, to give birth to twins. Those twins were Azadin and Arael, two fated siblings. Ironically, of the two, Arael became the strongest herald in the family's history. Meanwhile, Azadin was rumored to be a fool, making him scratch his head in confusion. Midian and Ishmael suddenly appeared. She angrily asked who dared spread such a ridiculous rumor, asserting that Azadin was not foolish at all. Azadin walked decisively on the dry ground, making a clear declaration. He turned back to look at the two, stating directly that he had no intention of taking them along, but Midian and Ishmael quickly retorted, saying they only had one thing to deliver. Azadin reached out and took a carefully sealed letter from Ishmael. It was a letter from the regional head of Salasma. He clicked his tongue, wearily remarking that the old man didn't like him at all. Azadin opened the letter and read, skimming past the reprimands about missed reports, and particularly noting that copies of the Divine King's book were appearing, requiring him to retrieve them so as not to affect his performance review. He looked up and asked Midian and Ishmael, "The letter says copies of the Divine King's book have recently appeared. Do you two know about this?" Midian cheerfully confirmed, but as he was about to reveal a secret about Azadin's father, Ishmael horrifyingly covered her mouth. Azadin said nothing, just decisively stomped hard on Ishmael's foot, making him wince in pain. Midian irritably asked Azadin why he did that, while Ishmael groaned, clutching his foot, and Azadin just coldly replied, "Enough. So you two know about it too, huh?" Azadin looked down at the dagger in his hand, muttering that he would have to go to Salasma to meet the regional head. Midian pulled Ishmael's cheek, irritably telling him to shut up. While Azadin thanked them for delivering the letter, Midian quickly offered to go with Azadin because they were heading to the same destination, and she could also tell him what had happened in the family. Azadin, after a moment's thought, agreed to let them follow because this path is not mine alone. Ishmael sighed wearily, but Midian cheerfully cheered, happily running after Azadin. After a long night's journey, a brilliant dawn emerged over the mountains, illuminating the peaceful scene where the three were sound asleep. Azadin stirred awake, his eyes still covered by the mask, his expression slightly confused. He stretched and yawned widely, starting a new day full of energy. Beside him, Ishmael also vaguely woke up, while Midian was still sound asleep, forcing him to shake her awake. The clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds heralded a beautiful sunny day. The three continued their journey on the desolate road, accompanied by the draft animal. Midian yawned repeatedly, pointing ahead, saying there was a stream over there. The group stopped by the small stream. Azadin, Midian, and Ishmael collected water together, preparing for the next leg of their journey. Suddenly, a voice rang out. interrupting Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael as they were crossing the desolate mountain region. It turned out that a group of men with fierce expressions had blocked the road, and their leader growled, questioning, "Who allowed you to take water from our stream?" Azadin calmly turned back, declared he did not want to fight, and directly asked for the conditions for peace, while Midiam and Ishmael stood behind him, clearly anxious. The bandit leader smirked maliciously, his eyes glinting with greed as he replied, "All of you, of course." Azadin maintained a terrifying composure, asking once more if there was any room for other compromises, as if giving the bandits a final chance. The bandits, far from being afraid, grew bolder, laughing and mocking Azadin as a clown because of his mysterious mask. The bandit leader, without hesitation, drew his sword and coldly ordered his subordinates, "Capture the girl alive and kill all the men." In a flash, the situation completely reversed. The bandits lay prostrate on the ground, covered in blood and trembling, begging Azadin for their lives. Azadin calmly asked the trembling group if they were bandits, while Midiam and Ishmael stood beside him, still bewildered. Two bandits hastily explained that they were just ordinary villagers forced by Margrave Kazel to search for a copy of some book and had accidentally ended up here. Azadin remained suspicious, but Midiam confirmed that this was not a path commonly used by merchants or travelers, implying their statements might be true. Midiam, with an angry expression, drew her dagger and coldly declared she would kill them to silence them, but Azadin stopped her in time. Azadin turned to look at Midiam, his gaze firm, clearly stating his principle. "Midiam, I do not kill without reason." He explained to Ishmael that while killing them might make them safer, he could not take another's life merely for his own comfort, because everyone deserves a second chance. Hearing this, the bandits took advantage, hastily flattering Azadin profusely, praising him as noble and benevolent. One bandit even promised that Azadin and his family would receive great blessings if he spared their lives, his face full of cunning. Azadin coldly looked down at the flattering bandit and growled, "Shut up." Ishmael, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but wonder about Azadin, a person from the Herald Clan who could refuse to kill. Suddenly, Azadin delivered a fatal punch to the bandit leader's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Azadin calmly stood watching the fallen leader, one eye already destroyed, and coldly remarked, "Good." A precise punch destroyed his eye. The two remaining bandits tremblingly asked Azadin about his promise to spare their lives, while he warned that if they so much as twitched, their faces would be blown off. Azadin smiled mysteriously, holding a gleaming dagger, affirming he would spare their lives, but that smile sent shivers down one's spine. He declared he would spare their lives, but only after inflicting permanent injuries, so they could no longer harm others, whether they repented or not. Midiam and Ishmael exchanged glances, appearing slightly confused, but ultimately agreeing with Azadin's bizarrely merciful method. A horrifying scream echoed through the forest, startling an owl perched on a branch. The remaining bandits clutched their stomachs and groins, limping away, complaining about the permanent injuries Azadin had inflicted. One bandit angrily swore revenge if he ever met Azadin again. But immediately, a giant hand descended from the sky. The giant hand squeezed the bandit's head, leaving him no time to utter a word. In a horrifying scene, the bandit's head exploded in a spray of blood, terrifying his nearby comrades. The unfortunate bandit's face clearly showed extreme pain and terror before he died, leaving a bloody end for those who dared to threaten Azadin. A ferocious ogre was about to devour a man he had captured, growling, "Food." Goldu, the terrifying giant, carried a basket full of victims on his back, confidently declaring, "You are mobile food." In despair, the man was gripped tightly by Goldu, blood gushing from his struggling hand, as he heard Goldu growl, "You belong to me, Goldu." Goldu roared in anger, his eyes blazing as he looked up at the sky, for reasons unknown. The monster Goldu grinned sinisterly, enjoying a gruesome feast next to a basket full of body parts, surrounded by hungry little goblins. He looked up towards a distant village bathed in the sunset, his eyes revealing an indescribable craving. Goldu's face contorted with desire, drool dripping as he fantasized about human flesh everywhere in that large and sturdy village. Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael continued their journey on sturdy mounts, traversing the desolate land. Midiam turned to Azadin, expressing her surprise at his tactics. "At first, I thought you were holding back, so I was very surprised." She smiled brightly, agreeing with Ishmael. "But I guess it wasn't a bad tactic. We even recovered all the weapons." Azadin thoughtfully stroked his mount's head, uttering a profound philosophy. It is difficult for one person to truly understand another if they have not experienced similar circumstances. In a flashback, the bandits punished by Azadin appeared with gouged eyes, trembling in fear before the knife. Now they had become the ones feared by their own victims. Azadin smiled mysteriously, deeming this a good opportunity for them to repent for their past actions. Ishmael thoughtfully repeated, a chance to repent." Midiam continued to ponder, wondering if Azadin had spared their lives and granted them a chance to purify their souls. Azadin continued to walk steadily, his powerful armored legs leading the group. Midiam suddenly spoke up, expressing concern about a previous conversation, then asked Azadin, "Although, that conversation is bothering me." "Which conversation?" Azadin gravely revealed shocking information. "They say Margrave Kazel is searching for a copy of the Divine King's book." Ishmael worriedly speculated, But Margrave Kazel lost the War of Succession. Do you think, perhaps, he's trying to climb the ranks by using the book to gain magical power?" Azadin lightly touched his mask, assessing the dangerous situation. A political figure determined to seize power. Truly dangerous. "I will have to remove this mask because it reveals I am a herald." He held the mask in his hand, cautioning everyone to be careful. "We will have to be careful until we are out of Margrave Kazel's territory." Miriam and Ishmael were so astonished they couldn't speak, only stammering, what? Azadin looked up at the clear blue sky, revealing his eyeless face, shocking Miriam and Ishmael profoundly. "You have no eyes?" Azadin had changed his attire. Now he wore a simple cloak, standing before the astonished Miriam and Ishmael. Miriam, still in shock, stammered, asking Azadin how he could see without eyes, and he calmly replied, "I don't know either. Since birth, I've been able to see without eyes." Miriam was still surprised, looking at Azadin with confusion, while he turned to ask if she had anything to say. Azadin calmly asked Miriam, "What's wrong? Just say it if you have something to say." Miriam frankly remarked, "You look better than I thought you would when you were injured," which made Azadin ask in surprise. "What?" Miriam continued bluntly. "It seemed you were once very handsome, then had an unfortunate accident and lost your eyes. I feel it's better to have scars like these than a handsome face with ugly eyes." Ishmael couldn't stand Miriam's rudeness and yelled, "Miriam, you are being very rude." Azadin lightly touched his mount's head, thoughtfully saying that Miriam was repeating the words of the one who caused the injury on his face, making the girl ask in surprise for that person's identity. In a painful memory, young Azadin knelt, blood tears streaming as he recalled the name Arael. Arael coldly declared Azadin strange for lacking what he should have, then cruelly slashed across his face, saying a scar would be better. Azadin calmly explained that thanks to that injury, he could pretend to be blind, and Miriam immediately worriedly asked if they needed to pretend as well. Azadin reassured Miriam that everything was fine, and the three continued their journey on white mounts. Azadin's group strode along the dirt road, heading towards a small village nestled in a lush green valley under a clear blue sky. Dusk fell, painting the sky a fiery red, enveloping an ancient city with sturdy city walls and a large gate where many people were gathered. Azadin pointed towards the city gate, saying the line of people was quite long, and Ishmael was surprised to realize it had been a long time since they had been there. Miriam excitedly asked Azadin if he thought this was a good starting point for their journey, as this village was where the royal road began. Azadin turned away, growling that this was his solo pilgrimage, and Miriam and Ishmael were just children who happened to follow along. Ishmael looked at Azadin in confusion, not understanding why he had suddenly adopted such an attitude. A horrifying scene unfolded. Kazel's armored soldiers were searching and stripping a naked man, while other villagers watched in fear. One of Kazel's soldiers grinned sinisterly as he rummaged through a villager's bag, while his comrade next to him had wide, greedy eyes. Kazel's soldiers casually snatched money from the villagers' hands, while the other villagers could only watch with desperate eyes. Miriam and Ishmael stared in astonishment at the blatant robbery, Miriam asserting that this was theft and the situation was much worse than their last visit. Azadin gazed thoughtfully ahead, speculating that if Kazel's soldiers were searching so thoroughly, they must be looking for something important. A frightened villager asked Azadin if he saw anything, and he immediately pretended to be blind, lying that Miriam and Ishmael were orphans on a pilgrimage with. The villager sighed sympathetically for Azadin, but he calmly asked about the ongoing situation. The villager explained the rumors that copies of the Divine King's book were appearing everywhere, and the soldiers under Margrave Kazel were frantically hunting for them. Margrave Kazel's image appeared with an arrogant, cruel expression as he hunted for the Divine King's book, making Azadin secretly think this was truly a mess. Azadin mumbled about there being too many failures like that, leaving the nearby villager bewildered. Azadin looked directly at the scene of robbery, concluding that the situation was truly not good and would be very troublesome to resolve. A desperate villager cried out, begging Kazel's soldiers to return his money, as it was for feeding his family. The Kazel soldier snatched the money from the villager's hand. He didn't care about the pleas, focusing only on finding the Divine King's book. The villager tried to struggle, but the cruel Kazel soldier swung his arm and struck him hard in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. The Kazel soldier arrogantly justified his act of robbery, saying that a magic book could take many forms, and perhaps money was one of them. A frightened child cried out, accusing Kazel soldiers of theft and demanding they return their belongings. The Kazel soldier looked at the child with contempt, growling a threat that insolence would be met with a beating. The beaten man quickly embraced the child, yelling for Kazel's soldiers to stop, protecting the child from their brutality. Azadin stood there, his eyes, though absent, still exuding a cold demeanor, witnessing the injustice and brutality unfolding before him. A brutal Khazal soldier dealt a fatal blow to the poor man's face, growling an order for him to shut up. The terrified child screamed for his father as the poor man was tied up on his knees, while the Khazal soldier hurled insults, blaming him for not knowing how to raise his child. Midiam gritted her teeth in anger, watching the brutal scene, while the Khazal soldier coldly declared, "Next!" making her curse these crazy bastards under her breath. Midiam nervously asked Azadin if they should intervene, but Azadin merely gestured to wait, his eyes calmly observing the situation. A villager tremblingly tried to speak to the Khazal soldier on guard, but he only responded with a cold, annoyed expression. The villager whispered something into the soldier's ear, startling him with horror, unable to believe what he had just heard. Azadin maintained a calm expression, his hidden eyes seemingly contemplating something profound, a flash of insight appearing in his mind. The panicked villagers, clutching their belongings, fled in disarray, their hurried footsteps echoing everywhere. A worried man pointed, trying to explain the chaotic situation to other confused villagers. The villagers whispered amongst themselves about what was happening. Then a voice rang out, revealing shocking news. "An ogre has appeared nearby!" Azadin, with his keen hearing, clearly heard the villagers' whispers, which surprised him and his companion. Midiam was horrified to realize the village gate had been slammed shut, trapping all the villagers and Azadin's group outside, facing imminent danger. The desperate crowd of villagers screamed and pounded on the gate, begging to be let in, but the sturdy gate remained unmoving. Amidst the red-tinged sunset, a flaming arrow shot across the sky, signaling an approaching threat. In the distance, a convoy of luxurious carriages and guards was moving, indicating the presence of a powerful noble force. Tarkiev, son of Margrave Khazal, sat casually in the carriage, smirking as he asked the guards if they had secured the gate. The Khazal soldier commander reported that the gate was securely locked and no copies of the Divine King's book were found, suggesting they retreat with their spoils. Tarkiev narrowed his eyes in annoyance, his face clearly showing dissatisfaction upon hearing the report, as if things were not going his way. The Khazal soldier commander anxiously asked Tarkiev for the next order. Unsure how to deal with the panicked monsters and villagers, Tarkiev sneered, ordering the soldiers to fend off the ogres and other monsters themselves, asserting that they were sufficiently trained to cope. The Khazal soldier commander desperately protested, reminding Tarkiev that they had only been trained for one day, then begged him to let the villagers in and volunteered to stay and command the defense. Tarkiev mocked the commander, contemptuously saying he was unworthy of being a knight and that he didn't want to listen to someone who was fleeing. He smirked, agreeing to let the commander stay, then coldly ordered the convoy to depart immediately. The Khazal soldier commander stood frozen, helplessly watching Tarkiev's convoy leave, abandoning him and the villagers to face danger. He felt the ground shaking violently, an ominous sign of impending doom. Flocks of panicked birds scattered across the sunset sky, confirming that the ground's tremor was not an illusion. A severely wounded villager, covered in blood, clutched himself, desperately muttering that he didn't want to die. A blazing red light reflected in the man's terrified eyes, mirroring his extreme fear of what was about to happen. A ferocious horde of goblins with glowing red eyes, wielding crude weapons, was charging to attack the villagers. The man was utterly terrified, his face contorted with fear as he confronted the bloodthirsty horde of monsters. A bloodthirsty horde of goblins, with glowing red eyes, was screaming meat as they charged to attack the innocent villagers. Meanwhile, the colossal ogre Goldu, with his ferocious appearance and sharp fangs, was also approaching, ready to sweep everything away. From above, a middle-aged man silently looked down at the village engulfed in flames, the catastrophic scene breathtaking. His face changed color, revealing horror and despair at the irreversible catastrophe. Amidst the chaotic scene, Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael, along with a group of other villagers, stood on a hill, Azadin gazing thoughtfully ahead as if he had a premonition of something terrible about to happen. The procession of villagers with tired and anxious faces was trying to evacuate in the dark, with only the flickering light of lanterns guiding their way. A gentle-faced, middle-aged woman, holding a lantern, led the evacuating group. She turned back to instruct Ishmael and Azadin, her voice full of worry. "The path ahead will be much more difficult." She handed another lantern to Ishmael, earnestly telling him to take good care of his sister and uncle. Ishmael smiled as he took the lantern, promising firmly to take care of everything, while Azadin, standing nearby, merely frowned slightly. Azadin thought to himself, it seemed that pretending not to see anything would make people treat him more kindly. In another village, a man was gathering the villagers, announcing that the knights and mercenaries had abandoned them. He called upon those still capable of fighting to stay and defend the village, to resist the danger together. The man continued, explaining that their support would give the elderly, weak, and injured more time to escape. Seeing her father determined to fight, little Cosette innocently protested, pointing out that her father didn't even know how to cut an apple. Azadin stood there, his gaze thoughtful and cast downwards, seemingly contemplating something profound. Midiam spoke up angrily. unable to believe that the knights had abandoned the very people they swore to protect, deeming it a despicable and pathetic act. She continued to express her disappointment, believing that these Wybrus individuals not only failed to protect the villagers, but also considered abandoning them a glorious achievement. Miriam bowed her head slightly, sadly admitting that it was perhaps strange for an Aragasa like her to empathize with the Wybrus people. Azadin looked at her, affirming that he shared the same feelings, and then all three continued walking on the dusty road. Suddenly, Azadin stopped, turned around, and a mysterious black aura flared around him as he decisively declared, "We part ways here." Miriam and Ishmael stared at Azadin in astonishment, Miriam quickly exclaiming, "Hey!" But Azadin had vanished without a trace, leaving Ishmael frantically calling after him, "Wait, uncle, where did you go?" At the same time, the sturdy city gate slammed shut, as if declaring the grim fate awaiting outside. On the city wall, a group of village guards stood tensely on watch, their eyes filled with worry as they looked ahead. The village guard captain frantically reported to his comrades, his voice trembling, "Captain, they're too many." A colossal horde of goblins was swarming to the base of the city wall, their glowing red eyes and ferocious appearance signaling an uneven battle. The colossal ogre Goldu roared, menacingly proclaiming his name, his sharp fangs striking fear into anyone. With a terrifying crash, Goldu struck a fatal blow to the ground, creating a tremor that shook the entire earth, signaling impending destruction. A gruesome, blood-stained hand clung to a wooden barrel, and the ogre's disgusting voices echoed, boasting about how they stored meat to eat gradually, claiming to be smart investors. The disgusting monster looked down at the sturdy human fortress, drops of foul blood dripping from its hand, as if assessing the colossal meat it was about to enjoy. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared. It was Goldu, the massive ogre with glowing red eyes, powerfully stomping his foot on the ground, shaking the entire area. Goldu's terrifying stomp created a large crack, and he growled greedily, craving the meat awaiting inside the fortress. On the city wall, the village guard captain was horrified to realize that the colossal ogre was the leader of the monsters, and a sense of despair enveloped him. With no other option, the village guard captain screamed an order, "Shoot him!" And the trembling village guards drew their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows towards Goldu. Hundreds of arrows soared through the night, forming a rain of steel that flew straight towards the city wall, carrying the soldiers' faint hope. But it was useless. The arrows were merely an itch on Goldu's thick skin, while below, a goblin shaman with a bone mask sneered, preparing to unleash a spell. The goblin shaman maliciously ordered, "Charge! Use this opportunity to break down the gate," urging the monsters to attack. Upon hearing the command, the ferocious goblins roared, charging like a storm towards the city gate, their red eyes bloodthirsty. The village guard captain desperately screamed, ordering his soldiers to defend the city gate at all costs and shoot down the approaching monsters. The goblins continued to advance, some even using shields, undeterred by the defenders' rain of arrows. A burly goblin raised a crude axe high, his eyes wild, ready to smash anything in his path. Meanwhile, the mysterious goblin shaman began chanting, and a purple energy orb erupted on his staff. The colossal Goldu delivered a devastating kick to the city wall, causing the entire fortress to shake violently. At the same time, a colossal enchanted rock flew straight towards the city gate, carrying destructive power. The city gate shattered, and terrifying screams erupted as the monsters began to pour in, signaling an impending tragedy. A villager, with a dazed expression, screamed in despair, urging the others to shoot down the monster. The villager bravely held his bow, muttering Cosette's name, his daughter's, as a vow to protect her. Despair was evident on his face as he screamed, "Run! Run as far as you can!" hoping his daughter could escape this hell. The goblin shaman, hidden behind a barrel, continued chanting, creating a glowing energy orb on his staff. He raised his hand, and a fireball blazed fiercely, ready to incinerate everything. The shaman's staff glowed brightly, magical energy surging, signaling an impending destructive attack. The shaman laughed maniacally, declaring that the staff had reacted and the Book of the God King was nearby. A terrifying secret revealed. But just then, a mysterious figure descended from above it. Was Azadin, who delivered a fatal blow, crushing the head of the gleeful goblin shaman. Azadin's powerful strike created a massive shockwave, sending dust flying everywhere, showcasing his overwhelming strength. Azadin didn't stop. He continued to unleash a barrage of lightning, fast attacks, giving the goblins no time to react. Seeing his comrades attacked, Goldu roared in fury, swinging his arm to hurl a giant rock towards Azadin. Two village guards watched the chaotic scene before them in horror, their desperate screams echoing through the night. Azadin delivered a fatal blow, piercing straight through the goblin shaman suspended in midair, creating an explosion of brilliant red light. On the ground, the guards and villagers watched the horrifying scene in terror, unable to believe their eyes. The mysterious young man, Azadin, with resolute eyes behind his mask, calmly declared, "I will help you protect the city gate." A villager trembled, sweat pouring down, stammering, "Who are you?" Azadin calmly drew his bowstring taut, replying mysteriously, "Just a herald of the Emperor passing by." All the villagers and guards gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "A herald of the Emperor? Do you mean the Herald tribe?" Without giving anyone time to react, Azadin plunged down from above, striking a thunderous blow upon a goblin looking up. Not stopping, Azadin continued to swing his sword, creating a sweeping arc of blue light that crushed the surrounding goblins. The goblin shaman was severely wounded, covered in blood, roaring in pain as Azadin's arrow lodged directly into its eye. With a furious roar, the goblin shaman frantically charged towards Azadin, vowing to kill him. Azadin lightly leaped onto the head of the giant goblin shaman, calmly looking down as it shrieked, "I will kill you! Kill all of you!" With a single powerful stomp, Azadin crushed a small goblin under his boot, blood splattering. The herald maintained his cold, calm expression, saying, "Indeed, you move well." Azadin unleashed a volley of sharp arrows, piercing the goblin shaman's massive body, causing it to shriek in agony. From atop the city wall, the villager watched in horror as Azadin single-handedly fought off the horde of monsters, wondering if he was truly a slayer of sanctity. Azadin tilted his head slightly, his eyes hidden behind the mask, seemingly noticing a strange object falling from the goblin shaman. A severely wounded bandit, covered in blood, tried to crawl away in pain, while a familiar voice rang out, "Isn't that the bandit from before?" He lay writhing, his gaunt face filled with despair, trying to utter a cry for help. The bandit's eyes were filled with resentment and despair, a faint glimmer of light flickering in his bloodshot gaze. The goblin shaman lay slumped on the ground, its staff discarded, its body beginning to convulse strangely. In its dying throes, the goblin shaman obsessively thought of the Book of the God King, a mysterious source of power. It shrieked in agony, its body beginning to grotesquely deform, signaling a terrifying transformation. Its body swelled, sharp spikes emerged, and it declared it would become the Fanged King with new power. The goblin shaman had fully transformed into a gigantic, glowing red monster with countless terrifying fangs and sharp spikes. It let out a sky-shattering roar, boldly declaring, "I will become the Fanged King." Azadin remained calm, ready to face the new monster, a dark aura surrounding him. The herald stared at the goblin shaman's new form, wondering, what in the world is that? He let out a soft sigh, calmly assessing the situation. It seems this will be quite troublesome to deal with. Without hesitation, Azadin delivered a finishing blow, crushing the fanged monster into glowing red dust, ending the threat. The giant monster, with countless sharp fangs and protruding spikes, was growling, ready to devour everything in its path. From above, Azadin leaped down, his arrow piercing straight into the head of the giant ogre, making it shriek in pain. No one expected that the ogre itself would turn to attack the fanged monster, tearing off a large chunk of its body to everyone's horror. The ogre let out a sky-piercing roar of pain, fresh blood splattering as it suffered the fatal counterattack. Nevertheless, the crimson monster was no pushover. It used countless tentacles to constrict Goldu, leaving the ogre to only shriek miserably. Just as the monster was about to say something, an arrow tore through the air, embedding itself directly into its sharp fangs, cutting off its words. Azadin stood firm on the ground, looking down at the pile of crimson flesh and scattered blood, a sign that a part of the monster had been cleanly dealt with by him. But the monster still stood like a mountain of flesh, towering over the city wall, and Azadin once again drew his bow and aimed straight at it. The villagers and guards were utterly terrified, their eyes wide as they stared up at the giant monster threatening their survival. Azadin looked down coldly, the name echoing in his mind, Godkin Kurt, King of Fangs. However, the monster's body began to convulse violently, and purple cracks appeared, signaling an even more terrifying transformation about to occur. Dark energy erupted, engulfing the monster, and it began to regenerate its torn body with incredible speed. From deep within the massive mass of flesh, the goblin shaman emerged with a sinister expression, its staff glowing brightly in its hand. A blinding flash of light suddenly shot out, striking Azadin directly in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground in an instant. Azadin looked down at the wound on his chest in surprise, not expecting his opponent's attack to be so fast and powerful. The goblin shaman laughed maniacally, snarling its command. "Now, you servants of Yagus, hand over the Book of the God King to me. If you do, I will end you quickly, painlessly." Before it could finish speaking, Azadin lunged like an arrow, delivering a powerful kick to the goblin shaman's face, cutting short its threat. He stood upright, drawing his bow with imposing presence, his gaze firm and unwavering before the enemy. The goblin shaman's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe Azadin dared to attack. Azadin remained calm, wondering, what was that light just now? Is it guiding me to the Book of the God King? Immediately, countless giant tentacles from the crimson monster lunged forward, attempting to crush Azadin with terrifying force. Azadin frowned slightly, his mind still pondering, Why are they searching for copies of the Book of the God King? With lightning speed, Azadin dodged the fatal attacks, moving like a ghost amidst the monster's encirclement. A small goblin was utterly terrified, only able to shriek miserably as it witnessed the earth-shattering battle. The goblin shaman roared furiously. How insolent, seeing Azadin continue to resist fiercely. Azadin decisively drew his sword, unleashing a powerful slash that tore through the monster's flesh, making it roar in pain. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the heart of the monster, his gleaming sword ready to finish off the enemy. Azadin's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, conveying his iron will and unwavering determination. His feet glided swiftly across the ground, creating faint streaks of light, demonstrating incredible speed in battle. With a decisive sword swing, Azadin delivered the final blow, tearing apart the monster's massive body, ending the chaos with a fatal strike. Azadin, the Herald, appeared with sharp eyes hidden behind his mask, preparing for a merciless battle. With terrifying speed, Azadin unleashed fatal sword strikes, tearing apart the transformed goblin shaman's body, blood splattering everywhere. He smiled sarcastically as he looked down at the monster's shattered fangs, casually remarking, "These fangs are too big for your body." Sharp fragments of fangs shattered and fell scattered to the ground, evidence of Azadin's overwhelming power. Azadin stood upright, his cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield, continuing to taunt. "Fangs, with shallow roots are weak," the goblin shaman roared frantically, its body continuing to transform more grotesquely, declaring grandly, "Shut up! I am the king of fangs!" Azadin remained calm, contemptuously replying, "Number. You are merely a useless creation of the king of fangs." The monster frantically swung its arms to attack, but Azadin gracefully dodged, transforming, unpredictably, like a ghost. A disgusting purple liquid shot out from the monster's body, sticking to Azadin's sword blade, beginning to corrode it. Azadin frowned, looking at the corrosive poison on his sword, muttering, "Even steel will be corroded by this stench." The fanged monster roared furiously, unleashing a series of savage attacks, determined to crush Azadin. Azadin dodged, his face showing clear annoyance, wondering if he was working for free by fighting without receiving any gold coins. He stood still amidst the rain of arrows, his gaze highly focused, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment. From behind, arrows from the villagers flew in rapid succession, embedding themselves into the goblin shaman's massive body, making it roar in pain. The villager man, with a resolute expression, shouted a command. "Shoot! Right now! We must help the Herald tribe member at all costs." Another group of village guards hesitated, one person nervously saying, "But helping the Herald tribe is..." That guard continued to express fear. "If the king's church finds out about this, we will be accused of a grave crime." The villager man roared angrily, his eyes blazing. "The people of the king's church have abandoned us." He looked directly at his comrade, snarling, "Who are you to say you will punish us?" Another guard trembled as he drew his bowstring, his face pale with fear, stammering, I don't want to die here." The villager man tried to reassure his comrades, drawing his bow and saying, "We're just attacking the monster. We'll deal with the Herald tribe matter after we've defeated it." Hearing that, the group of guards seemed to awaken, simultaneously drawing their bows and shouting, "That's right, let's attack the monsters first." Immediately, a barrage of arrows soared into the air, forming a deadly rain that flew straight towards the monster. The arrows embedded deep into the goblin shaman's body, making it roar in pain, while another small goblin hid behind it in terror. Azadin smiled faintly, a feather falling, and he casually thought, "They should have given those arrows to me." He stretched, let out a sigh of relief, and then said, "All right then." Azadin bent down to pick up a broken fang fragment from the monster, his eyes flashing with determination as he declared, "I suppose I should start too." With an incredibly powerful kick, Azadin delivered a fatal blow to the monster, causing it to explode in a sea of blood and fragments. He smiled with satisfaction, looking at the devastated scene and exclaiming, "Excellent, that's enough." Azadin bent down to pick up a remaining fragment of the monster, his face calm as if no battle had ever taken place. Azadin was delivering a fatal blow to the giant goblin shaman, causing it to explode in a sea of blood and gruesome flesh fragments. The goblin shaman, now transformed into a hideous monster, roared furiously as its sharp fangs shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Azadin smiled mysteriously, his eyes full of sarcasm as he calmly stated that he was merely returning the fangs to the monster. The goblin shaman shrieked frantically, declaring it would become the king of fangs and a greater being, despite its horribly deforming body. Azadin remained calm, holding a giant fang that had just broken off the monster, as if it were merely a trivial toy. He launched the fang with terrifying speed, piercing through the monster's body, creating a fatal wound accompanied by a brilliant blue energy stream. Azadin revealed a smug smile, declaring himself the divine destroyer, ready to annihilate anything in his way. After the powerful attack, Azadin glided away gracefully, leaving behind the shattered flesh and blood of the dissolving monster. The goblin shaman monster was now just a pulpy mass of flesh, rolling on the ground, with scattered remnants of its fang. Finally, the monster collapsed completely, lying motionless with a distorted face full of pain and despair, utterly defeated. The goblin shaman's eyes dimmed, leaving only a tiny speck of light, like its last fading soul, signaling that death had arrived. The goblin shaman's massive body dissolved into a disgusting purplish-black mass of flesh. Azadin coldly declared, "It's done." Azadin knelt on one knee, placing his sword on the ground, his face calm and slightly weary after the fierce battle. He looked up, his eyes sharp as he heard someone call him a soulless heretic, a remark full of contempt. On the city wall, the villager man and the village guards were tensely looking down, their eyes full of suspicion and fear regarding Azadin. Azadin stood up, gently twirling his sword, his voice slightly sarcastic. How rude. They might accidentally shoot an arrow. The villager man questioned Azadin with a bewildered expression, asking what he was plotting and why he had destroyed those monsters. The village guards began to murmur, asserting that Azadin was the one who had brought the monsters here, their eyes full of resentment and accusation. Another village guard drew his bow, shouting furiously that the sudden appearance of the monsters was too unusual, and there must be something hidden behind it. Azadin stood there, silently listening to the accusations, the villagers' eyes fixed on him, believing that everything was the fault of this fearsome heretic. Azadin maintained a calm expression, not saying a word, only silently facing the hatred and suspicion from the villagers. The villagers continuously screamed, asserting that the unusual appearance of monsters was caused by that frightening bastard and soulless heretic. Azadin turned his back to the villagers, a faint blue light surrounding him, creating a mysterious and powerful image in the night. He sighed, his tone slightly weary but still calm, admitting that he also didn't know why the monsters appeared. Azadin turned back to face the villagers, declaring that he was merely carrying out a mission according to the Emperor's gold coin, an explanation full of hidden meaning. He revealed shocking information. Someone had used the gold coin to make a wish for the villagers, causing them to exclaim in astonishment, "What?" The village man turned pale, realizing in horror that it meant someone had made a wish with the demon of the gold coin. The villagers began to whisper, wondering in confusion who among them had done it. A wish with the Herald family in their time of difficulty. Another village guard frantically asked if one of them had indeed caused this, as suspicion spread everywhere. Azadin flatly refused to reveal the identity of the one who made the wish, stating that he had no obligation or authority to do so. The village man trembled, looking at Azadin anxiously, while Azadin coldly questioned, "May I pass now?" Azadin stood tall on the bloody battlefield, surrounded by broken arrows, challenging them. "Or do you wish to fight me for the royal church?" The enraged villager reiterated that they had been plundered and abandoned by the noble's bastard, his tone full of discontent. The villager growled, raising his bow to warn Azadin not to insult their beliefs, his expression resolute. Azadin lay slumped among the scattered bodies of the guards, sarcastically admitting they were loyal citizens, his tone full of irony. The villager crawled in despair amidst the devastated battlefield, wondering if it was truly all over. Tears, mixed with blood, streamed down his face, showing extreme pain and regret after the defeat. Azadin turned his back, calmly remarking that the villager was still alive, despite the other man's horrified gasp. Azadin smiled mysteriously, holding a purple stone in his hand, gently advising, "Be kind." The villager burst into sobs, his face streaked with blood and tears, upon hearing Azadin say that he had been granted a second chance. Azadin shot away like lightning, leaving a dazzling streak of light across the night sky. He glided over the heads of those who had just been defeated, leaving them in horror and shock. The villager frantically shouted, ordering them to stop the attack, but it was too late to stop Azadin. Azadin landed softly, without a sound, as if he had never flown away. He casually pulled a bundle of arrows from his quiver, as if it were something he had forgotten. Azadin turned back to look at them, a smile hidden behind his mask, and sarcastically asked, "I'm just taking a few arrows, is that all right?" The villager bowed his head, his voice trembling with shame and gratitude. "Thank you." Azadin once again shot away like an arrow, secretly thinking the villager was foolish for saying those words. Under the bright full moon, Azadin glided over the treetops, leaving the village behind. He gently touched down, continuing his journey through the silent night. Azadin continued to fly, so fast that he was just a blur in the darkness. The owl flew after him, questioning Azadin about how gently he had lied about the gold coin. Azadin calmly explained that otherwise, the villagers would have to live in fear for having been involved with him. The owl continued to wonder, asking Azadin if he resented them for treating him that way, even though he had saved them from the monsters. Azadin calmly replied that humans are inherently weak, but they had been kind to him when he pretended to be blind, so they deserved praise. He sighed wearily, complaining about having to put on an act and fight for free. Truly, a headache. Suddenly, Azadin realized something and let out a soft, "Oh," his face full of surprise. He was astonished to see a group of village guards riding mounts and realized they were children. Ishmael and Midiam brightly welcomed Azadin, happy to see that he had arrived. Azadin asked in surprise, not understanding what Kurtkin was and why they thought he had defeated it. Ishmael and Midiam looked at each other in astonishment, unable to believe Azadin said he wasn't strong at all. Ishmael could only remain silent, his eyes thoughtfully pondering Azadin's puzzling words. The owl flew over to question Azadin for wasting his efforts without receiving any gold. But he calmly replied that Midiam once said helping others was a beautiful thing. Azadin looked up at the night sky, casually declaring that life would be uninteresting without aesthetics. Midiam smirked mischievously, teasing that Ishmael was never an interesting person, causing him to awkwardly call her name. Azadin turned to his two companions, wondering if the evacuating villagers had let them pass so easily. Ishmael and Midiam recounted with smiles that the villagers initially tried to stop them, but after hearing them promise to defeat the weaker monsters, they let them go, even kindly offering torches, making Ishmael secretly think they were naive not to know their true identities. Midiam confidently boasted that it was thanks to her exquisite beauty, causing Ishmael standing beside her to only sigh in exasperation. Azadin sarcastically retorted, implying she was still a child, which made Midiam furiously shout that she was 13 and that the Queen of the North had even married at that age. Azadin, now having removed his cloak, revealing his powerful warrior attire, unexpectedly held out a staff and asked Midiam if she recognized. Ishmael and Midiam looked at the staff in surprise, and Azadin explained that it belonged to the Kurt tribe. Midiam took the staff, her face showing clear worry as she said she would need to concentrate intensely, but currently lacked sufficient stamina. Suddenly, Midiam's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had just realized something. Midiam smirked, asking Azadin if he had acknowledged her as his subordinate, which left Ishmael standing nearby confused, while Azadin replied, "Don't you think you could ask a small favor from your kin?" Midiam set a condition that Azadin must return a favor, and he reluctantly agreed that she could test it tomorrow. A dazzling burst of light erupted, accompanied by strong winds that swept everything away, signaling an unexpected event. Midiam looked up, astonished to see Azadin already in the treetops, and she hastily asked where he was going. Azadin, now having put his cloak back on, turned to look at Midiam and ordered her to follow him because he needed to be quick. Midiam was surprised and confused, and she quickly asked why they had to rush so much. Under the bright full moon, a large group of villagers was hastily evacuating. They carried torches, pulled horse, drawn carts, and everyone's face clearly showed fatigue and worry. A middle-aged woman holding a lantern turned her head to look in the direction where Azadin stood hidden in the shadows. The middle-aged woman was startled to see Azadin, and she asked him when he had arrived. The woman told Azadin that the children were looking for him, her face full of worry. Azadin bowed his head, saying with a hint of annoyance that he had gotten a little lost, but the clever children would soon catch up. And more importantly, Azadin looked at the woman, saying that he had heard shouts of victory from the village, which made her ask again in surprise. Azadin smiled mysteriously, saying that he had good hearing and thought they could now safely return to the village. Azadin asked the woman if they could use lantern signals to communicate with those in the village, which made her hesitate. Suddenly, an elderly man pointed into the distance, his face showing extreme astonishment, causing the other villagers to also turn and look. From afar, the lanterns at the village gate shone brightly, signaling a resounding victory, causing the villagers to cheer joyfully and believe that the patrol team had succeeded. The entire group of villagers erupted in joy. They cheered, embraced each other, delighted that the village was safe. The middle-aged woman, with a worried expression, suggested sending a small group to check the situation first. The crowd of villagers, led by Midiam and Ishmael, unanimously agreed, their eyes full of unease in the night. Midiam and Ishmael looked forward in astonishment to where Azadin had just vanished in the blink of an eye, like a gust of wind. Azadin reappeared in his warrior attire, staff in hand, lamenting that he was too lazy and just wanted to lie down and sleep immediately. Suddenly, a mysterious column of smoke rose in the distance, attracting Azadin's attention. Without hesitation, Azadin shot away like an arrow, his terrifying speed tearing through the night, heading straight for the column of smoke. In a desolate forest, a group of Tarkiev's soldiers was camping, their campfire flickering, illuminating the simple tent. Two soldiers discussed the drought and how Margrave Kazel was only focused on finding the Book of the Divine King instead of protecting the people. Another soldier, with a sinister smile, declared that they just needed to complete one big job and then disappear, and if they were hired long-term, all the better. From above, Azadin and the owl lurked. He realized this was where the runaway bastard was camping. Azadin hid in the shadows, meticulously observing the military camp below, his eyes sharp and calculating. In a wooden chest, ancient scrolls and candles were carefully stored, seemingly important spoils of war. Azadin turned to Owl, lamenting that he had run out of money. Owl, with sharp yellow eyes, questioned Azadin, asking why he was complaining when he had already hit the jackpot. Azadin affirmed that he truly needed money, as traveling everywhere was much more expensive than he had imagined. The next day, at the military camp, Tarkiev appeared with an extremely angry expression, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the area. He roared, unable to believe that the spoils of war had been stolen, stating this was not what he wanted when he hired them. Tarkiev confronted the soldiers, who fearfully explained that they had been ambushed too suddenly, with no time to react. Tarkiev angrily blamed the long-haired man sitting nearby, demanding that he take responsibility. The long-haired man, with a hardened and scarred face, calmly admitted his mistake. Tarkiev declared he would cut the two soldiers' salaries, and they could only bow their heads in acceptance, not daring to resist. The long-haired man revealed that one of his own items had also disappeared, asserting that this was not the work of a petty thief. Tarkiev asked what he had lost, but the long-haired man merely shook his head, refusing to reveal it. The long-haired man remained silent, leading Tarkiev to assume it was nothing important, and thus not bother with it. Suddenly, the long-haired man placed a hand on Tarkiev's shoulder, coldly ordering him to conscript the neighboring village, using his authority. Tarkiev objected in surprise, as that village was a public transit hub managed by a noble, making conscription very difficult. Tarkiev angrily asked why he had to follow the long-haired man's orders, his tone full of dissatisfaction. The long-haired man gave a mysterious smile, his eyes flashing with unpredictable cruelty. He coldly plunged a dagger straight into Tarkiev's chest, a fatal blow that sent blood splattering. Tarkiev clutched his wound, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at the betrayer, fresh blood staining the entire frame, signaling a tragic end. Tarkiev clutched his bleeding wound, his face contorted with pain and rage, unable to believe he had been stabbed in the back. Tarkiev's soldiers cried out their captain's name in horror, while the long-haired man stood opposite them, his eyes sharp and his smile sinister. The long-haired man smirked meaningfully, his eyes flashing with a chilling green light, confidently declaring, "Don't worry." Dark power from the witch's dagger erupted, engulfing Tarkiev in a terrifying purple energy, causing him to writhe in agony. From Tarkiev's wound, a giant purple spider with glowing red eyes crawled out. Exuding an eerie, chilling aura, the monstrous spider quickly crawled back into Tarkiev's body, leaving an ultimate sense of dread within him. Tarkiev was utterly horrified, unable to believe his eyes as the spider crawled into his body, making him scream. The long-haired man gave a mysterious smile, asking Tarkiev if he was all right, his tone full of sarcasm and contempt. Tarkiev screamed in pain and rage, demanding to know what the long-haired man had done to him. The long-haired man remained silent, his eyes sharp and his smirk full of disdain, not bothering to answer. Tarkiev was utterly terrified, his eyes wide, cold sweat pouring as he realized the horrific truth unfolding within his body. Tarkiev collapsed to the ground in extreme pain, while the long-haired man calmly said, "Relax, Tarkiev." The long-haired man leaned close to Tarkiev, whispering that the spider had only stung a little, but his eyes were full of cruelty. He continued to threaten Tarkiev, explaining that if he didn't obey, the spider would lay eggs inside him, and when they hatched, it would be a sight to behold. Tarkiev screamed in despair, asking the long-haired man what he ultimately wanted from him in this situation. Tarkiev's soldiers stood behind him, their faces filled with fear and helplessness at the horrifying scene unfolding before their eyes. Tarkiev tried to crawl up, but his body trembled, his eyes filled with extreme fear and despair. The long-haired man bent down, his chilling green eyes full of cruelty, ordering Tarkiev to raid the public station and capture the one who stole his item. Tarkiev completely collapsed, his eyes wide and lifeless, his face pale with ultimate fear, knowing he had fallen into hell. The scene shifted to a peaceful trail amidst lush green hills, with a clear blue sky and fluffy white cloud. Under a dry tree, Miriam and Ishmael were sound asleep beside their pure white mount, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The small owl perched on a branch, calling out to Miriam, reminding her that it was 10:04 a.m. and time to wake up. Miriam let out a long yawn, lazily stretching as she woke up, while Ishmael was still drowsy, not yet out of his sleepiness. Both sat leaning against the mount, Miriam rubbing her eyes and looking around, her face still sleepy and dazed. Miriam suddenly became fully alert, looking at Azadin in surprise, asking his name with a puzzled expression upon seeing him appear. Azadin stood there, wearing his familiar mask, but this time he held two mysterious staffs, which made Miriam wonder. Ishmael explained that he had found an identical staff when robbing the mercenaries yesterday, which was why Azadin had an additional one. Miriam handed the staff to Azadin, saying that this was the staff the goblin shaman had used and wanted him to examine it. Azadin took the staff, affirming that he could do it, while Miriam warned that it might be cursed. Azadin concentrated his energy, his eyes flashing with a mystical blue light as he began to examine the magic staff, preparing to uncover the mystery behind it. Miriam stood next to Azadin, curiously asking if he saw anything unusual about the magic staff. Azadin closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the mysterious energy flow from the staff, and he saw a mental image with two colors, green and black. He explained that if it were the Fang King's staff, it would emit red mana, making him wonder if this item belonged to a different. Still, with his eyes closed, Azadin affirmed that the staff's function was gradually becoming clear. Opening his eyes, Azadin revealed that this staff had the ability to search for a specific target. Nothing more, nothing less. He added that it was created to guide something, but was quite fragile, easily destroyed. Nevertheless, Azadin had to admit that the person who created this staff was a true master, for it was hastily crafted, yet its performance far surpassed ordinary magical tool. Azadin concluded that the staff was an item for tracking a copy of the Divine King's book, and this meant he would have to face even more trackers in the future. He decided that first, they needed to find those who had lost this important item. In a makeshift military camp, many tents were set up, and the soldiers were standing guard vigilantly. Azadin sat on a high branch, observing the entire military camp below, and muttering that everything was truly troublesome. He realized that the atmosphere in the military camp had completely changed, becoming more tense and serious after just one night. A soldier was being helped by his comrades to put on his armor, indicating that they were preparing for a real battle, not a typical raid. Azadin speculated that their purpose was certainly to collect a copy of the Divine King's book, while the image of the goblin shaman appeared in his mind. He looked down thoughtfully, realizing the situation was much more tense than he had anticipated. Azadin told himself he had expected them to do something after losing the staff, but he didn't expect them to resort to such blatant and large-scale force. Azadin jumped down from the tree, asking Midiam and Ishmael if they saw anything unusual in the military camp. Midiam turned around, worriedly saying that they were planning to attack the next village. She asked in astonishment, "A public station and a village?" And Ishmael explained that the village was much larger than a normal village. Midiam couldn't believe they would act so recklessly, wondering if there was a reason for them to be this desperate. Azadin pondered for a moment, then replied, "Perhaps." The group of Azadin, Midiam, Ishmael, and their mount began their journey walking through the forest, heading towards the village. Azadin had now changed his attire, donning a simple brown cloak, with a small owl on his shoulder, and he was holding a plain wooden staff. From a distance, a magnificent castle loomed under the clear blue sky, indicating that their destination was an important place. Dusk fell, painting the sky red above the large city gate, where many people were bustling back and forth. Inside the city gate, guards were checking people entering and exiting, creating a sense of strict security. Azadin, disguised as a blind pilgrim, handed a piece of paper to a guard, and the guard, after reading it, said, "A blind person? I understand. Be careful." Azadin politely thanked him, and after passing through the gate, Midiam exclaimed in surprise, "They really let blind pilgrims in for free." Azadin smiled mischievously, admitting, "Even though we are deceiving them." The group entered the bustling village under the brilliant sunset, with colorful banners decorating the streets, creating a lively scene. Azadin, with a mysterious gaze, slightly curved his lips when the Peddlers Association was mentioned, as if contemplating something profound. The group of Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael, along with their majestic mounts, entered a bustling town where the brilliant sunset painted the rooftops golden and banners fluttered. Suddenly, a past scene appeared. Young Pito, with an arrogant expression, stood between two friends and mocked a young black-haired girl from behind. He uttered harsh words, calling the girl the child of a traitor and warning her not to be too complacent, while his thoughts revealed the greatest genius of the clan, who became a herald at 3 years old. Young Pito knelt, his face filled with pain and fear, as the memory of having to learn the truth through a broken ankle flooded back. He remained kneeling, his eyes frantically looking towards the girl, as the recollection confirmed that Arael was more than just a strong individual. Arael, with her flowing dark purple hair and sharp eyes, appeared powerfully in the memory, exuding an extraordinary aura. Young Pito was stunned to realize that Arael was not just a strong person, but a much more terrifying force. Pito's eyes suddenly snapped open, as if he had just escaped a nightmare or a terrifying memory. Pito, now an adult, sat relaxed in his chair, but his expression still lingered with the discomfort from the recent memory. He suddenly flinched, rubbed his head, and wondered about the noise outside, as if he had just been woken from an unpleasant dream. Outside, the market was bustling with peddlers and villagers. At the market, moving about, creating a lively and noisy scene. A large flag with a majestic deer emblem fluttered atop the tower, symbolizing the powerful Khorassar Peddlers Association. Azadin, standing amidst the crowd, observed his surroundings while the narration revealed that this association was initially just a small group of merchants, but had now grown into a powerful organization in Khorassar. His thoughts continued to reveal a chilling truth. This association was actually one of the underground organizations run by the Herald Clan, also known as the Aragasa people. Azadin stood among the peddlers, all of whom were Aragasa people, his eyes holding an understanding of the true nature of this association. Midiam and Ishmael happily chatted about finally getting to bathe, while Azadin, with an indifferent expression, only hoped to keep a low profile today. Azadin's group ventured deeper into the village, attracting the curious glances of the surrounding villagers at the market. Suddenly, Pito, along with Kozarak and Troublemaker 3, appeared with disdainful expressions and questioned Azadin, calling him Azadin of the 108 spirits, and asking if 3 months of impersonating a herald was going well. Azadin remained silent, his sharp eyes looking directly at Pito, unfazed by the provocative words. Pito continued to mock, sarcastically remarking that Azadin already had servants after only 3 months. Truly a talent. Azadin flatly denied it, declaring that Midiam and Ishmael were not his servants, then coldly ordered Peto to help change the horseshoes for the mounts and wash the clothes. Peto, along with Kosarak and Troublemaker 3, looked annoyed but reluctantly agreed to help, and Peddler 1 even asked Azadin if he wanted to exchange it for money or Blue River arrows. The 3 men laughed mockingly, continuing to taunt Azadin, reminding him that he became a herald through Elder Kazas's recommendation despite not having gone through official procedures, and calling him a bedwetter who was incompetent in basic training. Pito held an exquisite piece of jewelry, and along with Kosarak and Troublemaker 3, whispered that Azadin must have stolen these expensive items along the way. Midiam whispered to Ishmael, remarking that Azadin's situation was quite bad even though she had vaguely guessed it, but helping a herald was their duty nonetheless. Peddler 1 handed Azadin a new set of clothes, which he snatched with an emotionless expression. Azadin held the light pink dress with delicate ruffles, looking at it with a puzzled and somewhat helpless gaze. Azadin growled, demanding that the 3 men stop their childish games. Warning that he didn't want to have to beat them black and blue, the 3 men reacted angrily, cursing Azadin and declaring that he would never have become one of the 108 spirits, if not for luck. Peto and Kosarak were questioning Azadin, with Peto provoking, "If you're so annoyed, why not settle it with a fight?" Peto continued to sneer, asking if Azadin was afraid of the risks of a fight, while Azadin maintained a calm expression. Midiam, with a mischievous expression, scoffed in response. "You people are really good at blabbering, aren't you?" Azadin frowned, his eyes sharp, secretly thinking that the words risks of a fight were not something people like them should utter. Peto scoffed, claiming Midiam was just a young lady who knew nothing, and Azadin was so weak he couldn't even take 1 punch. Suddenly, a surge of fiery red energy shot from Midiam's hand straight to the ground, creating a small explosion that startled Peto and Troublemaker 3. Peto was horrified as Midiam lunged like the wind, delivering a vicious kick to his face. Midiam swiftly pressed a cold, sharp dagger to Peto's throat, growling, "Young lady, do you not understand the situation you're in?" She continued with a cold gaze, declaring that she belonged to the noble Ether lineage, and a servant like him had no right to utter taunts. Midiam tightened her grip on the dagger, questioning Peto and his companions. "Don't like Herald Azadin? Then step forward. Don't just talk. Prove it with action." Peto and Kosarak turned pale, stammering denials as Midiam sharply asked if they were disrespecting the heralds and neglecting their duties. Decisive footsteps echoed, signaling an unexpected arrival. Azadin and Ishmael looked in surprise towards the footsteps as a platinum blonde man approached. Midiam still maintained an angry expression, but her eyes paused slightly as she sensed the new presence. The platinum blonde man, Derek, smiled kindly, trying to diffuse the situation. "Come on. Things seem a bit tense here." He turned to Azadin, giving a meaningful smile. "Long time no see, Azadin." Azadin nodded slightly, replying briefly, his gaze remaining calm. Derek then turned to Midiam, politely asking her name, and the proud girl replied, "Midiam of Aether." Derek of Savan, with a gentle smile, bowed his head to apologize on behalf of his comrades, and asked Midiam to stop, not wanting to see bloodshed. Midiam let out a soft humph, showing her displeasure but also lowering her dagger. She withdrew her dagger, taking a step back, allowing Peto, who was sprawled on the ground, to breathe a sigh of relief. Peto scrambled to his feet, complaining that he was bleeding, but Kosarak coldly told him to spit on it. Derek turned to Peto and Kosarak, ordering them to be dedicated to the association's duties, and both obeyed. He turned to Azadin, inviting him to bathe and have dinner together. But Azadin seemed hesitant. Azadin finally accepted Derek's invitation, and as night fell, the tents appeared under the starry sky. Azadin, shirtless, dried himself after bathing, feeling refreshed after a long time without a soak. Ishmael, bathing in the wooden tub, turned to ask Azadin why he had stood still and endured the taunts earlier, even though Arael, who shared his bloodline, was revered. Ishmael continued, saying that those who dared to challenge or insult Arael paid a heavy price. Azadin put on his cloak, calmly replying that Arael had her own way of doing things. Ishmael looked at Azadin, remarking that he was truly a strange person. Ishmael hastily advised Azadin to quickly persuade Midiam so the group could continue their journey. Ishmael turned his back, giving a meaningful smile, warning Azadin that if he didn't hurry, he too would become strange like him. As night fell, the illuminated tents nestled under the starry sky, signaling a long night ahead. A luxurious dinner table was set, with flickering candles and tempting dishes awaiting the diner. Azadin sat at the table, eating, when he suddenly looked up, his face full of confusion. Derek cleared his throat, then unexpectedly asked Azadin for news of Arael, causing him to reply in surprise that he hadn't heard anything. Derek irritably questioned Azadin why he wasn't worried about his sister, but Azadin calmly replied that with Arael's abilities, she was not worth worrying about. Azadin leisurely took a sip of water, then continued to recount Derek's unbelievable actions when he arrived and even attacked members of the association. Azadin's hand gently rested on a basket of ripe red apples, creating a quiet, meaningful moment. Derek suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and growled, demanding Azadin report his work results immediately. Azadin frowned, annoyed, replying that he was still working properly and had even collected gold coins. Derek growled, cutting him off, questioning why Azadin hadn't attacked other merchant associations. But Azadin just scoffed, telling him to look at this. Azadin presented a mysterious staff, asking Derek if he knew what it was, and Derek immediately recognized it as the tool Bishop Kurt Godkin used to search for copies of the Book of the Godkin. Azadin was surprised that Derek knew so well, but Derek immediately retorted that perhaps only Azadin didn't know because he never reported to the regional leader. Derek gave a meaningful smile, holding the staff in his hand, and said that while this was a good contribution, it would be even better if Azadin brought back a copy of the Book of the God King. Azadin calmly spread his hand, declaring with full confidence, "I already did." Derek's jaw dropped in astonishment, while Azadin casually placed a fresh red apple on the table. Azadin held the apple in his hand, giving a mysterious, profound smile, saying that perhaps all other heralds had returned empty-handed. Quick as a flash, Derek's hand snatched Azadin's wrist, tearing the apple from his hand. Derek growled, his eyes flashing with fire, demanding that Azadin hand over the copy immediately. Azadin just smiled, faintly, his expression still calm, as if nothing had happened. Amidst the bustling night market, Azadin and his companions had disappeared, leaving only the villagers busy with their work. Miriam and Ishmael were busy packing their luggage next to their mounts, Miriam's face clearly showing annoyance, while Ishmael's was full of worry. Suddenly, Miriam and Ishmael simultaneously looked up, exclaiming Azadin's name in surprise and worry, as if something bad had just happened. Derek panted, his hands on the table, his eyes full of anger staring directly at Azadin. Azadin remained calmly seated, holding an apple, his face completely unconcerned by Derek's anger. Derek growled, questioning Azadin if he didn't trust them, and simultaneously declared that they could protect the copy of the Book of the Divine King much better than a weak person like Azadin. Azadin tilted his head slightly, thoughtfully asking Derek in return if he thought things would be more difficult for him. Derek revealed a shocking truth. One of Margrave Kazel's illegitimate children and his group of mercenaries were approaching, and among them were also heretics following Kurt. Derek scoffed loudly, confidently asking Azadin if he thought they would lose to that group, and boldly declared that even though he had once lost to Arael, he was still a formidable former herald. Azadin thoughtfully bit into the apple, explaining that there would be rumors if a group of merchants fought too well, hinting at the complexity of the issue. Derek stood up abruptly, growling that the most important thing right now was to protect the copy of the Book of the Divine King, and not other trivial matters. Derek bluntly criticized Azadin for being much weaker than Arael, which made Azadin suddenly recall the past when they were children. In his memory, young Azadin was completely overwhelmed by Arael, kneeling before her sharp, cold sword. The majestic image of Arael appeared in Azadin's mind, the strongest warrior with countless followers, making him realize that even though he was stronger than before, she was far beyond that. Arael's sharp, cold gaze in his memory made Azadin shiver even more, wondering what level her power had reached after so many years apart. Azadin decisively declared that he would personally hand over the copy to the regional manager, making Derek agree that it was the best option. Derek angrily snatched the apple from Azadin's hand, grumbling a reminder about rank, just as a soldier rushed in with an urgent report. Derek spun around, his eyes full of worry as the soldier stammered a report about the East Gate. Rewinding time, at the East Gate of an outpost town, guards stood watch under the setting sun. A gate guard, with a vigilant, suspicious expression, looked ahead. Tarkiev and his retinue rode forward. He squinted, asking if these people were armed. The group of gate guards raised their hands, signaling Tarkiev's party to stop and wait until tomorrow due to their large numbers. Tarkiev flashed a cunning smile, striking up a conversation with the guard, calling him by name intimately. He offered a bag of bribe money, thanking the guard for his diligence. The guard's eyes clearly showed hesitation. He realized Tarkiev was putting him in a difficult position, as he was also a knight. Tarkiev continued to smile, emphasizing that they were in the same boat and would share responsibility if anything happened, which made the guard reluctantly comply. Suddenly, a sharp, cold sword pierced straight through the helmet, stabbing through the poor guard's eye. The long-haired man coldly pulled out his sword, fresh blood splattering, ending the guard's life in an instant. Tarkiev bent down to look at the fallen guard, his expression slightly annoyed as he hadn't wanted this person to die. The long-haired man indifferently replied to Tarkiev, stating that a raid wouldn't be fun without a bit of bloody spice like this. He looked at Tarkiev, saying that he was making things difficult for himself since this town had 3 gates. The long-haired man confidently waved his hand, asserting that it was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, gruesome holes appeared from his palm, and a swarm of pitch-black spiders began to crawl out. He held a small, glowing object, from which countless venomous spiders poured out, forming a terrifying wave. The remaining guards recoiled in horror, one of them screaming as he realized it was a swarm of deadly venomous spiders. Another guard clutched his face, writhing, his body covered and continuously bitten by the swarm of venomous spiders. The scene became chaotic as many guards fell in despair, screams for help and cries of pain echoing everywhere. Tarkiev stood coldly watching the horrific scene, while the long-haired man stood beside him, his face expressionless. The long-haired man turned to Tarkiev, his eyes sharp as if to say, "Now, young master, shall we begin?" Tarkiev looked at the man opposite him in horror, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The long-haired man flashed a sinister smile, smugly declaring the terrifying power surging within him. Tarkiev trembled as he realized the horrifying truth. The man was a notorious curt heretic. The heretic sneered, his eyes full of contempt, replying that Tarkiev had taken too long to realize the obvious. Tarkiev, in despair, humbled himself and offered cooperation, promising to help the heretic seize the Book of the Divine King in exchange for his own revenge. The heretic maintained his enigmatic smile, seemingly considering Tarkiev's offer. He subtly curled his lips, a cruel smile clearly visible, signaling something ominous. Suddenly, a sharp object appeared from nowhere, embedding itself directly into Tarkiev's chest, causing him extreme pain. Tarkiev collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain as the heretic coldly declared, "Now you have no other choice." Meanwhile, in another village, 3 villagers anxiously watched 2 unfamiliar guards blocking the gate. The long-haired heretic flashed a gruesome smile, coldly declaring that from now on, no one would be allowed to leave this village. Outside, his soldiers aggressively pursued a villager trying to escape, roaring, "Catch that rat!" Dusk fell, enveloping the village with its ancient walls and simple roofs, creating an unusually gloomy scene. A villager wearing a backpack, having just stepped out of his house, looked around in bewilderment. He saw a group of villagers gathered, their faces full of confusion, and wondered what was happening. Another villager indignantly recounted that the strangers were preventing them from leaving the village, making the atmosphere even more tense. A young man angrily questioned, demanding to know why they weren't allowed to leave, his eyes full of rage. One of the heretic's soldiers appeared, growling an arrogant reply. "Because we say so." The young man looked up, his eyes resolute, protesting that they had no right to stop them. The villager with the backpack decided to rush out himself, declaring that these guards were just lowly mercenaries. Before he could finish speaking, a gigantic hand clamped tightly onto his face, making him gasp for breath, unable to speak. The heretic soldier lifted the villager, coldly reiterating that no one was allowed to leave. Other villagers panicked and tried to flee, but were relentlessly pursued by the heretic soldiers. The soldier still held the villager's face tightly. His eyes began to glow eerily green, while he and his comrades whispered, "Something strange. Yes, very strange." Another of the heretic soldiers, with bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth, drooling with hunger, muttered, "I'm hungry." The villager was horrified to see small black spiders beginning to crawl all over his face, his eyes full of despair. The heretic soldier growled, his teeth transforming into sharp fangs, his eyes glowing green as he lunged to bite and tear at the villager's neck, transforming into a disgusting monster. Tears and sweat streamed down the villager's face as the venomous spiders continued to bite and tear, and he felt death approaching. A sharp streak of darkness pierced through the villager's head, causing him to collapse without a sound. Blood splattered. The villager's head was savagely torn apart, while 2 of the heretic soldiers, transformed into disgusting monsters, stood there with bloodthirsty eyes. The villager was horrified as a disgusting hand, covered in venomous spiders, clamped tightly onto his face, signaling the beginning of a nightmare. In just a blink, the victim's face was completely disfigured, sharp teeth exposed along with a long, purplish tongue, transforming him into a hideous monster. Azadin appeared like a flash of lightning, his sharp spear piercing straight through the head of the newly transformed creature, ending it instantly. The monster's body collapsed to the ground, fresh blood staining the earth red, while Azadin coldly withdrew his weapon. Azadin stood tall over the monster's corpse, his spear still stained with blood, his gaze resolute as he looked into the distance, as if this was just the beginning of a fierce battle. A close-up of the spear showed hundreds of tiny, green-eyed spiders swarming over the bloodstains, creating a chilling sight. Azadin, with a terrifyingly calm expression, explained that these spiders were the minions of Spider Queen Arthra, revealing a much greater threat. Behind Azadin, other villagers panicked and fled, desperate screams echoing everywhere as they tried to escape the night. Azadin still stood there, a majestic figure amidst the ruins, like a guardian deity, on a brutal battlefield. Midian and Ishmael called Azadin's name in astonishment, unable to believe his incredible strength and composure. Midian trembled as she asked Azadin if he had destroyed the monster, but Azadin coldly replied, "No, this is just the beginning." Azadin turned his back, ordering Midian and Ishmael to go into the tent to get food and water, which surprised them, making them ask, "Right now?" Azadin growled, his face full of sternness, emphasizing that many people were starving and they could not delay any longer. Midian flinched, her blue eyes wide with horror, as she realized something was wrong behind Azadin. The girl shouted a warning, "Azadin, behind you!" as a terrifying dark shadow loomed closer. Azadin turned his head, softly uttering, full of doubt, facing a new monster, which was the villager he had just stabbed through the head. The monster lunged to attack Azadin with a powerful punch, but he skillfully dodged, showing astonishing agility. Azadin crouched, his eyes sharp, ready for a counterattack. But he seemed to be contemplating something. Two hideous monsters, with distorted faces and glowing green eyes, growled, demanding meat, hungry, creating a terrifying scene. One of the monsters extended a long, slimy tongue, its eyes crazed with a craving for raw meat, making the atmosphere chilling. Azadin observed carefully, realizing that even though it had been stabbed to death, the monster could still move, and speculated that spiders were controlling its nervous system. He stepped back, the two monsters still aggressively charging, but Azadin had a new idea to deal with them. Azadin crouched, pondering how to destroy them. So what would happen if I sent an electric shock through its entire body? One of the monsters charged. Azadin swung his spear, creating a stream of green energy, but it seemed to be just a probing attack. Azadin turned, his eyes flashing with determination, telling himself, "Let's try it out." He unleashed a powerful attack, his entire body emitting a brilliant blue electric current, striking the monster directly. The monster was severely electrocuted, its body convulsing violently, and the poisonous spiders on it began to explode and fall off. Pieces of flesh and poisonous spiders flew off the monster's body, showing that Azadin's electric attack had a terrifying effect. Azadin unleashed another fatal piercing blow with his spear, this time aiming directly at the electrocuted monster's head. Azadin's final strike completely pierced the monster's head, ending its hideous existence once and for all. Azadin delivered a fatal blow to the leg of the giant spider monster, causing it to collapse in a terrifying cloud of dust. The two transformed villagers now looked hideous with spider limbs growing from their bodies, their eyes crazed with hatred. Azadin smiled mysteriously, exclaiming with amusement, "It has evolved." Ha! Meanwhile, Azadin swung his flaming spear, ready for a new attack, facing the screams of his enemies. The spear in Azadin's hand blazed fiercely, promising destructive power. He unleashed a powerful swirling flame, incinerating the charging transformed creature. Engulfed by the flames, the two monsters screamed in extreme pain. "It's so hot." Another villager, with a determined face, also rushed forward with a torch, ready to join the fight. Azadin and the other villagers formed a circle of fire, trapping the monsters in the middle. The monsters were still struggling in the sea of fire, their pathetic groans echoing. Azadin looked at the scene with satisfaction, instructing his comrades to keep the fire from spreading to the merchant tents, then muttered to himself, "Not bad at all." Two villagers cheered excitedly when they saw the fire working, shouting, "Burn those bastards!" Despite being incinerated, the transformed creatures still struggled, desperately realizing that the flames were destroying them. Azadin coldly raised his flaming spear, telling them, "You'd better stand still." He unleashed an extremely powerful fire attack, piercing through one monster's body, decisively ending it. The monster's distorted face burned fiercely, its glowing green eyes filled with horror. Azadin stood tall amidst the sea of fire, his demeanor majestic like a god of war, surrounded by the remnants of the monster. Azadin sighed in relief, then ordered, "It's burning. Burn the rest of them." Midian and Ishmael quickly returned, reporting to Azadin that they had collected all the food and water they could find. Ishmael hesitantly asked Azadin if they should bring the goats back. Midian playfully nudged Ishmael, proudly boasting that they had just been very useful. She continued to chatter endlessly, trying to convince Azadin to accept them as official teammates. Just then, Owl unexpectedly landed on Azadin's shoulder, asking, "Azadin, is there a new covenant holder?" Azadin hesitated to answer Owl, but the owl immediately pressed, "Where are they?" Azadin frowned slightly, delivering the bad news. To the west, they just stopped breathing. He uttered an exasperated curse. Azadin immediately ordered Midian and Ishmael to prepare the fire, while he quickly headed towards the west gate. Azadin leaped lightly over the rooftops, rushing away like the wind, leaving Midian behind watching him. Midian pouted, complaining that Azadin only knew how to order them around, and Ishmael agreed. Azadin suddenly switched to using blue energy to cover his spear, unleashing a powerful attack on another monster. A monster shrieked in horror as the green spider controlling it was revealed, and Azadin did not hesitate to deliver the finishing blow. Azadin gazed thoughtfully at the monsters, silently thinking they were truly persistent, refusing to die despite repeated attacks. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Azadin and his comrades continued to fight valiantly, constantly unleashing powerful attacks on the spider monster. But the spider monsters kept transforming, and their numbers rapidly increased, making Azadin shudder at their hideousness. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing that if things continued like this, even reaching the Covenant Holder would be impossible. In a decisive moment, Azadin unleashed a spear glowing with brilliant blue electricity, tearing through the air and hurtling straight towards the enemy. The terrifying power from the electric spear erupted, creating a deep blue lightning storm that swept away the spider monsters in the blink of an eye. Miriam and Ishmael stood from afar, astonished to see Azadin overpower the monsters with electrical energy. Miriam cheered joyfully, asserting that she had guessed correctly that electrical energy would be the bane of the spiders, which were weak to fire. Ishmael anxiously supported Miriam, who seemed exhausted, and called her name with concern. Azadin quietly turned his back, his mysterious eyes unreadable. Miriam and Ishmael were surprised when Azadin unexpectedly acknowledged her skills, calling her a true Aether. Azadin turned back to look at them, his calm voice ordering them both to rest, emphasizing that the beauty of nature was not something to be abused. Ishmael secretly thought that Miriam had tried so hard just to be recognized by Azadin, feeling a pang of sadness. Azadin held the flaming spear, confirming that the Covenant Holder was dead, which made Ishmael and Miriam even more confused. Ishmael could not contain his confusion, loudly asking Azadin why he was still doing all of this. Azadin coldly replied that a contract was still a contract, even if the Covenant Holder was dead, and he could not leave without checking. Ishmael and Miriam looked at Azadin worriedly. He said that burning these monsters also had its limits. Azadin nodded in agreement with his own words, his gaze firm. He decisively declared that he would change tactics. Instead of destroying them one by one, he would directly target their leader. The West Gate was engulfed in a sea of fire and chaos, terrifying screams echoing everywhere. A villager collapsed to the ground, his face filled with extreme horror as he was attacked. A heavy footstep trod on a puddle of fresh red blood, signaling the arrival of the perpetrator. The long-haired man appeared amidst the ruins, flashing a sinister, self-satisfied smile. Derek anxiously asked the long-haired man if everything was all right, seeing the situation worsen. Derek indignantly questioned the long-haired man about this brutal method, as he had promised to search for the Divine King's scripture. Derek recoiled in horror, his face pale as he realized the brutality of the plan. The long-haired man remained calm, smirking as he said that everything was still going quite well, though slightly different from what was expected. Derek angrily shouted, unable to believe the long-haired man would say things were good in this situation. Derek frantically warned that the thief would escape if things continued like this, but the long-haired man merely raised an eyebrow in confusion. Another villager screamed in pain, being savagely torn apart by a giant spider. A scene of devastation with blood and raging fires created a chaotic and terrifying atmosphere. Amidst the ruins, the long-haired man appeared with a cold expression, seemingly observing some giant creature. A strange, blood-stained triangular symbol was clearly visible on the ground, hiding a horrifying secret. Derek asked in surprise about the symbol, and the long-haired man explained that it was a sign to summon the coin demon from a corpse. The long-haired man turned his back, his sharp eyes glinting as he mentioned the Herald Clan, implicitly referring to Azadin. He sat down, touching the blood-soaked ground, muttering about the Herald Clan, also searching for the Divine King's scripture. A sinister smile appeared on the long-haired man's face, his eyes emitting an eerie green light as he thought of the rat who had stolen his belongings. Derek anxiously asked if the long-haired man intended to confront them, but he merely replied that the request had been sent and one of them would come seeking him. Suddenly, Derek was stunned as a blinding flash of light unexpectedly appeared from afar, signaling an attack. He covered his face in horror as the powerful light rushed forward, creating a small but potent explosion. A sharp arrow tore through the air, flying straight towards the long-haired man at terrifying speed. But in an instant, the long-haired man calmly caught the arrow with his bare hand, his green eyes still as cold as ice. He pulled the arrow towards himself, his face full of confidence and defiance, as if playing with his enemy. With a murderous gaze, the long-haired man aimed the newly acquired arrow straight at his attacker, his green eyes burning. The arrow pierced directly into his forehead, but the long-haired man stood firm, unfazed. He tilted his head back, the arrow still in his forehead, provocatively asking if his enemy had intentionally weakened the first arrow. And then, the attacker revealed himself, Azadin, with an arrow deeply embedded in his chest, but more terrifyingly, sharp spider limbs were growing from his back. The long-haired man looked at Azadin, the arrow still in his forehead, a smile of keen interest spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "How interesting." Azadin, in his half-human, half-spider herald form, charged forward with lightning speed, his sword flashing powerfully. A fierce clash resounded as Azadin delivered a fatal sword strike, forcing the long-haired man to parry just in time. The long-haired man gritted his teeth, his face tense as he confronted Azadin's explosive power. Azadin looked directly at his opponent, growling, "I must say, you're quite interesting yourself, heretic." The two warriors clashed in a dance of death, their blows tearing through the air, creating brilliant purple and white energy streams. The long-haired man unexpectedly dodged a dangerous attack, revealing Derek standing behind him with a look of astonishment. Derek told himself that instinctively dodging was the right move, but his face was still full of worry. Derek's eyes were filled with unease. He felt that something was wrong. Azadin and the long-haired man continued their fierce battle, the scene stained with blood and fire. Derek desperately thinking that no matter who won, his own fate would not be good. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, Derek collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and muttering for his mother. Azadin unleashed an incredibly powerful horizontal sword slash, creating a brilliant blue energy wave that tore through everything in its path. The long-haired man was sent flying, a painful groan escaping his lips. And more horrifyingly, gruesome spider limbs also began to sprout from his back, just like Azadin. Azadin, with his blood-stained sword, stood tall amidst the sea of fire, his sharp eyes assessing his opponent. He confronted the long-haired man, who was transforming into a spider-like form, realizing his formidable power while still retaining his sanity. The long-haired man, with a distorted face and fiery green eyes, growled defiantly. He was fully transformed with giant spider limbs growing from his back, growling, "You can't kill me with just that much power." Azadin merely sneered and coldly retorted, "Oh, really?" The long-haired man's eyes widened in horror as he noticed tiny spiders crawling all over his face. Azadin lunged forward, delivering an incredibly powerful punch to his opponent's face, giving him no time to react. The long-haired man was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his spider limbs scattering. He painfully struggled to his feet, roaring in anger. "You bastard!" Azadin looked down, his gaze sharp and contemptuous, silently thinking about the spiders. He summoned terrifying power, pitch-black spider limbs growing from his back, forming a fearsome image, and a purple energy surge erupted around it. Azadin powerfully swung his sword, delivering a fatal slash, while uttering a mysterious name, "Mistletoe." Azadin's blade pierced through the long-haired man, blood splattering, causing him extreme pain. Fresh blood splattered through the air, signaling a brutal finishing blow. Derek watched in horror as the long-haired man collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, blood flowing profusely. He quickly knelt, looking at Azadin with pleading eyes, begging him to stop and reminding him that as a herald, he couldn't kill him. Azadin coldly replied that noble status didn't matter, but Derek frantically interrupted, hastily rummaging for something. He looked up, his eyes full of hope, urging Azadin to look at this. Derek held up a glittering gold coin, declaring it the Emperor's gold coin, like an amulet. Azadin looked at the coin with a surprised expression, asking where he got it, and Derek tremblingly replied that it belonged to his mother. Derek, with a half-mad, half-triumphant expression, recalled his mother's words, "The Herald Clan can be manipulated by the Emperor's gold coin." Azadin maintained his cold expression, about to say that without a specific request, the coin would be useless. But Derek quickly threw the coin to the ground, creating a brightly glowing magic circle. The gold coin lay in the center of the brilliantly glowing magic circle, ready to activate a request. Derek desperately screamed, begging Azadin to save him from the spider infestation. Azadin, with the owl perched on his shoulder, calmly accepted his request. "The request has been accepted." The owl on Azadin's shoulder glanced at Derek with contempt, silently thinking, "Do we have another piece of trash as a partner?" In a humorous scene, Azadin and Derek were depicted in chibi form, with Derek still crying desperately for his mother. Suddenly, Miriam and Ishmael appeared, Miriam calling Azadin's name, seemingly having found him. Azadin sighed softly, his expression puzzled, seemingly contemplating something complex. Miriam and Ishmael stood side by side, their eyes sharp and determined, the atmosphere around them tense. Azadin pointed towards Derek, who was sitting on the ground, asking in surprise, "So this guy made the request?" Azadin turned to Miriam, asking her to use blue lightning again, but with less intensity, which surprised her slightly. Miriam frowned in thought, considering Azadin's request. Azadin confidently declared that since Derek was one of them, he would help him. Azadin suddenly became annoyed, muttering about being asked for too many favors despite not being a subordinate, then abruptly stopped. Azadin conceded, raising his hands in surrender to Miriam's rather emotionless gaze. Miriam beamed, declaring that she would take Azadin as her subordinate, making the atmosphere suddenly unusually cheerful. Miriam was so happy she stammered her thanks, promising to do her best, while Azadin merely uttered an enigmatic, Ishmael stared in astonishment at the radiantly smiling Miriam, silently thinking he had never seen her so eager for someone's attention. In Ishmael's memory, he stood on a cliff threatening to jump, but Miriam merely replied coldly, "Go ahead," completely unconcerned. Ishmael clenched his fists, so jealous he wanted to explode that Azadin could so easily capture Miriam's attention. Ishmael collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "It's not fair." Azadin looked at the poor guy with a teasing gaze, asking if he wanted some jerky. Midiam smirked, looking at the gasping Derek, asking, "So, shall we begin now?" and confirmed that he was merely gasping for air. Derek frantically recoiled, stammering if it was real lightning, terrified that he would die. Azadin anxiously checked on Midiam, apologizing for overworking her, while Derek remained motionless on the ground. Midiam confidently asserted that she would be fine after resting, because Ether's daughter was not weak, which further annoyed Ishmael behind her. Derek lay face down on the ground, completely motionless after Midiam's treatment. Derek slowly lifted his head, his eyes hazy and confused. Seemingly still disoriented, Derek's eyes darted back and forth, still bewildered and unable to make sense of things. Azadin and Midiam stared at Derek, making him panic and ask, Why are you looking at me like that?" Azadin teased him with a meaningful remark, calling Derek child of love and advising him not to have strange preferences, which made Derek angrily ask, "What do you mean? Are you insulting me?" Ishmael angrily suggested killing Derek once the job was done, making Derek ask in horror, "What the hell did you just say?" Azadin stopped Ishmael, reminding him not to say such things, and affirmed that they had not yet completed Derek's request. Azadin looked up at the night sky, lost in deep thought. An owl soared in the night sky, and the Emperor's voice had accepted Derek's request, proving that he was considered an individual worthy of protection. Azadin explained that once they became contract signers, they had to treat the other party sincerely, and the voice of the Emperor also drew life energy from these people. Ishmael then asked if they could leave now. Azadin pondered for a moment, then declared his next goal was to eliminate all remaining spider mercenaries in the village. Midiam and Ishmael stood beside Azadin, looking slightly annoyed as Azadin thought about how Derek would complain endlessly if he revealed the truth. Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael stood in a small town, where Azadin realized this was the territory of the royal church. Ishmael looked towards the city gate, where a troop of holy knights was advancing, making him and Midiam exclaim joyfully that they were saved. Azadin coldly watched the holy knights, thinking to himself that they would take care of the spiders, and signaled his companions to leave. Suddenly, Derek ran over from somewhere, begging Azadin and his group not to leave him behind, which left all three bewildered. He frantically explained that he would be ruined if the royal church started an investigation, and begged Azadin to take him to a safe place. Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael just silently watched Derek, their eyes filled with confusion and a hint of helplessness at the nobleman's persistence. Azadin sighed wearily, covering his face as if he wanted nothing more to do with this mess. A moment later, Derek, with an arrogant expression, grumpily ordered a villager to lead the way. The villager and his wife looked at Derek fearfully, trembling as they asked what he was doing there. Derek was about to shout out his noble identity when Midiam and Ishmael simultaneously covered his mouth, preventing him from causing trouble. Azadin, wearing his helmet, calmly explained to the couple that they were just travelers looking for a place to rest for the night. Azadin offered a bag of money and expressed his desire to rent their barn for rest. The villager happily agreed, saying that they also needed work on the farm, and Azadin politely thanked him. Derek angrily asked why Azadin stopped him, and contemptuously called the villagers lazy worms. He continued to complain that these people only knew how to demand but would run away when faced with difficulties, asserting that the poor had a reason to be poor. Azadin turned to look at Derek, his eyes seeming to say, "What the hell are you talking about?" which startled the nobleman slightly. Azadin smiled mysteriously under his mask, gently replying to Derek with a mischievous look. He taunted Derek that he also had a reason to go with them, making the nobleman flush crimson with anger and shame. Azadin ignored Derek's annoyance, only reminding him to think before speaking, and still called him by the meaningful name, Child of Love. Afterwards, Azadin instructed everyone to tie their mounts on the first floor and they would sleep on the second floor of the barn. Derek looked annoyed, complaining about the possibility of fleas, but Azadin just coldly retorted, "So, having spiders in your stomach is better?" Derek still refused, muttering that he couldn't sleep in a place like this, while Midiam called Azadin's name as if to intervene. Midiam curiously asked Azadin about the royal church, wondering why people were both scared and happy to see the holy knights. Azadin looked at the fearful villager couple huddled together and began to explain about the royal church. He explained that the holy knights were the enforcers of the laws of the 8 kings. They studied white magic and protected the people, so most welcomed their presence, while Derek had dozed off without realizing. But the truth was, Azadin revealed, the royal church was full of wretched nobles, and they plundered more than they protected. Midiam let out an "ah," as if she understood the problem, while Azadin and Derek continued to snore, creating a scene that was both humorous and ironic. As night fell, the small house became silent, signaling a much-needed night's rest for Azadin's group after their long journey. Dawn broke, casting brilliant golden light across the dense forest where Azadin's group was temporarily resting. Heavy footsteps echoed, a knight in silver armor striding with resolute determination. Not long after, a formidable troop of soldiers appeared, led by Knight Gardreg with a weathered and determined expression. A tired young soldier complained to Gardreg, Sir Gardreg, how much longer do we have to wander around like this? Gardreg turned his head, his sharp eyes signaling his subordinate to be silent. Quiet. I want to end this as soon as possible, too. The soldier continued to babble, suggesting they abandon the monster hunting mission because they had fled and just wanted to go back and drink. He winked, his face full of mischief as if he had just come up with the perfect cheating plan. The surrounding soldiers began to whisper, one even teasing about a comrade's daughter, praising her as a beauty. Another soldier curiously asked his comrade about the compliment, but he only received a curt reply, "Don't ask." The soldiers chuckled again, even fantasizing about the girl falling for them because of their bravery. Gardreg could no longer hold back, growling, "Shut up and keep searching." He sighed deeply, clearly fed up with these sluggish soldiers. Suddenly, Gardreg stopped short, his sharp eyes narrowing, sensing a terrifying aura approaching. A soldier nervously called Gardreg's name when he saw his sudden change in expression, his face extremely tense. Gardreg raised a hand for silence, his eyes quickly scanning the forest, full of vigilance. He quickly hid in the bushes, carefully listening to the strange sound echoing, his face full of doubt. From the darkness, a giant wyvern with glowing red eyes suddenly lunged out, making Gardreg exclaim in horror, "A wyvern!" Both Gardreg and the soldier turned pale, trembling as they looked at the terrifying monster before them. The wyvern's blood-red eyes swept across, instilling extreme terror in anyone who dared to face it. Two soldiers frantically drew their bows, one shouting, "Hey, shoot it!" But Gardreg immediately yelled to stop them, his face full of worry and fear. Ignoring the warning, a soldier hastily fired the first arrow, tearing through the air. The giant wyvern easily dodged the arrow, seemingly unharmed. The soldiers could only scream in despair as they realized their attack was useless. Countless arrows flew past, but all missed their target. The wyvern spread its wings and soared high, escaping their reach. Gardreg looked up at the disappearing silhouette of the monster, his face hardening with disappointment. The wyvern finally vanished completely from sight, leaving behind a mysterious blue sky. The soldier tremblingly exclaimed that it had fled, while Gardreg clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tsk! How troublesome. After the terrifying encounter with the young wyvern, Gardreg pondered deeply, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing the night. In the silent space, a guard cautiously spoke up, calling Gardreg's name, signaling an emergency. Gardreg's entire troop stood frozen behind a decaying wooden fence, looking ahead with vigilant expressions at what was once a peaceful farm. Gardreg's eyes suddenly flashed with a chilling, terrifyingly decisive light, as if he had just made a ruthless decision. On the dry ground, a villager woman painfully embraced the motionless body of the injured man, blood staining the earth red. Gardreg gritted his teeth, turning away with an expression of extreme indignation, seemingly enduring an invisible pressure. A guard hesitated, his eyes bewildered upon hearing the cruel order from Gardreg. With cold eyes and an iron tone, Gardreg declared without hesitation, "They must be the ones who summoned the wyvern. They are heretics. Kill them all." Gardreg's soldiers, though still somewhat hesitant, were forced to obey, rushing into the area with cold expressions, for they knew there was no other choice to avoid punishment. The villager woman tightly embraced the fallen man, her mournful cries echoing heartbreakingly in the sorrowful space. Her eyes welled up with tears, her desperate gaze seemingly about to shatter, revealing an unspeakable pain of loss. A brutal soldier raised his cold, sharp sword, preparing to strike down innocent lives. In the blood-stained dawn, horrifying screams tore through the peace, signaling a bloody massacre that had just occurred. In the dark room, the little owl perched on the windowsill, using its calls to wake Azadin, who was sound asleep on the straw. Azadin stirred awake, his face creased in a frown from being woken before he could get enough sleep. The owl perched near him, calling out to Azadin of the 108 spirits, reminding him of the tasks that awaited. Azadin sluggishly sat up, his drowsy eyes still lingering with sleep. He frowned in annoyance, complaining that he hadn't even slept for 2 hours. The owl continued to ramble on about justice and those worthy of becoming heralds, but Azadin was still struggling with his drowsiness. Suddenly, a blinding light tore through the night, signaling a terrifying event about to unfold. Azadin flinched, his eyes instantly turning sharp as desperate cries for help echoed. A panicked boy rushed in, tears streaming down his face, continuously crying for help in despair. Azadin quickly caught the running boy, his eyes filled with worry as he asked what had happened. The boy sobbed, painfully recounting his father's tragedy. My father was." Azadin held the trembling boy tightly, his eyes darkening as the boy choked out, "He was killed by the knights." A horrifying scene unfolded. Many villagers' bodies lay scattered on the ground, fresh blood staining the entire area red. One of Gardreg's soldiers stood tall amidst the corpses, his blood-stained spear a testament to the crime just committed. Gardreg coldly asked a soldier, "Have you found the boy yet?" A blood-soaked sword was pulled from a victim's body, a chillingly brutal sight, revealing the soldier's inhumanity. One of Gardreg's soldiers reported with a confused expression, confirming that the target had vanished without a trace. Gardreg frowned, his sharp eyes clearly showing annoyance and contemplation. In Gardreg's thoughts, the image of a body slumped in a pool of blood appeared, along with a lament that the target's escape complicated things further. A haunting noose appeared, a reminder of the harsh law. Those who kill innocents will be executed. The image of a powerful bishop with the scales of justice, along with an explanation that repentance could lead to forgiveness. But with Bishop Salasma's character, it was almost impossible. A blood-stained blade appeared, emphasizing the cruel truth. Few knights ever returned from a penance mission. Images of bandits and anonymous corpses flashed by, showing the grim fate of exiled knights, either becoming bandits or dying on the street. A solitary back appeared, along with a narrative of the unacknowledged son's childhood, full of humiliation and hardship. Gardreg turned away, his gaze resolute, telling himself that this was what he had to do. Gardreg's eyes flashed with a terrifying determination, as he wondered what a father wouldn't do for his child. Gardreg roared an order, his cruel gaze sweeping across the forest. There must be others hiding. Find and kill them all. A soldier looked confused, thinking to himself that this village was too small. Perhaps no one even knew of its existence. A soldier suddenly pointed forward, shouting loudly as he spotted a village woman frantically fleeing. The soldier sneered cruelly, swinging his spear as he charged, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" The sharp spear sliced through the air, heading straight for the woman trying to escape. The spearhead plunged into the ground right next to the woman's feet, causing her to lose balance and fall. The woman painfully collapsed to the ground, trying to get up in despair. 3 soldiers approached the woman lying on the ground. One clicked his tongue in annoyance because his hand slipped due to blood. A soldier grabbed the woman, flashing a disgusting smile and feigning mercy as he demanded her cooperation. Suddenly, a stone flew past at terrifying speed. The mocking soldier's eyes suddenly widened in horror, unable to react to the surprise attack. The village woman, her face full of rage, used all her strength to throw the stone at the soldier's face. Gardreg and the other soldiers were astonished to witness their comrade being attacked, not understanding what was happening. From the shadows, Azadin burst out like a whirlwind, swinging his sword directly at the soldier who had just been hit by the stone. Gardreg roared in anger, asking who dared to interfere in his affairs. Azadin walked calmly, each step exuding a cold and imposing aura. Azadin appeared with a tired expression, admitting that he was not in good condition due to lack of sleep. One of Gardreg's soldiers growled a challenge, but Azadin was faster, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Azadin continued his assault, landing a powerful punch on the remaining soldier, beginning a relentless fight. Cornered and facing long-range spears without a weapon, Azadin of the 108 spirits maintained astonishing composure. A thought flashed in the young man's mind. If he had no weapon, then he would take one from the enemy. Immediately, Azadin unleashed the technique, Natural Beauty, Way of Kazaz, throwing small stones at terrifying speeds like cannonballs. One of Gardreg's soldiers, despite being hit, remained arrogant, mocking Azadin and asking if he thought those petty stones could defeat them again. Azadin said little, his sharp eyes flashing as he decisively shouted the name of a technique, Yellow Crane. And then, a fatal blow. An energy-enhanced stone punched straight into the face of the sneering soldier, sending him sprawling. Without hesitation, Azadin leaped high, agile as a hawk, diving straight down onto the next soldier. A crushing blow from above, Azadin landed, creating a powerful shockwave, crushing the enemy beneath his feet. Quick as a flash, Azadin's hand shot out, seizing the enemy's spear. Now armed, Azadin stood tall, his gaze resolute as he looked forward like a true warrior. Witnessing the horrifying scene, another of Gardreg's soldiers couldn't help but shiver, his face revealing extreme panic. He screamed in despair, trying to hold on to his spear, but clearly having lost all will to fight. Another of Gardreg's soldiers hastily spoke up to stop him, but was it already too late? Gardreg appeared, his face scowling with anger, loudly declaring his and his subordinates' identities. "Do you know who we are? We are holy knights of the king's church." Azadin tilted his head, his eyes indifferent, as if unfazed, repeating the title Holy Knights with a look of disdain. The young man questioned Gardreg about Wibbers's massacre of innocent civilians, but Gardreg merely growled back that they were heretic. Azadin stood opposite Gardreg and the remaining soldier, questioning him about what evidence proved those innocent villagers were heretics. A heartbreaking image appeared. A gentle farming couple working in the fields at dawn. Azadin silently wondered how they could be heretics. Gardreg sneered, asserting that only holy knights truly understood heresy, and Azadin's questioning of their judgment was an insult. He drew his sword from its sheath, his eyes full of murderous intent, bluntly accusing Azadin of also being a heretic. Gardreg raised his sword, his face full of arrogance and cruelty, questioning Azadin again with a challenging tone. Gardreg's sword suddenly glowed brilliantly, enveloped by an intimidating surge of divine power. He swung his sword, unleashing a blinding flash of light as if to incinerate everything, attacking Azadin with full force. Azadin was surprised by this powerful attack, the young man's eyes wide with astonishment. Gardreg's terrifying light blast struck the ground, creating a large explosion, and Azadin realized this was a similar technique he had used before. Azadin quickly shielded the terrified village woman, telling her to close her eyes. The young man held the woman tightly, using his body to shield her from the blinding light, causing her to scream in horror because the light was too intense. Gardreg showed no mercy, continuing to swing his sword, roaring die, with a cruel expression. Gardreg's eyes suddenly emitted a strange blue light, revealing a terrifying hidden power. Holy Knight Gardreg swung his sharp sword, unleashing a fatal slash, but Azadin quickly dodged, causing the attack to merely tear through the air. Gardreg attacked relentlessly, his sword tip flashing like lightning, but Azadin remained calm, weaving through each dangerous blow. From a distance, Midiam and Ishmael watched in astonishment towards Gardreg, who stood towering on the hilltop, his eyes sharp as if to freeze everything. Midiam and Ishmael were ready to fight. The blonde girl raised her spear high, while Ishmael drew his bowstring taut, their eyes resolute in the face of danger. Both charged forward simultaneously, determined not to let Azadin face the brutal Holy Knight alone. Gardreg frowned, his eyes full of doubt and anger. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael quickly reunited, forming a solid formation, ready to deal with any situation. Ishmael anxiously asked Azadin about the condition of his eyes, but Azadin merely shrugged, humorously replying that he didn't know either, making the boy wonder why he would ask someone without eyes. Ishmael proudly recounted that they had defeated 2 holy knights on their way here, but didn't kill them, and Azadin nodded, praising their effort. Gardreg couldn't believe his ears. He roared in his mind. How could he believe that these 2 children had defeated 2 apprentice knights? He looked at Azadin with eyes full of hatred, growling and calling him you. Gardreg suddenly realized Azadin's identity, declaring with certainty, "You are definitely one of the Herald tribe." One of Gardreg's soldiers was terrified upon hearing the name Herald. He trembled and repeated, unable to believe his ears, that it was the Emperor's herald. Gardreg, with a look of utter contempt, growled, accusing Azadin of being a soulless heretic, and asserting that these villagers were also heretics. Azadin turned to look at Gardreg, questioning him coldly. "So you massacred all these people without even confirming if they were heretics?" Gardreg flinched, his eyes briefly showing confusion and anger as Azadin exposed him. Azadin continued to expose Gardreg's crimes, pointing out that he and his comrades only carried short spears, proving they came here to hunt. He speculated that Gardreg might have accidentally killed a villager gathering herbs or mushrooms in the forest, and to cover up the crime, he decided to massacre the entire village. Gardreg roared in anger, cutting Azadin off. "Shut up, you soulless heretic!" Azadin remained unfazed, calmly offering a proposal. "Swear that you will compensate the village and become a penitent knight. Then I will spare your lives." Gardreg scoffed contemptuously, brandishing his sword, his eyes full of arrogance. "Ha! Why should I do that? You look like a high-ranking herald." He swung his sword skyward. A burst of blazing golden energy erupted around him, creating a magnificent and powerful spectacle. Gardreg roared, declaring that he would capture Azadin to settle everything, and a giant hammer made of holy light appeared above his head, ready to strike. Azadin was surprised and somewhat amused to hear Gardreg call him a high-ranking herald, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Gardreg looked directly at Azadin, his eyes flashing with blazing golden light, preparing to unleash his final attack. He swung his sword, and the giant light hammer shot straight towards Azadin, creating terrifying pressure. Azadin quickly spun around, raising his spear high, preparing to counter Gardreg's destructive attack. He launched his spear, and it whizzed through the air, creating a dazzling streak of light. Azadin's spear struck the giant light hammer, creating a brilliant energy explosion that shook the entire forest. A terrifying blow landed, shattering the blazing golden light shield into countless fragments, demonstrating Gardreg's immense power. Azadin gritted his teeth, his eyes hidden behind the mask, revealing annoyance mixed with surprise at the opponent's overwhelming attack. The terrifying destructive force of the blow sent Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael flying back, making it difficult for all 3 to maintain their balance. Azadin quickly drew a series of arrows from the quiver on his back, preparing for a swift counterattack. Midiam, with a surprised expression, also didn't hesitate to draw an arrow from her quiver, saying decisively, "I'll borrow this!" Azadin drew his bowstring taut, preparing to unleash a fatal blow, while silently assessing his opponent's strength. This attack truly has power. Azadin skillfully dodged, letting the blazing golden light hammer graze past him and embed itself directly into the ground. Azadin's gloved hand gripped the bow tightly, ready to fire at any moment, his eyes full of determination. He drew his bow, 2 sharp arrows ready, aimed directly at the target with intense focus. Azadin's 2 arrows sliced through the wind, heading straight for Gardreg, who stood tall, while Midiam and Ishmael were also in position. Midiam exclaimed in horror. "What the hell are you doing?" As she witnessed Azadin's inexplicable action, Gardreg sneered arrogantly, mocking Azadin. "You can't even hit the target!" Gardreg suddenly leaped into the air, swinging his sword to attack Azadin, but the young man reacted in time. He descended at terrifying speed, swinging his sword down forcefully, his face full of ferocity. Gardreg's sword embedded itself directly into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave, and dust flew everywhere. Gardreg looked around in astonishment, his sword still firmly stuck in the ground. He mumbled, "What? Where is he?" While Gardreg was still bewildered, Azadin had swiftly leaped high, escaping his attack range. Azadin's gloved hand reached out, accurately catching an arrow flying in midair. With sharp eyes, Azadin, without hesitation, aimed the retrieved arrow straight at Gardreg. The arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself directly into Gardreg's chest, creating a dazzling flash of light and a chilling thud. Azadin stood calmly, while Midiam was still stunned by his beyond-his-league attack. Gardreg collapsed to the ground. Midiam looked at him in shock, stammering, What was that?" A single arrow, glowing with mystical blue energy, turned back, flying straight towards Azadin. Azadin calmly caught the returning arrow, a confident smile briefly appearing on his lips. He casually explained the move he had just performed, a unique skill called boomerang arrow. The clear blue sky and brilliant golden sunlight shone down on the peaceful village, creating an unusually quiet scene. Azadin carefully carried an injured man, walking heavily along the path leading into the village. He gently laid the man down, his eyes filled with sorrow as he saw the arrow still deeply embedded in the victim's chest. Azadin stood silently beside the innocent villagers' bodies strewn on straw mats, while a child ran crying desperately, calling out, "Mother! Father!" The young woman collapsed, sobbing beside the blood-soaked body of her loved one, her heartbreaking grief threatening to shatter the sky. Another man also couldn't hold back his tears, painfully covering his face, his choked sobs echoing in the mournful atmosphere. Azadin stood there, his eyes heavy as he looked down at the woman writhing in pain, a gloomy atmosphere enveloping. Azadin turned to the two bound soldiers, his eyes sharp as he questioned, "What do you intend to do?" He coldly declared that he would spare their lives on the condition that they compensate the families who lost loved ones, and more importantly, they must become penitent knights to atone for the heinous crimes they had committed. Hearing this, one of the bound soldiers immediately harbored hope, secretly thinking that escaping this ordeal was all that mattered. He hastily nodded repeatedly, flashing a cunning smile, understood, seemingly having his own calculations. But just as Azadin turned his back, a no ripped through the air as the enraged villagers rushed forward like a storm. An old man with bloodshot eyes screamed in despair, "They killed my son!" He pointed directly at the two soldiers, accusing them of their heinous crime. "They killed the boy like an animal!" Another woman, knife in hand, angrily questioned that they had dedicated everything to the imperial church all this time. She cried out in tears and resentment, saying that even when they starved in the drought, they never complained, yet now they were treated like this. Azadin suddenly grabbed her arm, coldly ordering, "Silence!" One of the bound soldiers, despite being in a vulnerable position, arrogantly screamed, daring to curse holy knights like them. But before he could finish, a fatal blow struck, cutting short his arrogant words. The enraged woman did not hesitate to swing her knife, ending the cruel knight's life to the horror of those around her. The remaining soldier witnessed the bloody scene, his mouth agape in horror, unable to believe his eyes. She coldly looked down at the corpse, her emotionless eyes declaring, "I don't care." Tears streamed down her cheeks. She uttered each word, saying that their existence was the greatest curse upon them. Azadin turned away, his voice low as he explained that the villagers were no longer protected by law, having killed a knight. As a result, they would have to abandon their fields and live as nomads, wandering homeless, causing the bound villagers to weep in despair. The bloody scene and bound hands on the cold ground further emphasized the cruel truth. A nomadic life would be an endless chain of suffering. Sunset descended, painting the entire sky red, bringing an eerie silence after the horrific events. Azadin stood silently among the newly dug graves, bowing his head in thought over the cruel fate of the deceased. He turned to Midiam and Ishmael, his voice relieved. "It's fine now. We don't need to worry about the dead knights turning into undead." Midiam looked at Azadin thoughtfully, softly asking, "Isn't blessing the church's holy knights with the Savior's faith an insult?" Ishmael also looked at Azadin, his confused expression beginning to ask. He questioned Azadin, asking if he would truly forgive those individuals if they accepted becoming penitent knight. An ancient scroll unfurled, posing a philosophical question. Was it a sin to break a promise to a stone on the road? Under the brilliant light of the imperial emblem, the declaration resounded. Keeping a promise under the empire's witness was the right thing to do. However, three nobles scoffed, contemptuously claiming that promises made to the Aragasa, those considered soulless, were no different from promises made to inanimate stones, utterly meaningless. The scene that followed was of bodies strewn in pools of blood, testament to the brutal consequences when promises were trampled upon and lives were held cheap. Azadin stood amidst the simple cross-shaped graves, with Midiam and Ishmael, creating a somber scene under the sunset. Azadin, wearing dark glasses that concealed his eyes, thoughtfully explained the Wybrus law, revealing the complexity of the rules in this world. Ishmael surprisingly asked Azadin about keeping promises, while also posing the poignant question of how to resolve the resentment of families who had lost loved ones. The solitary cross-shaped graves stood out against the fiery sunset sky, like a reminder of inconsolable loss. Azadin walked, his feet heavy on the ground, continuing to ponder the burdens the people had to endure. He explained that the issue of survival was even more urgent than resentment, especially with young children, and nomadic life would be extremely difficult. Midiam, with a puzzled expression, wondered if everything they did was solely for these farmers. Azadin turned his back, silent to Midiam's question, while Ishmael's probing gaze was fixed on him, as if wanting to understand the mysterious one's intentions better. Azadin raised a hand to rub his temple, letting out a sigh. His face clearly showing fatigue and helplessness, he turned back, asserting that he had defeated the Holy Knights, so there was no reason to kill them. He simply didn't want to act without cause. Ishmael was stunned, unable to believe Azadin's absolute confidence when facing the Holy Knights of the Imperial Church. He was still bewildered, his eyes full of doubt as he looked at Azadin, unable to comprehend the mysterious one's attitude. Azadin and Midiam turned their heads to look around, Midiam with a puzzled expression, seemingly searching for someone. Midiam asked where the mama's boy had gone, and Ishmael replied that he had run away. Midiam sneered, thinking it was good, the fewer freeloaders the better, while a figure loomed in the distance. Suddenly, a silver-haired man emerged from the bushes, declaring, "I'm right here," causing Azadin to click his tongue in annoyance. An arrow shot across the frame, marking a scene transition to a majestic mountain landscape under a deep blue sky. Azadin, Midiam, and Ishmael continued their journey on the mountain road, Azadin lamenting the harsh schedule, while Midiam and Ishmael looked at him with puzzled expression. A woman clutching a child, along with other villagers, appeared with expressions of pain and fear, blaming Azadin. "It's all your fault." Azadin was stunned, his eyes full of surprise as he witnessed the heartbreaking plight of the suffering villagers. A little girl cried bitterly, blaming Azadin that if he hadn't come, her parents and Dao wouldn't have died, plunging Azadin into thought. The middle-aged woman hugged the child tightly, bowing her head to apologize to Azadin because the girl was still young, while the little girl continued to sob. Azadin, with a stern expression, asked the villager where they intended to go, showing concern for their fate. The villager, with a haggard face, replied that they were trying to head southwest, to their relatives, to find refuge. A villager child with sad eyes stood next to the adults, showing the fragility and uncertain future of the innocent people. Azadin pondered, realizing that southwest was the opposite direction from Salasma, a detail that might hold much significance. Azadin stood before a middle-aged man and a boy, listening to their lament about the worsening drought that left no hope for the fields. The middle-aged man firmly told Azadin that they would part ways here and continue on their own path. Azadin looked at the middle-aged man and the boy with a puzzled expression, as if there was something he hadn't had a chance to say. The middle-aged man clasped his hands, and together with the boy, reverently blessed Azadin, calling him Herald. Azadin turned and walked away, a subtle smirk on his face, no one knowing what he was thinking. The boy surprisingly asked the middle-aged man if the Emperor's blessing was a curse, now that Azadin had gone far away. A small owl flew up, grumpily reminding Azadin that he had forbidden it from mentioning the word Emperor. Azadin stood alone, the owl perched on his shoulder, as he lamented that people treated him as if he were a plague. Azadin continued with a sarcastic expression, saying that he had tried so hard to bring civilization and wisdom to everyone, but the owl bluntly retorted that it was his fault. The owl looked at Azadin with sharp eyes, emphasizing that he should have chosen future leaders sooner, making Azadin reluctantly concede. The owl closed its eyes, its face full of thought, recalling that the generation it had witnessed had at least lived in peace. Azadin smirked. The owl continued to grumble about another distant generation, and Azadin merely hummed in agreement to let the matter pass. Azadin and the owl continued their journey. In the distance, a group of villagers were evacuating, signaling a new encounter. The evacuating villagers, including a middle-aged man, a villager woman holding little Cosette, and others, were determined that they had to go and had to survive. Azadin and the silver-haired man were riding powerful mounts across the vast desert, with a cargo cart carrying their belongings behind them. The silver-haired man scoffed, feigning surprise that Azadin had easily surpassed so many holy knights. In a flashback, or the silver-haired man's thoughts, Midiam mocked him, asking if he could see clearly when he only knew how to hide like a rat. The silver-haired man coughed, awkwardly admitting that he hadn't witnessed it himself, but Azadin turned away, sternly ordering the silver-haired man not to say anything unnecessary. Azadin warned the silver-haired man that if he dared to reveal that he had defeated the Holy Knights, then making him turn pale with fear. Azadin turned and walked away, an annoyed expression on his face, thinking to himself that this silver-haired man was truly a troublesome burden. The silver-haired man, in a moment of contemplation, held a gold coin, thinking that he needed to delve deeper into the gold coin and those mysterious mercenaries. A horrifying image appeared in his mind, a man pierced by an arrow with gruesome spider limbs growing from his back, suggesting a terrifying connection to the mercenaries. Azadin looked ahead, his face thoughtful, realizing that he had no choice but to keep the silver-haired man by his side. Azadin and the silver-haired man were walking on a desert road when a friendly peddler waved to them. The peddler smiled brightly, enthusiastically inviting Azadin and the silver-haired man to stop for tea. A flag fluttered in the desert, bearing the emblem of a horse and a pine tree, revealing it to be the banner of the Khorassar Peddlers Guild. Azadin and the silver-haired man stopped at the peddler's tea stall, where another peddler was also present. The peddler handed Azadin a warm cup of tea, welcoming him to his stall. The peddler smiled and asked Azadin about the silver-haired man's identity, while the latter sipped his tea with an arrogant expression, completely unaware he was being questioned. Azadin pondered, telling himself that a golden-coined contractor would never reveal information for his own benefit. The peddler curiously asked Azadin, a 3-month herald, where he was headed. Azadin observed the peddler, thinking to himself that he had quickly dropped his usual business demeanor. Azadin calmly asked the peddler if he was on his way to Salasma, and if there was any work available. The peddler crossed his arms, replying that there was a task, but Azadin was free to refuse if he didn't want to. He continued to explain that the mission involved capturing wyverns and a bandit group. Seeing that Azadin didn't seem enthusiastic, the peddler immediately offered a price. Snacks. The peddler set a condition. He would do it if Azadin brought him snacks made from sugared mugwort. Azadin sat down on a stool, patiently holding a tray of snacks, waiting for information. Next to the cart, Azadin sat listening to the peddler explain, while 2 pure white mounts leisurely drank water. Azadin held the snacks, asking the peddler to explain the mission in detail. The peddler began to tell, saying that ahead, a rescue night squad was carrying out relief efforts. He continued to explain the problem, that merchants were essentially forcing the people to pay tribute. Azadin ate his snacks while pondering how the tributes from the rich were being used to help the poor, which made Midiam, standing nearby, puzzled as to why he wasn't cursing the knights. The peddler frowned, continuing his story. He explained that the villagers trying to avoid the knights had to take a detour, and along the way, they unfortunately encountered a bandit group and bloodthirsty wyverns. The peddler sighed, saying that the bandits were actually fleeing refugees, and the knights were searching for the divine king's scripture while conducting relief work, making the situation extremely chaotic. He looked at Azadin, asking if he really wanted to take on this mission, as he didn't usually work for merchant guilds, while Azadin had almost finished the snacks, with only 1 piece left. Azadin held the last piece of snack, asserting that he should do this mission, as it wasn't an assassination but rather helping those in need. The peddler smiled meaningfully, asking Azadin if he enjoyed such noble tasks. Midiam angrily roared Azadin's name, her face full of rage and annoyance. Azadin calmly finished his last snack, ignoring Midiam's anger. Ishmael quickly rushed forward, trying to stop Midiam before she could do anything reckless. Midiam couldn't restrain herself, grabbing Peddler one by the collar and growling at him for daring to speak to a herald in such a manner. Azadin calmly drank his tea, completely unaffected by the chaotic scene before him. He gently touched Midiam's hand, signaling her to stop. Azadin sternly explained to Midiam that even though she was an ether and his subordinate, Ishmael held a higher rank than her. He emphasized that Midiam surely knew their clan always valued the tradition of seniority. Ishmael held a sharp knife to Peddler One's throat, but immediately after, heeding Azadin's words, he lowered the knife. Ishmael put the knife away, while Peddler One rubbed his neck, still looking a bit frightened. Azadin, with a pensive expression, apologized to Peddler One for his recent actions, while the merchant reluctantly replied that it was fine. Azadin decisively ordered his companions to prepare for departure, declaring that they would go capture the wyvern and the bandits, to which Midiam simply agreed softly. Peddler One stood watching Azadin and his group disappear, his face clearly showing annoyance. The merchant suddenly erupted in anger, gritting his teeth and cursing those who had just left for playing a trick on him. Under the brilliant setting sun, Azadin, Ishmael, and Midiam rode their majestic mounts, beginning their journey through the desolate land. Azadin turned to Midiam, gently thanking her for her earlier help. He continued to advise Midiam not to cause trouble with anyone related to the Savan clan, revealing rumors that his predecessor had been murdered by this very clan. Ishmael, with a surprised expression, asked Azadin if Savan was a clan of the Herald Clan. Ishmael pondered, realizing that the Herald Clan seemed more organized and capable than he had thought, and perhaps Azadin could help him. Azadin, as if reading Ishmael's thoughts, coldly interrupted. "I know what you're thinking, my dear child," he flatly declared. "If you're thinking of asking me to help you become a count, abandon that thought immediately," which deeply shocked Ishmael. Azadin continued, explaining, Count Kazal is still healthy. I'm certain he won't decide on a successor at this time. Azadin recalled Count Kazal, a powerful and wealthy man, whose wives' families paid him tribute just to maintain his position as head of the household. He remarked that Count Kazal would hold on to his position as long as he could exploit it, his eyes revealing clear disdain. Ishmael was still stunned, but Azadin firmly said he couldn't stand idly by, even as Midiam Chibi complained that both he and his brothers were causing too much trouble. Ishmael pointed forward, informing Azadin that they had arrived at the inn the merchant had mentioned. The inn appeared under the brilliant sunset, with gentle breezes sweeping across the field. Azadin smiled mysteriously, saying that he was about to meet someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Hearing this, Midiam became jealous, wondering in surprise and suspicion. Someone he hasn't seen in a long time. A woman? The sunset enveloped the inn, creating a peaceful scene. A mount with perked-up ears was adorably chewing on leaves. The mount, named Sweater, appeared incredibly cute, nibbling on green grass. Azadin hugged Sweater tightly, showing his special affection for the animal. Midiam and Ishmael looked at Azadin and Sweater in surprise, wondering about the appearance of this mountain goat. Azadin explained that the place where he met them was too barren, so he had asked a merchant guild to bring Sweater here and take care of it. He turned around, inviting Midiam and Ishmael to enter the inn with him. Azadin's hand gently pushed the wooden door open, revealing a new space. Azadin and Ishmael entered the inn, both with surprised looks in their eyes. Ishmael exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes when he saw the person inside. Midiam and Ishmael simultaneously exclaimed in surprise, "Tarkiev?" upon seeing the silver-haired man sitting in the inn. Azadin asked in surprise who Karkar and Chico were when they suddenly appeared right behind him. Azadin hesitantly revealed that they were his half-siblings, causing Karkar to immediately ask pointedly, "So, are they your rivals?" The two strangers, Karkar and Chico, introduced themselves with friendly expressions, their eyes sparkling as if hiding something. Azadin, with a gentle smile, introduced himself as a pilgrim and expressed gratitude to Tarkiev for the escort. Karkar and Chico surprisingly asked if Tarkiev was escorting a pilgrim, then wondered about the fate of the mercenaries. Tarkiev, with a bitter expression, revealed that the mercenaries had betrayed him, which deeply shocked Karkar and Chico. Karkar smiled and invited Azadin and the group to sit down, suggesting they all share a meal and chat. At the table laden with food, Karkar exclaimed that Azadin must have endured countless hardships on his journey. The group gathered around the dining table, and Karkar continued to ask Azadin about his next destination. Azadin, with a slightly pensive expression, revealed that he was on his way back to Salasma. He explained that he was traveling with Karkar's group because they also shared the same destination, Salasma. Karkar and Chico unexpectedly warned Azadin about the rescue nights ahead, implying a potential danger. Karkar unhesitatingly complimented Midiam's beauty, making the blonde girl a little shy. He continued to warn Azadin that the rescue knights might abduct a girl like Midiam, and it would be best to avoid them. Azadin, biting into a crisp apple, innocently asked in return if those knights would dare to abduct a girl if she refused. He firmly asserted that there was no way those who served the great archangels would abduct a child who didn't want to go. Karkar and Chico exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise at Azadin's unbelievable innocence. Karkar remarked that Azadin must be a devout believer, while other patrons in the inn were also engrossed in eating and drinking. The scene outside the inn was enveloped in night, with the full moon shining brightly, signaling a long night ahead. Inside the inn, a group of men were jovially drinking beer, one of whom turned to ask Azadin. The bearded man sneered, asking Azadin if he was the pilgrim they were escorting. He continued to mock, explaining that they were merchants trying to pass through the forest to avoid the rescue night. The bearded man boasted ridiculously, claiming that they were Azadin's benefactor. Azadin stared at him, his gaze calm but deeply harboring an unpredictable coldness. He explained to Tarkiev that to minimize the risk of monster ambushes, the best way was to travel with a large group. Azadin continued to reason that since monsters usually hunt alone, traveling in a large group was essentially helping each other. He sighed, his face clearly showing annoyance as he complained about the arrogant attitude of those men. Azadin thought to himself that it was fortunate he had sent the children to their rooms earlier. A message appeared, confirming that Midiam, Ishmael, and Chico were safely in their rooms resting. The bearded man laughed loudly, poured more beer, and invited Azadin to drink, saying they should get to know each other better for the long journey ahead. Azadin politely declined the bearded man's invitation to drink, explaining that he was on a pilgrimage, which surprised the man. The bearded man pouted, criticizing Azadin for being too rigid at such a young age, while the accompanying man beside him chuckled. The bearded man continued to tease, directly asking Azadin if he could see the road with that blindfold on. Azadin calmly replied that he could still see through the gaps, but inwardly he was starting to get annoyed, realizing these people were deliberately provoking him about his scar. The bearded man, without hesitation, reached out to snatch Azadin's blindfold to see what was underneath. ignoring Azadin's warning that it wasn't a pleasant sight. As the bearded man stubbornly insisted on removing the blindfold, Tarkiev unexpectedly intervened, coldly telling him to leave Azadin alone because he was a boring person. Tarkiev continued, advising the others to ignore Azadin and focus on their drinks, implying that Azadin had been through a lot. But the bearded man still wouldn't give up. He smirked, thinking that a little entertainment was needed while drinking. The bearded man suddenly changed the subject, asking Azadin if the children traveling with him were his own. Glancing at Miriam, Ishmael, and Chico, he unhesitatingly complimented Miriam's beauty, causing Azadin to shake his head in denial, explaining that they were his cousins. The short-haired man burst out laughing, seemingly amused by Azadin's answer. With a perverted expression, the bearded man brazenly suggested Azadin give up the girl to them. The short-haired man added another disgusting remark, saying they would nurture the girl well, which made Azadin shudder. Azadin cursed silently in his mind, despising their vile intention for daring to use the word nurture for such a perverse act. Azadin tried to remain calm and politely refused the disgusting offer, saying that Miriam's and Ishmael's parents were waiting for them in the next town. He realized that they didn't even bother to hide their depraved intentions, which made Azadin feel utterly disgusted. The bearded man sighed in disappointment, his face still showing a hint of regret. The short-haired man clicked his tongue, reluctantly accepting that nothing else could be done. After a moment of provocation, the bearded man unexpectedly poured wine and offered it to Azadin, as if nothing had happened. Azadin hesitated, feeling awkward to refuse again, and reluctantly took the cup of wine. Azadin looked around the table, then suddenly spoke up and asked the group if they had heard any news. He revealed a shocking piece of information. It seemed there was a woman from the Herald family at a sawmill on their way. The bearded man exclaimed in surprise, claiming the Herald family were monsters. But the short-haired man quickly interrupted him. The short-haired man explained further, stating that, to be precise, it was the girl's father who belonged to the Herald family. He speculated that the girl's father might have had a child during a mission and couldn't bring her back to the Herald family's land. Accompanied by the image of a woman cruelly bound, the short-haired man continued to recount that the sawmill owner had bought her as a slave and nurtured her. Then he didn't forget to disgustingly praise the girl's beauty. The bearded man's eyes lit up, showing extreme interest upon hearing about this beautiful slave girl. Tarkiev suddenly spoke up to remind them that slave trading was illegal, and they would face big trouble if the king's church found out. The short-haired man sneered contemptuously, claiming the church never cared about heralds or half-breeds. Then he brazenly expressed his desire to own such a slave. The bearded man continued to utter vile words, suggesting they kidnap the girl's child, and immediately, Azadin stood up, with a cold tone, asking who wanted to go first with a good bottle of wine, as if challenging them. Azadin sat with his face down, his shoulders trembling, as sobs echoed through the inn. Seeing Azadin seemingly crying, the bearded man raised an eyebrow curiously, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Azadin slammed the table and sprang up with an expression of extreme indignation. He stood straight, pointing at those sitting, fiercely questioning the corruption of the people under the rule of the divine king. The bearded man and the short-haired man quickly held Azadin back, trying to calm his erupting anger. Azadin delivered a terrifying punch to the table, making the entire wooden table shake violently and startling those around him. The bearded man looked at Azadin with horror in his eyes, unable to believe his explosive strength. Azadin raised his hand. A divine light flared up, and he eloquently recounted the oath of the triune archangel. He continued his passionate speech, condemning their decadence, which had weakened the power of the Savior Knight. Azadin spread his arms wide, declaring that the age of Jupiter had arrived and urged everyone to follow the three divine virtues. He shouted, warning them to stay away from corrupt desires. But the bearded man merely sneered, thinking he was drunk. Tarkiev gently pulled Azadin away, reassuring him that they would leave tomorrow and telling him to go to his room to rest. Azadin, still pretending to be dead drunk, insisted that he could walk back to his room by himself, even lightly punching his palm. The bearded man and the short-haired man watched Azadin disappear, annoyed that he had ruined their fun, and wondered who had invited him to drink. A close-up shot showed Azadin skillfully wiping the corner of his mouth, revealing his astonishing sobriety. Azadin spat out the liquid he had pretended to drink, proving that his drunken act was merely a perfect performance. In the room, Tarkiev looked at Azadin suspiciously, directly asking if he was pretending to be drunk, and Azadin calmly confirmed it. Azadin sat down on the bed, coldly stating that no one likes fanatics, explaining his action. Miriam, lying on the bed, poked her head out and mischievously asked back, "Fanatics? Don't you mean drunken troublemakers?" Azadin, now changed, stood by Miriam's bed, realizing she was still awake and had heard everything. And the girl replied that the whole building must have heard. Azadin sat down on the edge of the bed, and Miriam asked if he cared about the woman from the Herald family they had mentioned. Azadin, with a serious expression, admitted he hadn't completed the transfer process with his predecessor and needed to verify if that woman truly belonged to the Herald family. Miriam looked at Azadin with wide, worried eyes, asking what if what they said about that woman was true. Azadin looked down, his eyes darkening, and replied coldly, "It depends," implying a harsh decision awaited those men. Dawn broke over the majestic mountains, signaling a new day and a new journey. A group of people, including the bearded man, entered the dense forest, and a soldier ordered high vigilance against monsters. Azadin observed the group, noticing that the number of people on this journey was more than he had expected. Midiam walked beside Azadin, also sensing something unusual, proving her keen senses. The atmosphere in the forest became gloomy and heavy. A sense of unease enveloped everyone. Azadin, with a serious expression, confirmed that the unusual feeling was the remnant of dark magic, a trace of dark decay. Azadin thought to himself that it seemed no one in the group noticed anything unusual, while the other men were still carelessly moving forward. Midiam turned her head, her eyes full of worry as she called Azadin's name, sensing an unusual tension from him. Azadin quickly reached out, gently placed his hand on Midiam's shoulder, and softly advised her to stay close to the mounts for safety. The group continued deeper into the gloomy forest, and Azadin suddenly realized something was lurking ahead. A chilling sensation washed over him. Hidden in the dense shadows of the trees were wolves with blood-red eyes, waiting for their prey. Azadin and Midiam stood side by side, both their eyes showing high vigilance, as Azadin confirmed. "They're coming." An undead wolf with sharp fangs and fiery eyes charged forward, growling ferociously, signaling an unavoidable battle. A series of other undead wolves also appeared, growling madly, turning the quiet forest into a living hell. Tarkiev, with a tense expression, shouted an order to the formation. "Everyone, to your position." Tarkiev's group of soldiers quickly formed a solid defensive formation, raising their shields and spears, ready to face the threat. Tarkiev's formation was ready, but the large and ferocious number of undead wolves was still a great challenge. An undead wolf let out a savage roar which echoed throughout the forest, making the atmosphere even more chilling. A bearded soldier stepped back, looking in horror at the growling undead wolves, realizing they were not simple creatures. He was surprised to realize that the wolves were not attacking directly, but only growling from a distance, as if waiting for an opportune moment. Azadin, with sharp eyes, deduced that the wolves still retained memories from when they were alive and were trying to hunt them as a pack. He quickly realized the fatal weakness of the current formation. Absolutely do not let them attack the rear. A giant undead wolf suddenly charged straight into the back line, causing two soldiers to panic and try to flee. The ferocious wolf tore at a soldier, blood splattering everywhere, creating a horrifying and violent scene. The bearded man roared in anger, swinging his sword in counterattack, determined not to let his comrade be easily defeated. Karkar rushed forward like a gust of wind, delivering a fatal sword strike to the undead wolf, rescuing his comrade in the nick of time. Karkar continued to swing his sword, striking another wolf, demonstrating his skilled and decisive combat abilities. He decisively chopped off the undead wolf's head, blood splattering everywhere, making the other monsters wary. Midiam and Ishmael watched Tarkiev and Karkar fight, and Midiam secretly remarked that Tarkiev was quite decent since he had taken the golden armor for himself. Tarkiev turned to ask Karkar if he was all right, and Karkar replied that it was just a minor thing, nothing to worry about. Karkar looked at Tarkiev, his eyes full of thought, as Tarkiev realized that the wolves were only growling from a distance, as if luring them. The bearded man, with a panicked expression, pointed forward, stammering, over there." He was horrified to see a familiar figure surrounded by undead wolves in the darkness. "Karim? Is that you?" The bearded man and Tarkiev both looked towards Karim, their eyes full of worry as Tarkiev asked, "Karim, are you all right? What about the others?" Suddenly, Tarkiev frowned, realizing something was wrong, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Both men were horrified to see a bloody hand holding a broken sword, and realized Karim was in an extremely dangerous situation. A hideous zombie with glowing red eyes and jagged teeth appeared, signaling a terrifying threat approaching. Gardreg and his mercenary group were horrified to realize they were surrounded by the undead. A worried soldier exclaimed, "Damn it! At this rate, we'll be surrounded." In the chaos, a panicked mercenary suggested, "Use arrows. Let's use arrows." Arrows flew like rain, piercing the aggressive undead wolves charging towards them, but they seemed insufficient to halt the advance of the Death Army. An arrow lodged deep into the undead wolf's leg, but it only seemed to make the monster more frenzied. While the mercenary group struggled, Azadin calmly picked up stones from the ground, his sharp eyes hinting at a plan. Azadin sighed, muttering that he didn't want to interfere in this battle, but the situation seemed to be getting out of hand. With a decisive motion, Azadin drew his bow, preparing to unleash a surprise attack. An arrow flew from nowhere, piercing the head of the attacking undead wolf, causing it to collapse instantly. The entire mercenary group was astonished by Azadin's clean execution. Unable to believe their eyes, Azadin coldly declared, "I'll handle the hounds." He turned to Gardreg and decisively ordered, "Please deal with the zombies." Gardreg replied in surprise, Yes. Gardreg immediately plunged into battle, swinging his sword and decapitating a zombie, blood splattering. He continued to unleash powerful slashes, eliminating more undead, demonstrating the formidable strength of a seasoned warrior. Sharp sword slashes continuously tore through the air, delivering fatal blows to the monsters. Gardreg panted, standing over the corpse of a recently defeated zombie, his eyes firm and full of confidence. He thought to himself, fortunately, the other mercenaries were also fighting very well. Gardreg continued to observe the battle, noticing that the undead moved too systematically. Surely there was a sorcerer controlling them from afar. Azadin was also observing, realizing this was not the end, but merely the beginning of a larger conspiracy. A small owl perched on a branch, its sharp yellow eyes silently observing all the developments on the ground below. Another mercenary angrily exclaimed, "This is different from what was promised." He turned to Gardreg, questioning, "Undead? We were hired to hunt wyverns." Gardreg replied in confusion, "We don't know either." Gardreg tried to reassure them, "But we've eliminated all of them, so let's just continue." Gardreg suddenly changed his demeanor, growling, "Who knows if any others will appear?" The bearded mercenary frantically declared, "Let's go back." Azadin coldly retorted, "Can you go back?" startling the entire mercenary group. Gardreg and the other mercenaries asked in astonishment, "What?" The group looked up, horrified to realize that the surrounding trees had strangely transformed, forming a barrier wall. The path they had just taken had completely vanished, trapping them in the perilous forest. The entire forest was shrouded in gloomy darkness, with no escape, plunging the mercenary group into despair. Gardreg's group was stunned to realize the path ahead had vanished, leaving only a dense and terrifyingly dark wall of trees. Azadin coldly declared, "The sorcerer has blocked our escape. They want to kill everyone." The two men began to blame each other for choosing this path, while Azadin maintained a calm expression, secretly thinking that if they had done something terrible to the woman of his tribe, he wouldn't want them to survive either. However, Azadin remained rational, telling himself he couldn't let them die before clearly confirming the truth. Azadin turned to Gardreg, softly calling, "Hey." Gardreg flinched. Azadin ordered him to go calm down the panicked people, making Gardreg ask in surprise. Azadin explained that a pilgrim like him wouldn't be listened to by anyone, but a noble like Gardreg was different, making him nod in agreement. With a decisive step, Gardreg accepted the task. "Leave it to me." Gardreg placed a hand on his chin, his sharp eyes revealing the confidence of a noble preparing to make an appearance. He turned to the panicked crowd, growling with authority, "You commoners!" Azadin, Ishmael, and Midiam stood watching. He thought to himself, I knew it," as Tarkiev began to draw the crowd's attention. Tarkiev, with an arrogant expression, proclaimed himself the son of Margrave Kazel, and bearing the blood of the great god king, declaring his life more precious than any of theirs. He continued to boast, saying he was searching for the secrets of this place, and no one was allowed to think about leaving. Gardreg watched Tarkiev and his group leave, his face clearly showing annoyance and dissatisfaction. Azadin asked Gardreg why they were leaving, then retorted, "Actually, let me ask you, what the hell are you thinking?" Gardreg clutched his head, sighing in relief, asking Azadin why he said such things. Gardreg explained that splitting up the group would be more dangerous, and asked Azadin why he didn't follow the others. Chico and Karkar explained that if the path they took was disturbed by magic, turning back would be many times more dangerous. Azadin bent down, touching the ground, sensing something unusual. He realized it was the witch's powder that Bethuma sorcerers often use. Midiam sat down, her eyes serious, asserting that it was extremely powerful dark mana. Azadin speculated that with its power, it was possible the sorcerer had died and turned into a vengeful spirit, which also made sense given their recent encounter with the undead. Karkar and Chico looked at each other, nodding as if they understood the problem. Karkar said, "I knew it." Azadin looked at Karkar and Chico, secretly assessing. "These two are quite useful." Midiam anxiously asked, "So, is it because the woman of the Herald tribe died?" Azadin replied with a serious expression, "We cannot be sure." He explained that if they were from the tribe, they would have learned natural magic, but it was also possible they had learned dark magic without having to die. Azadin turned and walked away, saying that if they were still alive, there would be traces of them in the village, and at least they could talk. Ishmael and Midiam looked at each other worriedly. Midiam thought to herself, if they're still alive then. The group continued their journey, venturing deeper into the forest where wooden houses dimly appeared through the mist. A crash echoed, signaling a wooden door had been violently broken, revealing a dramatic scene. The desolate village scene appeared with dry leaves fluttering in the gloomy air, creating an eerie feeling. In the silent village, Gardreg and the white-haired soldier, female, remarked on its stillness, while the white-haired soldier, male, believed all the undead had been eliminated. Heavy footsteps echoed as Azadin and his comrades advanced deeper into the deserted village, intensifying the atmosphere. Azadin suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, as if he had sensed something unusual. The entire group was on high alert when a voice echoed from the wooden house, making the silver-haired soldier wonder if there were any other undead. A short brown-haired girl wearing shining armor frantically cried out from inside, asserting that she was human. The girl continued to plead, asserting that she was a holy knight of the royal church, her voice filled with fear and despair. Azadin calmly gestured to his comrades, his eyes still fixed on the door, preparing for any situation. Azadin's hand gently touched the wooden door, opening a small crack, ready to face what awaited inside. A young girl in gleaming armor suddenly rushed out of the house, her face filled with extreme horror and panic. The girl tumbled to the ground, her armor clanking loudly, while Azadin and the white-haired soldier, male, stood there, slightly surprised by this sudden appearance. Azadin bent down to help the girl up, his eyes showing a puzzled expression at the Holy Knight's ironic predicament. Miriam and Ishmael stood behind, looking at the girl worriedly. Miriam warned that acting alone was very dangerous. The Holy Knight turned her head, her face still panicked, earnestly saying that she needed to do this herself and didn't want anyone to follow. Azadin and his group stood there, watching the girl's hurried departure, the atmosphere around them still a bit confused. The Holy Knight turned back, offered a forced smile, and bowed, thanking Azadin for freeing her, but also apologizing for the belated thanks. Azadin and his comrades looked at the Holy Knight. Miriam thought to herself that she must have had a memorable experience in that room. The Holy Knight introduced herself as Maya, a supervisor of the Salasma parish, with a confident expression. Azadin muttered, realizing Maya was a high-ranking figure, his face showing contemplation. Maya asked in surprise why someone of her high rank was locked in a storage room, while Azadin and his companions seemed a bit confused. Maya shyly cleared her throat, then explained that she had come to this village to carry out a sacred mission. She recounted that while investigating in the storage room, she was suddenly locked in, and the spiderweb-filled air in the room made her shiver. Maya continued to explain in a panic that the villagers had panicked and locked her in there when the monsters suddenly swarmed in. She explained that she couldn't break down the door because her weapons were with her mount, and although she could use punitive magic, that would put her in danger. Maya looked at Azadin, her eyes full of worry, asking about the fate of the villagers and the zombies, as everything was now unusually quiet. Azadin replied, explaining that the mercenaries and merchants who accompanied them had eliminated the zombies, but then they had separated to return. Maya continued to ask Azadin if he had seen any other holy knights around, her face full of hope. Azadin asked back, other knights? Maya explained that they were ordered to eliminate the wyvern in this area. Maya continued to explain that her father was a trainer for apprentice knights, so they were expected to meet somewhere around here. While Azadin listened in silence, the girl Maya smiled brightly, confidently asserting that her father was also a holy knight. Maya proudly spoke of her illustrious holy knight family, while Azadin and Ishmael stood listening. Azadin pondered thoughtfully, connecting the information about the village and the farming town they had passed through. In Azadin's mind, an image of a majestic holy knight appeared, and he suddenly realized the horrifying possibility. The knight he had killed was Maya's father. Azadin maintained a calm expression, but in his mind, Maya's words, holy knights for generations, held a bitter irony. A majestic scene of a king on his throne appeared in Azadin's mind, along with a strict rule. Royal Church holy knights were not allowed to have children. Maya looked at Azadin in confusion when he asked about her undead horse and weapons, and she confirmed that her equipment was also there. Azadin gestured, suggesting Maya go with the soldiers and mercenaries to search for the horse and possibly other holy knights. Maya smiled brightly, appreciating Azadin's thoughtfulness, completely unaware of his ulterior motive. Maya left with the soldiers, leaving Azadin alone, watching them go with an unreadable gaze. Azadin looked into the distance, uttering a cryptic remark about the ironic fate awaiting Maya. Azadin, along with Miriam and Ishmael, entered an abandoned house, beginning to explore their new shelter. All three observed the empty house around them, realizing there was nothing valuable here. Miriam asked about the next plan, and Azadin firmly declared that he would turn this place into a base to hunt down the dark sorcerer. Ishmael worriedly speculated that the culprit was human, and Azadin and Miriam agreed with serious expressions. A glowing red eye appeared amidst eerie patterns, suggesting that dark calamities were often caused by vengeful spirits. A solitary female figure stood amidst a stream of red blood, illustrating the explanation about evil spirits and the possibility that the culprit was a slave from the Herald family. The image of a dark spirit with terrifying glowing eyes appeared, implying that the woman might have been murdered and turned into an evil spirit. Azadin focused on sharpening a metal arrow beside the flickering fire. As night fell, Azadin, Ishmael, and Miriam gathered around the campfire, continuing their preparations while their mounts rested nearby. Ishmael sighed, complaining about the arduous work of crafting arrows and the inability to use hornbows. Ishmael explained that they had no choice but to craft them themselves in order to conceal their identity as members of the Herald family. Miriam held a crude arrow, anxiously asking Azadin if crafting them like this was all right. Azadin calmly replied that as long as they were better than goblin arrows, he would use iron arrowheads. Miriam raised the arrow, calling Azadin's name with a thoughtful expression. Miriam looked at Azadin, asking a direct question about his intentions if the dark sorcerer was still alive. Azadin asked in surprise for the reason, and Midiam frankly remarked that Azadin would kill her, but he valued beauty. Azadin pondered, admitting the possibility that the sorcerer was dead and had become an evil spirit, but also not ruling out the possibility that she was still alive and using dark magic. A woman's face split in two, half crying, half laughing maniacally, showing empathy for the sorcerer's painful past. A shattered, bleeding plate, symbolizing the cruel reminder: something broken cannot be used merely out of pity. In a blood-stained, ruined setting, a mysterious voice echoed, asserting that buying new armor would be much more effective. Azadin calmly sat by the fire, forging arrows, while Midiam sat opposite him, saying that if he could change her mind, she would respect him. Midiam chuckled softly, her eyes mischievous, affirming her words. Azadin, surprised by her answer, mumbled that perhaps she also understood somewhat. Midiam looked up, her eyes dreamy as if contemplating the beauty and protecting one's people. Ishmael suddenly spoke up, his face annoyed, interrupting the conversation. "Enough," he growled, stating that the woman didn't even deserve forgiveness, and that forgiving someone who used dark magic to cause calamity was unacceptable. Ishmael looked at Azadin with sharp eyes, questioning why he cared about the traitor's son, someone who didn't even have eyes. He angrily clutched Azadin's cloak, growling that she had never cared about others in the family as much as Azadin did. Azadin calmly stood up, ignoring Ishmael's anger, seemingly unmoved. He walked away, declaring firmly, "I don't care if you respect me or not. I'm just doing what I can." Ishmael erupted in anger, feeling extremely annoyed by Azadin's attitude, especially since he didn't want to deal with Midiam. Azadin clapped his hands lightly, his face satisfied as if he had just completed an important task. Outside the house, Maya and her holy knights were standing amidst the thick fog enveloping the village. A tense atmosphere pervaded. Maya cautiously realized that this fog was not normal, and had a premonition that the enemy was approaching. Azadin, along with Midiam and Ishmael, stepped outside, facing Maya and her knight squad. Maya looked at Azadin with suspicion, wondering, who is that person? Feeling that he was not like an ordinary pilgrim. The holy knight Maya secretly thought that Azadin had knowledge of defensive tactics, but still wondered whether to let a stranger lead. Maya continued to ponder, wondering if well-trained individuals like herself should lead, or if someone like Azadin should. Midiam smirked, sarcastically saying to Maya, "Are you talking about that well-trained person who would still be locked in the storage room if it weren't for us?" Maya was astonished, her eyes wide as she realized what Midiam had just said, unable to believe her ears. The white-haired soldier, male, next to Maya suddenly turned his head, his eyes highly vigilant, as if he had just sensed something unusual. From deep within the dark forest, a gruesome army of zombies with glowing red eyes was silently advancing towards the village, growling, chilling sound. A multitude of undead, with tattered, blood-soaked bodies continued to appear, forming a terrifying army. Azadin looked directly at the approaching zombies, the corner of his mouth curling into a challenging smile. "Ha ha ha, you guys are quite interesting." Suddenly, a giant wyvern with widespread black wings swooped down from the sky, creating a powerful gust of wind. The wyvern continued to descend, its massive wings tearing through the air, creating a majestic yet menacing sight. One of Maya's knights screamed in horror, "It's a wyvern!" Azadin calmly faced the giant monster, asking directly, "Are you the one from the Herald family who massacred this entire village?" The wyvern growled, replying to Azadin in a deep, muffled voice, "I heard from the merchants." The wyvern growled, recounting its painful past when its Herald Clan was massacred solely because of their bloodline. Azadin looked up at the giant wyvern, cautiously asking if it was truly still alive. The wyvern replied to Azadin with a resounding roar, asserting its existence in midair. Azadin pondered, explaining that vengeful spirits often believed they were still alive, implicitly doubting the wyvern's words. Karkar, a blonde knight, holding a spear, directly asked the mysterious white-haired man on the roof about the origin of his power. The mysterious white-haired man smirked, arrogantly declaring, "Why should I tell you? Become one of my undead if you wish." While Chico and the silver-haired soldier stood next to Karkar, he unleashed a powerful attack, a stream of purple energy tearing through the air, signaling that a fierce battle was about to begin. Azadin and Karkar were pushed back by the attacking energy stream, both astonished by the enemy's terrifying power. Azadin hastily reassured the wyvern, asserting that he and his companions were not involved with those who had mistreated it in the past. Midiam secretly peeked through the crack in the door, her eyes revealing worry and fear at the situation outside. She hastily ran out of the house, perhaps to seek safety or a better vantage point. Azadin stood on the rooftop looking down, while Midiam safely stood behind him, observing the situation. Midiam anxiously asked Azadin if they should reveal their identity as members of the Herald Clan. Azadin turned to her, pointed into the distance, and subtly retorted, "So, what are we going to do with the Holy Knight and the Tarkiev brothers?" Midiam coldly replied to Azadin, "We will kill them," causing Ishmael beside her to sigh, implicitly understanding her ruthless nature. Azadin drew his bow, criticizing Midian for excessively disregarding human lives. Even when the opponent was a holy knight of the royal church, Midian scoffed at Azadin's outdated thinking, while Ishmael curiously asked Azadin if he had a plan yet. Azadin concentrated his power, his hand glowing brightly, signaling an extremely powerful attack about to be unleashed. He drew his bow, the arrow on the string flashing with a dazzling blue light, ready to pierce through any enemy. Azadin fired the energy arrow. It shot forth like a lightning bolt, tearing through the night and heading straight for the enemy. Midian and Ishmael watched the arrow's flight in astonishment, unable to believe the power Azadin had just displayed. Azadin's swift arrow struck a zombie directly, piercing its head with ease. The terrifying power from the arrow spread, blowing away and destroying numerous zombies around it, creating a clear area amidst the undead horde. Azadin turned back to look at Midian and Ishmael, his sharp eyes declaring that he would show them who was stronger here. The remaining zombies continued to be mercilessly destroyed by Azadin, falling to the ground like straw. Azadin stood on the rooftop, looking down at the massive horde of zombies streaming into the village, facing an entire army of undead alone. Another zombie was shot in the head by Azadin. It collapsed to the ground with a horrifying hole. Azadin continuously drew and fired arrows, each one a deadly beam of light, spreading terror among the undead. Midian secretly thought about Azadin's hornbow, astonished by its superior power and the fact that Azadin became a herald without any training experience. Karkar and Chico frantically called for everyone to stop the invading zombies, facing the imminent threat. Azadin drew his bow, his gaze fixed forward, wondering how Elder Kazaz had trained someone who had failed basic training to such a terrifying level. Midian's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe that Elder Kazaz had trained someone who had failed basic training to such a terrifying level. From a distance, a grotesque army of zombies and colossal wyverns was rapidly approaching, signaling an impending catastrophe. Azadin, with a cold expression, poured all his strength into the bow, forging a brilliantly glowing energy arrow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Azadin's swift arrow struck a zombie directly in the head, causing it to explode into gruesome pieces, initiating the slaughter. The mysterious white-haired man swung his sword, decapitating a soldier, blood splattering, terrifying Karkar and Chico who stood nearby. Ishmael looked at Midian in surprise, exclaiming that the bow she was holding was the legendary hornbow. Midian, with a mischievous expression, turned to Ishmael and reassured him, "It'll be fine as long as Holy Knight Maya doesn't see it." Another of Azadin's arrows struck a zombie directly in the head, piercing its skull with terrifying destructive force, leaving no chance for survival. Chico stood amidst the rubble and corpses, her face panicked, desperately urging everyone to stop the zombies at all costs. The mysterious white-haired man continued his slaughter, decisively and coldly decapitating another soldier without hesitation. He arrogantly looked down at the terrified Karkar, growling, "Well, who do you think is stronger?" Azadin stood on the rooftop, drawing his bow and aiming at the approaching zombie army, coldly declaring, "Well, who do you think is stronger?" A colossal wyvern roared arrogantly, mocking Azadin. "Don't get cocky just after firing a few arrows." Azadin immediately retaliated, firing an extremely powerful energy arrow that pierced the body of the wyvern soaring in the sky, causing it to roar in pain. Karkar stood next to the mysterious white-haired man and Chico, feeling an ominous premonition as he witnessed the horrifying scene unfolding, muttering, "I have a bad feeling about this." A colossal undead wolf, with a grotesque body full of boils and glowing red eyes, suddenly emerged from the forest, bearing its fangs menacingly. The undead wolf snarled ferociously, charging forward at terrifying speed, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to block its path. Ishmael and Midian stood side by side, their faces horrified. Ishmael couldn't help but utter an expletive when facing the imminent danger. Ishmael angrily punched the wall, while Midian cowered in fear. Both were helpless in the dire situation. Another wyvern roared madly. Along with its kin, they swooped down to attack with extreme ferocity, turning the sky into a battlefield. The mysterious white-haired man smirked, realizing there was no longer any reason to hold back forces, and growled, "There's no point in holding back anymore. I should have unleashed all my undead from the start." From above, Azadin looked down at the colossal army of undead, including zombies and undead wolves, swarming the village, creating a scene of chaos and despair. Azadin fired an extremely powerful energy arrow, piercing the head of an undead wolf, causing it to explode in a dazzling light, clearing a portion of the threat. Ishmael and Midian watched the scene in horror. Midian couldn't help but exclaim, "That's cheating." Azadin, with a cold expression and his eye patch covering his eyes, simply looked forward silently, not saying a word in response to her accusation of cheating. Another colossal wyvern swooped down to attack, creating a massive explosion upon impact with the ground, causing heavy damage and plunging the situation into extreme chaos. The mysterious white-haired man trampled a dead soldier underfoot, his eyes cruel and full of contempt, showing no regard for human life. Azadin continued to draw his bow, preparing to fire another arrow, while Midian and Ishmael stood behind him, watching with worry and hope. Azadin fired an energy arrow, piercing another zombie, continuing the relentless battle to protect the living. Midiam and Ishmael welcomed Azadin back, but Midiam unexpectedly pointed forward with a meaningful expression. A lone, white-haired soldier faced the colossal undead bear monster amidst the bloody ruins, a situation that appeared extremely dangerous. The white-haired soldier showed extreme pain, a cold drop of sweat trickling down his temple as he tried to endure. The undead bear monster roared ferociously, raising its colossal claws, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the cowering white-haired soldier. A terrifying purple energy burst from the undead bear monster's attack, tearing through the ground and creating immense destructive power. The white-haired soldier was thrown back, fresh blood gushing from his mouth, while a grotesque zombie lumbered closer from behind. Two zombies with bloodshot eyes, bearing fangs and claws, lunged towards the fallen white-haired soldier. A perilous situation. Ishmael's eyes widened in horror. He let out a piercing scream as he witnessed the terrifying scene unfolding before him. The white-haired soldier desperately yelled, "No!" trying to resist as the colossal undead bear monster closed in, preparing to finish him off. Suddenly, a short brown-haired woman appeared, raising a brilliantly glowing warhammer, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. The girl shouted loudly, putting all her strength into the strike, her face showing extreme determination and anger. The extremely powerful hammer blow created a dazzling flash of light, sweeping away the zombies and the undead bear monster surrounding the white-haired soldier. The white-haired soldier's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what he had just witnessed after that divine attack. Blazing golden energy erupted violently, blowing away everything in sight, leaving a deep crater and thick dust. The desolate scene after the explosion revealed only debris and dust, showing the terrifying destructive power of the attack. The short brown-haired woman lay collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, her body exhausted after unleashing the devastating attack. The white-haired soldier also lay motionless, his lifeless eyes staring up at the night sky, completely exhausted and severely wounded. Azadin stood behind the bars, his eyes sharp and seemingly annoyed as he listened to Midiam's comments about the girl's actions. Azadin walked calmly, his eyes emotionless, as he remarked that the girl's attack was not bad at all. He looked up at the ruined ceiling, where a colossal wyvern was snarling, confirming that the girl had destroyed the undead. However, he still had much to show, as another horde of colossal undead wolves and zombies rapidly approached, creating terrifying pressure. The mysterious white-haired man, who had summoned the monsters, laughed arrogantly, mocking the proud citizens of Wyvern. He continued to provoke, asking how they felt being avenged by the very person they had scorned and mocked. Midiam and Ishmael looked forward in horror. Midiam drew her bow, preparing to face the new threat. Azadin coldly drew an arrow from his quiver, declaring that they knew nothing of the true power of the Herald Clan. The colossal wyvern's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly unable to believe Azadin's confident declaration. The wyvern's eyes showed extreme astonishment as it sensed a terrifying power rising. Azadin fired an extremely powerful energy arrow, piercing the wyvern's colossal body with ease. The wyvern roared in pain. Its colossal body swayed and crashed down, fresh blood splattering. It plunged straight to the ground, creating a terrifying explosion, demonstrating the destructive power of Azadin's arrow. The giant wyvern was now just a mass of mangled flesh, slumped on the blood-stained ground, a testament to the destructive power that had just been unleashed. Azadin, with a cold and proud expression, powerfully drew his bow, declaring that this was the power of the Herald Clan, those who could shoot down even the stars in the high heaven. Two sharp arrows, carrying destructive energy, tore through the wind, ready to pierce through anything in their path. Not just one, but two other wyverns also suffered fatal blows, fresh blood splattering as the arrows pierced straight through their bodies. The giant wyverns collapsed, creating a terrifying energy explosion, as Azadin confidently asserted that they could hit the first arrow with their second. Azadin's decisive steps trod on the ground as he continued to reveal the Arael clan, those who could even strike down the God King at the Emperor's command. Azadin turned his head to the side, his gaze distant as he explained that the Herald Clan was merely the name outsiders used to call them. A close-up of the dead wyvern's head, Azadin calmly added that among themselves, they called themselves Arael. Azadin stood beside the wyvern's corpse, and a voice full of astonishment rang out, seemingly having just realized his true identity. Azadin looked up, his gaze firm, boldly declaring his identity. "My name is Azadin. I am the 108th spirit." The wyvern's gaping mouth, now just a pool of blood, seemed to still utter herald, in astonishment, before completely taking its last breath. The severely wounded wyvern struggled to rise in extreme pain, seemingly unable to believe that Azadin would reveal this secret after all. Azadin maintained his calm, coldly replying concisely, "That's right." The wyvern finally collapsed completely, its insane, desperate laughter echoing through the space before it succumbed to death. A large stream of fresh blood gushed from the wyvern's mouth, marking the end of its existence. Azadin still stood there, his gaze terrifyingly calm, as if the wyvern's death had not shaken him at all. Azadin stood alone amidst a desolate landscape, surrounded by dark energy, and began to recall the past. In a gloomy forest, a gaunt, silver-haired female spirit appeared, saying that she had waited for thousands of long nights. The female spirit's emaciated face clearly showed suffering, her lifeless blue eyes staring straight ahead, longing for someone from the clan to free her from this miserable life. The female spirit stood amidst the dark energy, her eyes desperate as she admitted that no one had come, no matter how long she had waited. Azadin silently watched the female spirit's back, realizing she had died long ago, but it seemed she herself was unaware of it. A rare look of remorse appeared on Azadin's face, and he softly whispered an apology. The female spirit's face contorted in rage and pain. She had endured all the insults and humiliation alone. The female spirit screamed in fury, her body erupting with fierce blue energy, declaring that an apology was now too late. A horde of hideous zombies rushed forward, and the female spirit painfully revealed that her body had rotted, her soul tainted by dark magic. The female spirit frantically charged forward with the horde of undead, screaming that she would kill all living beings, for only death could soothe her pain. Azadin bowed his head, his gaze heavy, seemingly contemplating the tragic fate of the female spirit. The female spirit's face clearly showed rage as she asked Azadin about her children. The female spirit screamed in despair, revealing the horrifying truth that she never wanted those children, as they were the offspring of the Wybrus who had insulted her. Azadin sighed softly, his eyes sad as he remarked that, even if unwanted, those children would still endure a cruel fate simply for carrying the blood of Aragasa. Azadin further revealed that the Aragasa children also suffered prolonged pain for thousands of nights, sometimes even more than she did. Azadin coldly added that those children would grow up in abuse and eventually hate their own kind, just like her. Azadin made a weighty offer. If she did not want this pain to continue, she should surrender and reveal the whereabouts of the children. With a resolute gaze, Azadin solemnly swore an oath in the name of Emperor Yesla. Azadin continued his oath, promising to seek out and rescue those children at all costs. The female spirit asked in astonishment if he would truly save her children, and Azadin decisively replied, yes. The female spirit suddenly cried out in despair, unable to believe that it was possible. Azadin looked her straight in the eyes, asserting confidently, it is possible. He explained that his clan always accomplished what seemed impossible, and that was true in the past, as it is now. Azadin turned his back, asserting that even though hated by those in Wybrus, his clan had not lost the light of their faith. The female spirit silently watched Azadin's retreating back, an indescribable confusion stirring within her. Ishmael and Midiam appeared. He surprisingly asked about the faith Azadin mentioned, while she decisively declared that he was just lying. Midiam gritted her teeth, her sharp eyes asking with full skepticism, what faith? Did we ever have such a thing? A haunting image appeared. Scales of justice stained with blood and coins, along with the explanation that the herald's duty was merely a forced curse. The image of a greedy person smiling sinisterly, clutching coins, and words echoed that everyone only wanted what they had, not for honor or faith. Even those in the founding clan were full of greed. In a church-like setting, ambitious words echoed, if they found the God King's scripture and broke the curse of servitude, they would use terrifying power to seize everything and take revenge on those in Wybrus for all the suffering they had caused. Midiam gritted her teeth, remarking that this was a brutal system where the strong were allowed to seek revenge, and thus, Azadin's words were clearly a lie, yet she couldn't understand why they felt so credible. Azadin still stood there, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, as if completely unmoved by Midiam's words. The female spirit bowed her head, silent, seemingly having made her final decision. The female spirit finally spoke, accepting surrender. Ishmael and Midiam were utterly astonished, unable to believe their ears when they heard the female spirit surrender. The female spirit turned her back, her desolate form gradually fading into the night. Heavy, cold chains were fastened tightly to the stone wall. The female spirit lay slumped on the cold ground, chains binding her body tightly. The female spirit whispered, feeling the bone-chilling cold enveloping her. The female spirit's lifeless blue eyes were wide open, filled with immense pain and despair. In a sorrowful memory, a hand reached out, trying to touch the sobbing infant. The infant was curled in a cloth, its heartbreaking cries echoing, evoking the mother's inconsolable pain. The baby's cries continued, a constant reminder of the tragic fate of children bearing the blood of Aragasa. In a sorrowful memory, a gentle hand caressed the sobbing infant, its tiny face full of tears and fear. The female spirit appeared faintly, her eyes filled with love and regret as she looked at her tiny child. Tears streamed down the female spirit's emaciated cheeks, each drop seemingly containing an ocean of sorrow and unspeakable pain. Chained in the cold dungeon, the female spirit held her child tightly in her arms, feeling the last warmth and whispering that they only had each other. Azadin stood tall before the kneeling female spirit, an eerie darkness still enveloping her, creating a haunting and tense scene. Azadin sternly demanded the female spirit's surrender, the plea made with the faith and honor of the Herald Clan, making the atmosphere more solemn than ever. The female spirit looked up at Azadin, her tear-filled eyes pleading with him to save the children she could not protect, her words laden with ultimate despair. Meanwhile, Midiam and Ishmael watched in astonishment as the remnants of the undead vanished, and the dark mana gradually disappeared from the desolate battlefield. Both Midiam and Ishmael looked up at the star-filled night sky, their eyes utterly surprised as they realized that the impossible had truly happened. Midiam broke into a radiant smile, hope blazing within her as she realized that faith could truly save people. Azadin knelt, clasped the female spirit's hand, and resolutely promised that he would fulfill her plea, a promise as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He looked her straight in the eyes, his voice strained as he asked about the number and location of the children who had been sold, determined not to miss any clue. The female spirit burst into tears, revealing that she had hidden important clues in the warehouse so she would never forget her children. Azadin continued to hold her hand, his sharp gaze inquiring about the origin of the dark magic that had haunted her for so long. The female spirit tremblingly revealed an enigmatic god-king scripture that had whispered into her ear, astonishing Azadin. Suddenly, a fierce burst of crimson energy erupted, sweeping away Azadin and the female spirit, accompanied by a terrifying scream echoing throughout the space. Azadin was pushed back by the powerful energy wave, while the woman's soul gradually dissolved into sparkling particles of light. Azadin uttered a horrified curse, looking at the scene before him, unable to believe what was happening. He hastily embraced the lifeless body of the female spirit, now just a gaunt, cold corpse, covered in dirt and wounds. A mocking voice rang out, scoffing at Azadin's naivety, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. A group of strangers appeared, led by a mysterious, red-haired woman, who declared that the female spirit was not one of theirs. The red-haired woman continued to provoke Azadin, sarcastically remarking that he wouldn't understand because he couldn't use magic. The group of strangers approached, with fierce flames still raging behind them, creating a menacing scene. Azadin looked up at the red-haired woman, his eyes full of wariness and suspicion, questioning her identity. The red-haired woman confidently introduced herself as Calypso, the 106th spirit of the Herald Clan, which surprised Azadin. Calypso smirked, explaining that she was on a mission to eliminate evil spirits and collect copies of the God King's scripture. Azadin frowned, questioning Calypso about her sudden appearance and asserting that this was originally his mission. Calypso sneered, revealing that rumors of Azadin's incompetence had reached her ears, making it impossible for her to ignore. She continued to mock Azadin, saying that he couldn't even control his subordinates, and she couldn't bear that shame any longer. At the same time, Midiam suddenly realized that Calypso's companions looked very familiar. She quickly grabbed a man and angrily questioned. Midiam grabbed the neck of a Khorassar merchant, who she had previously intimidated in the last town, her eyes sharp as if wanting to tear him apart. Azadin let out a long sigh. It seemed everything was spiraling out of his control. Clenching his fists, Azadin wondered if these people had teamed up with Calypso to take revenge on them, a thought filled with unease. He looked down at the cold body of the female spirit, his heart heavy, unable to speak with her any longer now that her soul had left her body. Suddenly, Calypso appeared arrogantly with her group of soldiers, declaring that the female spirit did not belong to her faction, and Azadin had no need to interfere. Calypso smirked, her staff glowing brightly, saying that Azadin should be grateful she had dealt with the female spirit on his behalf. From the body of the female spirit, an ancient page suddenly floated up, emitting a mystical light. Calypso smiled triumphantly, reaching out to take the page, as if she had anticipated everything. But before she could touch it, the page unexpectedly shot upwards, greatly surprising Calypso. The page glided past Calypso, flying directly towards Azadin, causing her to exclaim in astonishment. Azadin calmly caught the page, his gaze entirely focused on the ancient characters inscribed on it. Calypso roared in anger, unable to comprehend why the page had chosen Azadin. Without giving Azadin time to react, Calypso unleashed an explosive attack, a massive surge of green energy hurtling directly towards him. Azadin was violently thrown against a tree trunk, his arrow deeply embedded in the wood, a truly devastating sight. The horrific impact rendered Azadin unconscious, collapsing to the ground amidst the charred ruins. Calypso and her soldiers arrogantly stepped past the motionless Azadin, disregarding his presence. Calypso turned back to look at Azadin with contempt, mocking him as the useless 108th spirit. She walked away confidently, as if everything was within her grasp. Midiam, standing next to Ishmael, let out a sigh of relief as the dark mana disappeared, but her eyes remained vigilant. Midiam angrily questioned Calypso, demanding that she stop burning the Emperor's land and asking if she felt no shame burning the parched trees. Calypso turned back, her eyes sharp, growling at Midiam to shut up, daughter of Aether. Midiam's face flushed with anger. She couldn't believe Calypso dared to speak to her like that. Calypso arrogantly declared herself a herald, while Midiam was merely a subordinate, with no right to lecture her. Midiam gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with indignation at Calypso's arrogant attitude. Calypso turned to Azadin, asking him if he was Calypso, then said she remembered who he was. Azadin, now awake, looked at Calypso with a calm expression, asking her in return, "You are my subordinate, aren't you?" Calypso's face changed color with anger. She hadn't expected Azadin to dare say such a thing. Azadin gave a mysterious smile, asking Calypso if she had any complaints about how he trained his subordinates. Calypso sneered, her eyes full of provocation. The two faced each other. Calypso roared that she was superior to Azadin, but he calmly replied that he was a herald before her, a tense verbal sparring match. Ishmael stood next to Azadin, his face surprised as he listened to the tense conversation between the parties, thinking to himself that this was truly a rank dispute among grumpy old folks. More importantly, one of Calypso's soldiers was clenching his fist, his face resolute, as if ready for a fight. Azadin turned his back to Calypso, questioning her about information regarding the deceased woman and the whereabouts of her children, which surprised Calypso. Calypso growled, asserting that the woman was from Wybris, not Aragassan, while her body lay cold in the rain. Azadin firmly replied, "She is Aragassan," causing Calypso to scream in anger. Azadin maintained a calm expression, his eyes covered, yet his gaze revealed unwavering resolve. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued to explain that the woman had endured all suffering in the name of Aragassan, and if they abandoned her simply because she wasn't of their blood, then that would be a stain that would defile the honor of the entire Herald clan, a weighty declaration. Miriam stood next to Azadin, quietly listening to his righteous words, sensing the sincerity in every phrase. In Miriam's memory, Azadin had always been a man who upheld his honor and dignity, no matter who he faced, even if he had to kneel before the powerful. He never pretended or tried to appear kind, but always lived true to his noble values. Azadin's gaze in her memory remained steadfast, revealing an indomitable spirit that could not be shaken. Miriam looked at Azadin in the rain, silently marveling at the noble ideals he pursued in this era. Azadin smirked, as if he had anticipated something about to happen. Calypso and her soldiers burst into laughter, full of disdain at Azadin's words. Calypso mocked Azadin as the biggest fool in the clan for daring to mention the honor of Aragasa. She challenged Azadin to a duel, declaring, "Let's fight a match, Herald Azadin, with a copy of the God King's scripture and your subordinate, daughter of Ether, as stakes." Azadin was horrified, his eyes wide as he heard Calypso propose to stake Miriam, and she would also reveal the whereabouts of the woman's children if he won. Calypso sneered, provoking Azadin. "What do you think? If you win, you'll become the 106th spirit." Azadin turned his back, questioning Calypso. "Why are you dragging the daughter of Aether into this?" Calypso arrogantly declared that she would make Miriam her subordinate, a challenging statement. She even grandly stated that she would teach Miriam how to respect elders and understand business, as if Miriam were a child. Miriam was furious, gritting her teeth at Calypso's arrogant and condescending words. Azadin gently placed a hand on Miriam's head, as if reassuring her, a warm gesture amidst the tense atmosphere. He decisively refused Calypso's challenge. "No, thank you." Azadin turned back to face Calypso, asserting that there was no need to stake the scripture because it had already chosen him, nor did he need information about the woman's children because he could find them himself. Calypso was enraged, and her soldiers also panicked, fearing they would lose the copy of the God King's scripture. Calypso gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger, but Azadin unexpectedly made a new offer. If he lost, he would find and free the woman's children, bringing them to his clan's sanctuary. Azadin gave a mysterious smirk, as if he had everything firmly in his grasp. He presented his final condition to Calypso. He would sponsor and raise the children as great Aragasan people, forcing her to accept through gritted teeth. Calypso, with an arrogant expression, asked Azadin if he wanted to start the proper duel with 100-step distance. Azadin coldly refused all cumbersome procedures, declaring that he would start immediately, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Calypso had just opened her mouth to speak when a terrifying surge of power erupted. The surge of power struck Calypso with tearing speed, giving her no time to react. Calypso was flung into the air, her staff falling from her hand, her body helpless amidst the blinding light. She fell face down to the ground, fresh blood splattered, completely defeated in a single blow, truly a display of overwhelming power. Calypso's soldiers watched the scene in horror, their faces filled with fear and shock. Azadin, with a calm expression, stood between Miriam and Ishmael, declaring the match over, as if it were all just a joke. Azadin looked at the unconscious Calypso, coldly reminding her to keep her promise. Calypso's soldiers rushed to their motionless comrade, their faces still dazed. Some of Azadin's soldiers hurried over, obeying his command to take the injured away, while others were still stunned, wondering if Azadin was truly beyond their reach. Calypso's soldiers whispered among themselves, unable to comprehend what weapon Azadin had used or how he had moved so quickly. Azadin stood from a distance, asking Calypso's soldiers if they intended to keep their promise, making them tremble in fear. One of Calypso's soldiers stammered in protest, claiming it was an ambush and unfair. Azadin tilted his head, his sharp eyes asking in return, "Really?" silencing the soldier. He explained that he had intentionally not used his full power so that Calypso would not be permanently injured, then coldly asked, "Or should I play fair and blow her head off?" Azadin's words made Calypso's soldiers shiver, their faces turning pale with fear, not daring to utter a sound. Azadin affirmed that the promise would be kept, and he would hand Calypso over to them. Dawn broke over a desolate scene, with carriages lying abandoned amidst corpses and pools of blood. Azadin stood amidst the ruins, looking down at a motionless armored soldier lying on the ground. The scene truly tragic. Azadin checked Calypso's condition, confirming she had no brain hemorrhage or broken bones. She would be fine. He ordered his soldiers to put Calypso in the carriage, and they quickly obeyed. Azadin stood watching his soldiers carry away a severely wounded silver-haired soldier, his expression still calm. Miriam curiously asked Azadin if he had also learned medical skills, while Ishmael stood beside her, equally puzzled. Azadin explained that he had simply trained his vision to be able to see through bones in the body, an astonishing ability. Miriam and Ishmael gaped in astonishment, unable to believe what they had just heard. Azadin turned away, asking if they were the next ones to be injured, further alarming Calypso's soldiers behind him and confusing them about his vision. Karkar and Chico lay slumped on the ground, severely wounded after the battle, especially Chico, who sustained serious torso injuries from colliding with a bear while wearing only light armor. Maya also lay unconscious, fortunately not severely injured but at risk of psychological shock. Azadin casually asked Ishmael if this girl's life should be spared, but Ishmael coldly replied that it wasn't necessary, prompting Azadin to decide to spare her. A silver-haired man looked down at Maya with disdain, thinking she was truly stubborn, while Azadin and Ishmael observed from behind. As Azadin and Ishmael stood there, a voice called out their names, signaling an emergency. Miriam urged them frantically, shouting that they had to leave immediately, her face full of worry. The wheels of a carriage began to roll, creating a rapid sound, signaling an urgent journey. Miriam turned her head to look back from inside the carriage, her eyes full of contemplation. Miriam exclaimed in surprise, wondering why unexpected things kept happening, her face full of confusion. A terrifying image appeared, a ferocious wyvern with blazing red wings, signaling a horrific disaster. Next was the image of a hideous zombie with glowing red eyes, symbolizing the disaster caused by dark magic. Azadin appeared in another vision, holding the glowing scripture scroll of the Divine King. A goblin shaman with a glowing magic staff appeared, implying that the Kurt tribe was also stirring, pushing the situation into danger. Azadin pondered, wondering if all these signs were omens of a great chaos about to erupt. A ruined house appeared under the setting sun, accompanied by the cold affirmation, "It has already begun." Calypso suddenly awoke, her eyes wide with horror, her mouth agape and speechless. One of Calypso's soldiers hastily called her name, while she was still stunned and disoriented. Calypso looked forward with an annoyed expression, muttering, "It's your turn," then reluctantly said, "Fine." Calypso was utterly horrified when Azadin suddenly appeared right behind her, startling her. Azadin calmly held a wooden box, looked at Calypso, and told her she had woken up. Azadin handed Calypso a small envelope, coldly reminding her that it was time to keep her promise. Calypso tremblingly opened the box, looking inside with a puzzled expression, hesitantly saying, "This is..." Azadin explained that these were the belongings of the woman his subordinates found, including umbilical cords wrapped in bandages, noting the birth dates and ages of the children, along with a note containing information from merchants. Azadin continued, saying that he would check on the children in Salasma, and Calypso would have to take care of the rest. Azadin looked directly at Calypso, questioning if she intended to back out of her promise, making her look back with a serious expression. Calypso firmly declared herself a herald and a woman of her word, then reluctantly accepted Azadin's offer. Calypso looked at Azadin with suspicion, asking what he had done in the fight because she knew he couldn't use the beauty of nature. Calypso suddenly realized, surprised, speculating that the one who intervened in the fight must have been Elder Kazas. Azadin evaded Calypso's question, saying it was not something he could answer and that Elder Kazas would intervene when the time was right. Azadin, lost in thought, realized the mass-produced nature of something, a chilling revelation hinting at a larger conspiracy. Calypso, with a horrified expression and hands clutching her head, declared she would handle this matter herself, while dark, magical currents still enveloped her. Azadin, though tired but with resolute eyes, accepted something, while dark energy currents still swirled around his arm. Azadin sighed in relief, rubbing his shoulder as if a burden had been lifted, but his eyes still showed clear vigilance. Miriam and Ishmael were dozing off in the carriage, indicating a long and tiring night after the recent events. A mercenary was sleeping soundly, mouth agape and drooling, a humorous expression after a hard night. A group of people, including Maya and the white-haired soldier, were dozing off on their mounts, showing exhaustion after the long journey. Azadin smiled faintly in relief, perhaps because everything was settled, or he was hiding some calculation. Azadin and the silver-haired man, contemptuous, were resting. The silver-haired man complained about a difficult night, while Azadin merely smiled mysteriously. The convoy continued its journey under the clear blue sky. Azadin decided to catch a little sleep after the recent stresses. A white mount was grazing, its gentle expression a peaceful highlight amidst the wild landscape. The convoy stopped in the arid land, the mounts being fed, preparing for the next leg of the journey. Maya, with an expression of extreme astonishment, asked if these people had destroyed the zombies, unable to believe her ears. Two mercenaries smiled smugly, boasting that it was thanks to them that the zombies had been destroyed, while also praising others for their assistance. Another mercenary explained that the dark magic also vanished when they found and removed a corpse beneath the ancient tree. Maya sighed in relief, her face clearly showing joy at the good news, as if a burden had been lifted. Azadin smiled meaningfully, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that they had prepared a story beforehand to conceal the truth. The white-haired soldier asked Azadin and Ishmael about their destination, his face full of curiosity. The white-haired soldier replied that they would get off at a nearby inn, as it was best to return to the guild due to their injuries. Azadin turned to ask Maya if she was heading straight to Salasma, his eyes full of inquiry. Maya clenched her hands, her face clearly showing confusion and worry, unsure how to answer. Maya firmly declared that she would go find her father, regardless of whether the others continued their journey. Azadin asked Maya in surprise if she intended to leave right now, while she affirmed that once a decision was made, it had to be done immediately. Maya placed her hand on her chest, bowed in farewell with a promise to meet again if fate allowed, her eyes full of determination. Azadin smiled faintly, wishing Maya to be blessed by the archangels. A meaningful blessing. Azadin silently watched Maya's retreating figure disappear into the distance, his eyes filled with many thoughts. Miriam curiously asked Azadin if he was worried about Maya, her face mischievous with a hint of suspicion. Azadin turned his face away, his expression unreadable, denying that he was worried about Maya at all. Azadin looked up at the dazzling sky, pondering that he had not heard the Emperor's voice since this morning. Azadin thoughtfully looked at the burnt black strand of hair in his hand, stating firmly, "That's were-rat hair." A horrifying scene unfolded. Hideous, bloodthirsty were-rats were tearing apart their prey, revealing their brutal nature as mutated creatures born from the power of Rat King Mayuri, specializing in devouring humans. Tarkiev, horrified, turned to ask Azadin if his mother had been kidnapped by were-rats, and Azadin confirmed, yes, Rat King Mayuri's subordinates were here. Azadin turned his face away, his expression pensive, speculating that if Tarkiev's mother had been taken by them, her chances of survival were extremely slim. Under Tarkiev's mother's bed, delicate yet suspicious spiderwebs appeared, making Azadin wonder about this unusual presence in a baroness's room. Azadin reached out and touched the spiderwebs, feeling a mysterious flow of mana spreading. Tarkiev was utterly surprised when Azadin said there was mana here, and Azadin further explained that the previous mercenary captain was also a spider demon. Azadin looked directly at Tarkiev, asserting that his mother was no ordinary noble, while the haunting image of the mercenary captain transforming into a spider demon flashed before them. Tarkiev, as if driven by an intuition, strenuously lifted the heavy bed. Tarkiev was utterly astonished when Azadin easily lifted the bed with just one hand, while Azadin had already anticipated a secret space underneath. Azadin carefully lifted a floorboard, revealing a secret compartment underneath. Inside, the secret compartment was a circular item, engraved with the image of a giant spider and an intricate web, full of mystery. Tarkiev asked in shock why his mother had this, and Azadin explained that the Spider Queen Arthra was very popular among noblewomen because she granted them seductive power. Tarkiev deduced that the were-rats had kidnapped his mother because she worshipped a different god, Kurt, and Azadin merely uttered a subtle Tarkiev called Azadin back, seemingly having found something else important. Azadin turned back to ask what was wrong, while Ishmael and Miriam also approached curiously. Ishmael excitedly pointed to a safe and said they had found this inside. Azadin and Miriam looked at each other in surprise, perhaps not expecting to find more valuable clues. Inside the safe was a money pouch containing 5 glittering gold coins, known as Emperor's Gold Coin. Ishmael smiled smugly, explaining that even a single gold coin like this was extremely rare. Ishmael continued to boast that gold coins, not earned through quests, were worth much more, while Azadin and Miriam maintained pensive expressions. Tarkiev, with a panicked chibi expression, shrieked, "No!" Tarkiev desperately promised to give all the money to Azadin if he saved his mother, while Ishmael and Miriam glanced at each other, seemingly considering dealing with Tarkiev for the money. Azadin patted Ishmael and Miriam's heads, sternly declaring, "Don't even think about it. We are not thieves. I have the dignity of a herald." Tarkiev was utterly surprised when Azadin revealed that he had been dismissed from his position as a herald, while Azadin calmly continued to pat his two companions' heads. Azadin thoughtfully looked at the picture, summarizing the clues. A follower of Arthra and 5 gold coins. Azadin looked at the portrait of Tarkiev's mother, realizing she was a much greater woman than he had imagined. The group of Azadin, Midiam, Ishmael, and Tarkiev stood on a high wall, observing an area that appeared to be a secret passage. Tarkiev held a piece of dark red fabric, recognizing it as the color his mother often used for her dresses. Azadin looked down into an old well, concluding that it seemed to be an underground passage, and warned that the enemy was certainly far more numerous than them, considering the number of missing people. Ishmael frantically clutched his head. Midiam anxiously exclaimed that it was too dangerous to enter. But the 5 gold coins were an irresistible temptation. Azadin slightly furrowed his brow, pondering that there was a way to solve it, but he still seemed to be hesitating about something. Azadin's black-gloved hand clenched, a gesture showing his thorough preparation and determination. Midiam and Ishmael exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Tarkiev had changed into a gleaming knight's armor. Tarkiev, majestic in his armor, explained that this was the optimal equipment for fighting in confined spaces. Azadin carefully opened the lantern, and a faint yellow light flared, dispelling some of the gloomy darkness around them. The group stood before a deep well, below which was a dark tunnel with mysterious footprints leading into the earth. Tarkiev held the lantern, decisively ordering, "Follow the footprints." Midiam looked at Tarkiev with a dejected gaze, secretly thinking that at least he was useful as a light source for the group. The group began to descend into the dark tunnel, the flickering lantern light illuminating the path, creating ghostly shadows. Tarkiev looked around in surprise, seemingly discovering something unusual in the tunnel structure. He realized that this tunnel not only led to one, but also connected to many other wells, opening up a complex network. Azadin pointed out that all the footprints led in one direction, suggesting a clear objective and a potential danger. Tarkiev signaled Ishmael to be quiet, his eyes sharp and vigilant, indicating that something was wrong. Azadin lightly touched the lantern, seemingly sensing something through the light, a keen sense of his. Tarkiev was highly vigilant, asserting that this was definitely a trap, and someone was waiting for them nearby. He growled, "Who's there?" Tarkiev looked ahead, where faint light revealed the silhouettes of a few people, and he asked if anyone was there, breaking the silence. Tarkiev clicked his tongue in anger, realizing they had been discovered and could no longer act by surprise. Azadin turned to Tarkiev, suggesting he use his noble status to resolve the situation. Tarkiev flinched, hastily replying to Azadin to let him handle it, showing excessive confidence. Tarkiev cleared his throat, confidently declaring his identity. "I am the Marquis's son, Tarkiev." The 3 strangers revealed mocking expressions, feigning surprise as they asked, "Oh, are you a knight? What are you doing here?" But their eyes were full of cunning. Tarkiev did not hesitate to retort, questioning the strangers back. "That's what I want to ask. What are you doing here?" One of the strangers pretended to reply that they were just looking for shelter, but Azadin saw through the lie in their eyes. Azadin coldly questioned, "Why don't you hide the greed in your eyes first?" making the atmosphere tense. Azadin suddenly drew his sword, its blade flashing as he roared, "You are were-rats!" attacking the disguised figures directly. One of the strangers began to transform, revealing a rat nose and a terrifying growl, confirming Azadin's words. The were-rat's hand deformed, its claws becoming sharp and long in a gruesome manner, ready to tear its prey apart. The 3 were-rats fully revealed their true forms, sneering that they would kill the man and eat the girl, clearly showing their bloodthirsty nature. Tarkiev, with an expression of extreme rage, swung his sword and charged at the enemy, growling, "You bastards, what have you done to my mother?" 2 hideous were-rats, with sharp fangs and terrifying claws, snarled and lunged forward, ready to tear apart anyone in their way. Tarkiev unleashed a powerful slash, a yellow light flashing as his sword clashed with a were-rat, pushing it back. Another were-rat suddenly appeared from above, delivering a fatal blow that made Tarkiev collapse, groaning in pain. Tarkiev clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain and shock as he saw the crack in his armor, realizing he was severely wounded. The were-rats sneered, surrounding Tarkiev and taunting, "Coward! I smell a coward. Kill all the men and eat the girl." Another were-rat lunged, punching Tarkiev directly in the face, sending him sprawling backward, a painful groan escaping his lips. Tarkiev, despite being severely wounded, still tried to counterattack, swinging his spiked mace at the attacking were-rat, determined not to give up. In a moment of chaos, Tarkiev was surrounded by the ferocious were-rats, who attacked him relentlessly, giving him no time to react. A were-rat, with a triumphant expression, stepped on the fallen Tarkiev, while its companions approached with torches, preparing to finish him off. Azadin calmly gripped his sword, his gaze firm as if he had made a final decision. The were-rats surrounding Tarkiev suddenly flinched and turned back, their faces filled with fear as they sensed a terrifying surge of killing intent. Azadin appeared like a ghost, delivering an extremely powerful kick to a were-rat's face, sending it flying and splattering blood. Without hesitation, Azadin delivered another fatal blow, thrusting his sword directly into a were-rat's head, killing it instantly. Azadin stood coldly amidst the pile of were-at corpses. Blood splattered everywhere, demonstrating his destructive power. Tarkiev looked at Azadin in shock, asking, You're going to kill all of them? We don't even know where my mother is yet. Azadin replied coldly, explaining that he had killed them one by one, but none of them would speak. Perhaps they knew nothing about Tarkiev's mother. Azadin picked up a piece of leather engraved with Mejeri's symbol. Recognizing it as the mark of the Rat King, he thoughtfully looked at the piece of leather, telling himself that this symbol might be very useful for the upcoming investigation. Suddenly, Midiam called Azadin's name, making him and Tarkiev turn back with surprised expressions. Midiam and Ishmael appeared. The blonde girl hastily announced that there was a passage leading to the river here. Azadin, with a stern expression, firmly declared, "There's no more time. We must leave here immediately." The group quickly emerged from the underground sewer, with Azadin leading, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Azadin stepped out of the sewer opening, followed by Midiam, Ishmael, and Tarkiev, all having escaped the dangerous place. The group walked on the ground, surrounded by people going about their daily lives, creating a scene that contrasted with the recent tension. Azadin glanced at a bearded man standing nearby. Wondering if their actions were too conspicuous, he pondered, telling himself that they had no other choice as time was running out. Midiam and Ishmael anxiously asked Azadin about the next plan, especially regarding the search for the were-at and whether they should wait until night. A strange man suddenly appeared, raising his hands to the sky and shouting, "Repent!" The man continued to yell, holding a flag with a strange symbol, his fanatical eyes surprising Azadin and his companions. Ishmael realized that the strange man preaching about the apocalypse and the Jupiter era was the same person they had seen upon their arrival, which surprised Midiam standing next to him. Midiam frowned in annoyance, complaining that the man was always so noisy everywhere, then let out a soft, incomprehensible sound. Midiam turned to Azadin, confirming the information that the were-rats had taken people down into the underground tunnels, and Azadin coldly replied, "Yes." The group deduced that the were-rats might be using a large building nearby as a hideout, similar to the Rescue Society's headquarters. The dialogue continued to allude to that large building, where those who were taken were said to have voluntarily registered, while on the ground, the strange man was still yelling frantically. Azadin suddenly widened his eyes, his face showing clear horror as if he had just realized a shocking truth. Azadin stepped back, covering his mouth and muttering in disbelief, while Midiam and Ishmael stood beside him, looking on anxiously. Midiam angrily turned and loudly reminded Azadin to keep his wits, stating that he was a herald, not a rescuer, to interfere in this matter. Azadin calmly replied to Midiam that he knew that, well, his eyes still holding deep contemplation. He ordered Midiam and Ishmael to stay and wait, while he would go check the situation himself. Azadin advanced towards the strange man who was incessantly preaching about repentance, his expression resolute despite his eyes still being bandaged. Azadin politely called out, causing the strange man, who was engrossed in his sermon, to startle and turn to look at him. The strange man gleefully assumed Azadin had come to hear the truth about the Jupiter era, while Azadin maintained a calm and polite demeanor in his reply. Azadin held out a small item, saying that he wanted to offer a small gift to thank the man for continuously spreading the truth even in these difficult times. The strange man burst into hearty laughter, praising Azadin as a wonderful and incredibly sincere young man. Azadin took the opportunity to ask about the relief center the man had mentioned, his expression remaining calm. The strange man explained that the relief center had been closed because the building was too old, and now people from the parish were there to help. Azadin asked if the man had ever been inside the building, a sense of unease rising within him, telling himself that he didn't want to do this at all. The man replied that no one had been allowed inside recently because the Rescue Society said there was toxic gas rising from underground, which only increased Azadin's suspicion the more he talked to him. The strange man innocently revealed that the building's basement connected to an underground waterway system, and there was also a large wine cellar inside. Azadin pondered, realizing the truth he wanted to deny was clearly before his eyes, and the strange man offered to lead him inside if he wanted to see. Azadin approached the building, where two guards asked if he was there for relief supplies, and he firmly replied, yes. One of the two guards secretly thought Azadin must be blind, while Azadin presented an item and said it was something he received from the man in the underground sewer. The two guards looked in surprise at the item Azadin presented, a tattered piece of cloth with claw marks, and Azadin continued, saying the other person told him that if he showed this, he would receive food. A guard asked Azadin if the other person had mentioned a password or anything else. Azadin pretended to think, saying he felt he had heard something about a password but couldn't recall it. Azadin added that the other person also instructed that there must be at least 10 people, causing the two guards to exchange meaningful glances. A guard chuckled, patted Azadin on the shoulder, and agreed with his words. He gave a meaningful smile, invited Azadin inside, and promised to give him the necessary items. The heavy doors slowly opened, revealing a dark and mysterious space inside, as Azadin stepped in, with the two guards standing on either side like statues. Azadin stood silently, his bandaged eyes still conveying deep contemplation as he realized Midiam's words were completely accurate. From the top of the stairs, Curvin appeared with 2 guards, growling reproachfully. "What? I said no strangers allowed, and it's daytime." One guard hastily explained to Curvin, pointing at Azadin. "Ah, this person is blind. He's here for relief supplies." Hearing relief supplies, Curvin and the other guard immediately broke into cunning smiles, and he appeased. "Ah, relief supplies. Yes, they'll be right out." Azadin maintained a calm expression, but in his mind, a frantic voice echoed, "Delicious fresh meat is coming." Kuhaha, and he suddenly realized this was the base of Mejeri's followers. Azadin turned and walked away, but in his head, Curvin's voice still resonated with his cruel plan. "I'll take 10 of them down to the underground waterway as planned, and deal with them as soon as they're separated." Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged forward with terrifying speed, signaling a lightning-fast attack. Curvin swooped down from above like a predator, his sharp claws aimed directly at Azadin. Azadin reacted extremely quickly, using his wooden staff to block Curvin's deadly attack, creating a powerful shockwave that surprised the man. Curvin's eyes widened in astonishment. His face contorted with anger as Azadin, who seemed weak, was able to block his attack. Azadin didn't hesitate. He launched a powerful counterattack with his staff, striking Curvin directly. With a forceful blow, Azadin sent Curvin flying backward, sending him soaring through the air. Curvin fell to the floor but still laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, I was right." Azadin frowned in annoyance as Curvin, with eyes full of hatred, recognized him as Azadin, the one who once crawled at my feet. Curvin sprang up, his face distorted with rage, and roared, "Damn it, my plan is ruined. I'll deal with this one myself." A nearby guard, horrified, realized the connection between the two, stammering, "If you two know each other, then—" Azadin glanced sideways, and in his mind, cold accusations echoed. "A member of the Herald tribe, a soulless outsider." Without further ado, Azadin delivered a thunderous punch, knocking out the guard instantly. Azadin calmly looked down at the fallen guard, then turned to Curvin, saying in a cold voice, "Long time no see, Curvin. Has it been 10 years? Azadin looked down at the sword that had fallen from the guard's hand, and in his mind, the thought appeared. An Aragasan serving Mejeri. Azadin bent down to pick up the guard's sword, softly uttering a sarcastic remark. "What a pity." Curvin, with sharp claws, laughed maniacally, declaring, "What has the Emperor done for us besides a curse of servitude? Thanks to Mejeri's blessing, I am completely free from that curse." Curvin's eyes were full of frenzy as he smugly boasted, "Now I can eat whenever I want." He flexed his muscular arm and claws, continuing with disgusting words, "And rape whenever I want." Curvin roared ferociously, his claws gleaming, challenging Azadin. "You may be a herald now, but you're still the loser I know. I will defeat you." Curvin sneered contemptuously, revealing his sharp fangs, his eyes full of disdain. Azadin stood calmly next to the fallen guard, coldly retorting to Curvin, "Don't blame the curse anymore. You simply aren't strong enough." Curvin furiously lunged at Azadin, roaring, "Shut up, Azadin!" Azadin calmly raised his sword to block Curvin's fierce attack, creating a resounding clash. Curvin maintained his aggressive expression, sneering at Azadin. "Fool! You call yourself a herald, and this is all you've got?" Azadin launched a deadly attack with sharp claws, but Curvin managed to raise his hand to block it. Curvin smirked confidently, growling, "You're no match for me." However, Curvin's expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Azadin unexpectedly pulled out a staff, using it to knock Curvin away, leaving him stunned and wondering, how is he so strong? Azadin looked directly at Curvin, his tone full of sarcasm. "You said, I once had to crawl at your feet." Azadin's eyes turned cold, and he declared, "Now it's your turn." Azadin grabbed Curvin's hand, and a mysterious surge of energy erupted as he chanted, "The beauty of nature, the scripture of Kazaz." The terrifying power from Azadin horrified Curvin, his hand trembling as if electrocuted. Azadin didn't hesitate. He lifted Curvin high and roared, "Pine tree! On a clear, sunny day." He violently threw Curvin to the ground, creating a deep crater that shattered the entire floor. Curvin lay groaning on the ground, fresh blood gushing from his mouth, as he furiously cursed. "You bastard!" He frantically wondered how such an attack could be called clear, sunny pine tree. Azadin calmly looked at Curvin, provocatively asking, "Still not satisfied? Want to try again?" Curvin trembled, trying to explain himself, but his words caught in his throat from fear. "No, I mean—" On the balcony, 2 guards watched the scene in horror, while a were-rat was sent flying by Azadin's clear, sunny pine tree to move. Curvin was still sprawled on the ground, and the surrounding were-rats were also affected. One of them kicked far away. Curvin furiously roared at the were-rats. "Damn it, what are you doing? Go get him!" Azadin raised his head, his face calm, and beckoned with a finger. "Come at me." A ferocious wererat charged forward, swinging an axe to attack Azadin with a piercing shriek. Azadin drew his glowing sword, easily blocking the wererat's attack. In an instant, Azadin swung his sword powerfully, sending the wererat's fresh blood splattering. The wererat collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, while Azadin stood coldly amidst the encirclement of other rat monsters. Azadin looked down at his sword, noticing ominous cracks, while another wererat realized in horror. "Hey, his sword is cracked." Curvin stood up, grabbed a wererat and roared a command. "Attack him!" Azadin replied provocatively. "Shouldn't you show them how it's done, since you're the superior one?" Azadin smiled confidently, waving his hand to Curvin. "Come on, Curvin." Curvin roared in anger, his eyes frantically staring at Azadin. "You!" Another wererat frantically charged at Azadin, while Curvin was still roaring from behind. Azadin delivered a fatal sword strike, piercing straight through Curvin, sending fresh blood splattering. Azadin's sword shattered as he decisively declared, "Now then." Azadin delivered a devastating kick to Curvin, sending him flying, while other wererats were still shouting, "Get him!" Azadin swiftly dodged the fatal attack, leaving the dagger to fly past his head and embed itself directly into the floorboards. Just a moment later, a ferocious wererat was sent flying by Azadin's staff, blood splattering in midair. The blow was so powerful that the wererat couldn't react, collapsing to the floor with a fatal wound. Azadin didn't stop. He continued to swing his staff, attacking another guard, delivering a powerful blow. The guard, horrified, couldn't believe his eyes, shouting that they were the hunters and should have been the plunderers by Mejeri's blessing. Azadin merely sneered, his eyes hidden behind the bandages full of contempt. The guard gnashed his teeth in anger, unable to accept the unfolding reality. Azadin delivered another powerful blow, completely stunning the guard and rendering him unable to resist. The guard collapsed to the floor, blood gushing from his mouth, muttering in disbelief, while Curvin watched with a look of utter astonishment. From the shadows, two other wererats charged, their golden eyes burning with bloodlust. Azadin didn't flinch. He drew his sharp sword from its sheath, ready to confront them. He unleashed a powerful horizontal sword sweep, creating a dazzling blue energy surge that knocked back the charging wererat. The other wererats also couldn't escape their fate. They were sent flying by Azadin, blood and debris splattering. Curvin stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. He couldn't believe this was the Azadin he once knew, the one he thought only got his position through backdoor means. Another wererat charged at Curvin, but he was merely a shield for Azadin, making Curvin scream in pain as he took the blow. Azadin advanced coldly, standing tall before the kneeling Curvin, his hand still gripping the blood-stained sword. Azadin asked Curvin in an emotionless tone, "Well, do you have any last words?" Curvin trembled, begging Azadin for his life. But Azadin only replied with a challenging question, "Why should I listen to you?" Azadin declared there was no reason to spare Curvin, a follower of the god Kurt, causing Curvin to hastily remind him of their past. Azadin raised his sword, his eyes sharp as if to finish Curvin, but he hastily cried out that he would provide information in exchange for his life. Azadin was slightly surprised. He paused, awaiting Curvin's testimony. Curvin hastily revealed that a copy of the Divine King's scripture lay directly beneath them. Azadin asked why the wererats were collecting sacrifices, as he looked down at the blood-soaked floor and wererat corpses. Curvin explained that the Divine King's scripture they found had not yet fully manifested. He further revealed that copies of the Divine King's scripture would choose their own masters, and they knew that if someone with the Divine King's bloodline was in pain nearby, the scripture would manifest. Azadin asked if Baroness North was one of those captured for sacrifice, and Curvin confirmed, but warned Azadin to hurry. Azadin stared at Curvin with a stern expression. He realized that those underground were far more brutal than those on the surface. Azadin looked at Curvin and the defeated wererats. Curvin continued to explain that the Divine King's scripture reacted to human pain, and this was top-secret information known only to high-ranking mages. Curvin asked if Azadin would spare him now. Azadin looked at Curvin for a moment, then coldly said, "All right, run." Curvin, with his bruised and bloody face, looked back in horror at the mysterious Azadin standing tall behind him. Without hesitation, Curvin turned and fled for his life, hoping to escape Azadin's clutches. He ran, looking back over his shoulder, sweat pouring down him, and Azadin coldly called his name, but Curvin. Before he could compose himself, Azadin delivered a fatal blow, sending Curvin flying into a pool of blood. Azadin, still maintaining a calm expression, repeated his words, "I said you could run, but I never said I wouldn't chase you." Curvin lay prostrate on the ground, bleeding profusely, trembling as he questioned Azadin. You said you'd spare me?" And Azadin replied sarcastically, "I told you to run. When did I say I'd spare you?" The mysterious Azadin decisively declared that he could not spare anyone who followed Mejeri. Azadin showed no mercy, delivering another brutal blow to Curvin, growling, "You shouldn't have betrayed us in the first place." Fresh blood splattered, staining the entire wall red, a testament to the brutality of the blow. Finally, Azadin finished off Curvin, coldly ending the bloody pursuit. Azadin let out a soft sigh, wiping his mouth, as if he had just completed a trivial task. He glanced at the blood-stained axe on the floor, then turned and walked away, leaving Curvin lying motionless. Azadin grasped the doorknob, thinking to himself that the situation was not good at all, and he would probably have to deal with all his enemies. He looked down the dark staircase, considering going back for Midian and Ishmael, hoping their appearance would make the were-rats flee. Suddenly, Azadin grimaced. His nose caught a strong metallic scent of blood. With no other choice, Azadin decisively descended the stairs, venturing deeper into the perilous darkness. Ghastly, blood-stained tentacles hung from the ceiling, creating a chilling sight. In the basement, a horrifying scene unfolded. 3 people hung suspended. Another was tightly bound on a table, all covered in blood. The victim bound to the table struggled in vain, trying to escape the tightening rope. The person's face showed extreme panic, their mouth gagged, only able to emit muffled sounds of fear. A ferocious-looking were-rat, wearing a crown and a white coat, sat casually holding the rope that bound the victim. The were-rat, with blood-red eyes, growled, declaring, "You will become a predator like us." Suddenly, the were-rat flinched and turned its head, its face showing extreme astonishment. Without a word, Azadin delivered a devastating punch directly to the were-rat's face. The were-rat was sent flying straight into the wall, while Azadin calmly stood beside the bound victim, his gaze cold. Azadin looked down at the gasping were-rat, contemptuously declaring, "You would be predators if you were mutated tigers, not mutated rats, but you are just rats." The were-rat roared in anger, asking who Azadin was, and how he dared insult Mejuri's blessing. Then Azadin replied mysteriously, "Who am I?" Azadin raised his head, confidently declaring his identity, the Emperor's Herald. Another were-rat with glowing red eyes shrieked, "Keek! No matter who you are, we are the predators here." Immediately, that were-rat charged straight towards Azadin, determined to take him down at all costs. Caught by surprise, Azadin skillfully dodged the attack. His lightning-fast counterattack sent the were-rat flying, making it shriek miserably. Refusing to accept defeat, the monstrous rat charged frantically, its jagged jaws wide open, ready to tear its prey apart. Azadin remained unusually calm, his hands gripping the sword hilt tightly, preparing for the finishing blow. A cold and ruthless sword stroke was unleashed, completely ending the monster's assault. The were-rat leader died with its eyes wide open, unable to believe that they, the predators, had been so easily outmatched. Facing the enemy's astonishment, Azadin coldly replied that he had grown tired of hearing the predator refrain. Fresh blood splattered, marking the end of another monster beneath the herald's blade. Standing amidst the battlefield, Azadin let out a sigh of relief, his hand gripping the axe he had borrowed. He discovered a group of people who had just been freed from bloody shackles. A man in the group timidly offered Azadin an iron bar, advising him to use it for self-defense. But Azadin paid no mind to the weapon. He only cared to ask if they had seen a lady in a red satin dress. The frightened man revealed that the were-rats had dragged all the women deeper inside. Realizing his benefactor's extraordinary power, the man stammered, asking if he had just claimed to be the Emperor's herald. Azadin calmly confirmed, leaving the others stunned, whispering in horror about a soulless heretic. The man looked down at the weapon in his hand, sweat pouring down him as he tried to process this shocking truth. Despite his fear, he bowed his head, thanking Azadin for saving his life and wishing the Emperor's blessings upon him. In response, Azadin merely offered a gentle smile, a rare expression on his usually cold face. The freed prisoner hastily urged Azadin to leave quickly before more monsters arrived. However, the black-haired young man only turned his back, his gaze resolute as he firmly declared that he still had work to do down here. As he ventured deeper, a horrifying sight appeared, a corpse being gnawed by a swarm of rats in the dark wine cellar. The rats, with their bloodshot eyes, were reveling in their disgusting feast of human flesh. Suddenly, a strange, long-haired man appeared, staring in horror at a hovering purple orb of energy. He gnashed his teeth, cursing under his breath in helplessness. The man frantically yelled about the terrifying power of Yegus, an energy he couldn't possibly approach. It turned out that the horrifying source of power emanated from a single scripture page, encased within the magical orb. Meanwhile, the rats continued their bloody feast. Suddenly, the entire swarm of rats startled, squeaking in panic before scattering in all directions. The long-haired man turned around abruptly, wary of the uninvited guest's appearance. From the stairs, Azadin slowly descended, casually stepping on the rat corpses and remarking that their numbers seemed to be increasing. Azadin, covered in blood, offered a mysterious smile, muttering to himself, "It seems I've come to the right place." On top of the giant wine barrels, the long-haired man appeared, coldly calling Azadin an uninvited guest. He sneered, declaring that Azadin would become a lavish meal for the rats. Immediately, a multitude of were-rats with glowing red eyes, bearing fangs and claws, frantically charged to attack Azadin. Azadin merely smirked, replying to the threat with a confident, "Certainly." A violent burst of purple energy erupted, tearing through space, signaling a terrifying counterattack about to be unleashed. Azadin, axe in hand, faced the long-haired man and the screaming wereats surrounding him. The long-haired man extended his hand, his sharp eyes commanding the monsters. He growled, ordering the numerous wererats, "Devour him." The ferocious wererats lunged to bite and tear, creating a chaotic and bloody scene. Azadin swung his axe extremely fast, cleaving a charging wererat with a fatal blow. Numerous other wererats were sent flying into the air by him, fresh blood splattering in an instant. Azadin frowned, muttering to himself that the number of wererats was truly overwhelming. He crouched down, hand touching the ground, preparing for a wide-area attack. Azadin unleashed a powerful sweeping attack, creating a surge of purple energy that repelled all the wererats. The wererats were thrown far back, rolling on the floor, demonstrating his terrifying power. Azadin drew his sword from its sheath, ready for the next battle. He looked at his bow, muttering, "This will damage the string, but I have no other choice." Azadin spun around, using his bow as a melee weapon, sweeping away the remaining wererats with extremely effective strike. The wererats were knocked into the air, spinning helplessly against Azadin's overwhelming power. The long-haired man frowned, acknowledging that Azadin indeed possessed formidable skill. He thought to himself that he couldn't rely solely on the rats to finish off Azadin. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just realized a shocking truth about his opponent. He exclaimed in surprise, "You are of the Herald tribe." Azadin turned to look at him, with gruesome hanging corpses beside them, and the long-haired man asked if he was a corrupted paladin of the Salvation Society. The long-haired man sneered, sarcastically asking Azadin in return, "Corrupted?" He laughed maniacally, declaring that now he truly served a real god. He further asserted that instead of a useless false archangel, he had found a true god to serve. Azadin frowned, asking back with suspicion, "False archangel?" The long-haired man explained that receiving white mana by believing in the three great archangels was nonsense, because the archangels were dead and their corpses held no power, turning the Salvation Society into a massive fraud. The long-haired man, with a bleeding wound on his chest, growled in condemnation, "The three great archangels are dead. Knights who use white mana are nothing but nobles." He furiously asserted that this very belief had betrayed him, as he had experienced it all himself. Nevertheless, Azadin stood firm, his cloak stained red with blood, steadfastly declaring, "I don't care. Even if the three great archangels are powerless, I have already been saved." He looked up, his gaze resolute, adding, "That is why my faith cannot betray me. I only fear that I myself will be the one to betray that faith." The long-haired man gnashed his teeth, his face full of indignation, unable to believe that Azadin still wouldn't abandon his faith. He roared, his eyes blazing with hatred, "You are nothing but a soulless heretic." Nevertheless, he had to admit Azadin's skill as he watched him stand tall on the corpse of a defeated wererat, muttering, "All right, it's a pity you're so skilled." Immediately after, the long-haired man raised his hand, growling that he would teach Azadin a lesson that only the gods of Kurt are true gods, and a giant wererat began to transform, growing grotesque tumors. The monstrous wererat snarled, baring its fangs and claws, ready to tear Azadin apart. Not just one, but two werats simultaneously launched themselves into the air, charging straight at Azadin with terrifying speed. Azadin did not flinch. He quickly raised his hand to block, stopping one werat's pounce with his sturdy gauntlet. Immediately, he delivered an extremely powerful spinning kick, sending the monster flying away. Another wererat also did not escape its fate, being kicked into the air by Azadin. The wererats shrieked frantically, continuously attacking Azadin without pause. Azadin stood amidst countless scattered wererat corpses, but they seemed to keep emerging from the shadows. He skillfully leaped over a charging wererat, maintaining distance to avoid being surrounded. Azadin continued to dodge the relentless attacks, his movements as swift as a ghost. Another fatal kick was delivered, sending a hapless wererat flying straight into the wall. He unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick, creating a strong shockwave that swept away the surrounding wererat. Azadin landed amidst the rubble and wererat corpses, his face still calm but his eyes beginning to show clear annoyance. He turned his head to look back, astonished by the colossal number of werats pouring in, seemingly without end. Azadin sighed, muttering in exhaustion, "They just keep coming." He scanned the chaotic battlefield for something, wondering, "Where is it?" Azadin's gaze suddenly landed on his blood-stained cloak, and he exclaimed, "Ah, there it is." Quick as a flash, Azadin drew the bow hidden beneath his cloak, ready for an upcoming display of superior skill. He drew the bowstring taut, his eyes burning with defiance, and boldly declared to the monsters, "Come here." A rain of sharp arrows flew, sweeping straight into the charging wererats, initiating the slaughter. Azadin continued to draw the bowstring, preparing for the next attack, his expression cold and highly focused. A burst of energy erupted from the arrow, creating a destructive storm that crushed numerous wererats into pieces. The long-haired man watched the scene in horror, unable to believe his eyes, muttering, "What a crazy bastard." But his skills cannot be underestimated. He stood there, his eyes filled with astonishment and anger, watching Azadin continue to mercilessly slaughter the Wererats. The long-haired man stared in horror at the brilliant purple energy orb, wondering if this was the power of an emperor's herald. The energy orb shattered, revealing an ancient scripture glowing brightly within a mystical sight. He couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this a copy of the Divine King's scripture?" While Azadin swung his sword, cutting down the wererats, the long-haired man still couldn't believe it, growling, "Impossible!" It recognized a herald, one with the Divine King's blood on his hands. As its master, he smirked, confidently declaring, "But thanks to that, its resistance has weakened. I will obtain this copy if I kill that herald." Azadin, with a resolute expression and determined eyes, growled, "I will not let you continue your rampage any longer." The long-haired man roared maniacally, his eyes blood red, declaring, "I will show you the power of a Mejuri devotee." He raised his sword high, his entire body erupting with violent dark energy, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. Azadin realized in horror the terrifying power his opponent had just unleashed, his gaze sweeping over the bound captives hanging, suspended. The long-haired man lunged down like lightning, unleashing an extremely powerful blue energy blast directly at Azadin. The energy blast swept across the floor, and one of the bound captives was hit, collapsing in pain. The victim screamed desperately, his entire body engulfed by dark energy, his life cruelly drained away. He gradually deformed, his strength depleted, while the long-haired man laughed savagely, and the victim could only utter a curse in extreme agony. Azadin gritted his teeth, wondering in astonishment if his opponent had just absorbed the captive's life essence. The long-haired man smiled and asked, "Did you dodge?" A wise thought. He sneered, continuing to raise his sword, challenging Azadin. "But let's see how long you can keep dodging." The long-haired man unleashed an extremely powerful downward slash, creating a terrifying blue energy explosion that swept away everything. Azadin swiftly dodged the attack, simultaneously rushing towards the suspended captive, his eyes filled with determination to save him. He swung his sharp sword, severing the captive's binding rope in an instant, freeing him. The rope was cut in half, freeing the captive from the shackles of death. Azadin caught the captive, his eyes still highly vigilant, ready to deal with subsequent attack. The long-haired man sneered, his face full of mockery as he asked, "Shocking! Do you really believe in the archangels?" Azadin placed the captive on the ground, angrily roaring, "A herald trying to save people, shut up! What's so shocking about saving people?" The long-haired man sneered, attacking Azadin with dark energy, declaring, "I'm saying it's all meaningless." Another blonde woman, also bound and suspended, watched the brutal scene before her in horror. Azadin rushed forward like the wind, blocking the long-haired man's fatal attack with his bare hands, determined not to let him harm anyone else. He unleashed a powerful counterattack, creating a brilliant blue energy explosion that repelled the enemy. The long-haired man retreated amidst black smoke, unable to believe Azadin dared to counterattack so directly and powerfully. He stared at Azadin in astonishment, his eyes wide with confusion, unable to believe. Is he completely normal? Azadin calmly caught the blonde woman, his gaze firm and determined, ready to face the enemy. He looked directly at the long-haired man, powerfully declaring that his faith in the three great archangels would never waver, despite all slander. Azadin suddenly unleashed a sharp sword strike, cutting the binding rope, astonishing the enemy. The long-haired man realized in horror that just one touch from Azadin was enough to drain his life force. But Azadin declared himself immune to dark magic. Azadin quickly embraced the bound woman, while the long-haired man furiously roared, calling Azadin cunning. Enraged, the long-haired man erupted with dark energy, growling a vow to finish Azadin right there. Azadin calmly retorted, declaring that all of his opponent's efforts were now futile. Utilizing the chaotic terrain, Azadin deftly leaped among the wine barrels, confidently asserting his advantage. The long-haired man frantically unleashed a massive surge of dark magic, but Azadin still dodged spectacularly. Azadin continued to move at dizzying speed, rendering all of the enemy's attacks hopeless. The long-haired man gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with helplessness as he couldn't keep up with Azadin's terrifying speed. Azadin glided like the wind, leaving a faint blue trail of light, proving his opponent's lament. Completely overwhelmed, the long-haired man collapsed, despairingly realizing he couldn't catch Azadin. Azadin coldly declared, "It's over," as his hand glowed, preparing for the decisive blow. Azadin delivered a fatal kick, decisively ending the dramatic chase. Azadin's powerful kick landed squarely on the long-haired man's chest, causing the dark magic around him to violently erupt. The long-haired man writhed in pain on the floor, realizing he had been defeated by Kazas's scripture. Azadin stood tall on the battlefield, holding the glowing object, decisively chanting "Sunny Pine Tree, pure and peaceful." Around him, the Wererats lay defeated, covered in blood, their bloodshot eyes now lifeless. The long-haired man lay motionless in a pool of blood, his head shattered, He hadn't even had time to transform before Azadin struck. Azadin coldly looked down at the fallen foe, sarcastically remarking that he had been too engrossed in Mejeri's power and forgotten the opportune moment to transform. The long-haired man's face was contorted in death, his final curse still lingering on his lips. Azadin sighed softly, rubbing his shoulder, complaining that his entire body ached after the intense battle. Suddenly, a mystical purple scripture, glowing brightly, appeared in mid-air. Azadin stared in surprise at the scripture, realizing something extremely important. This was a copy of the Divine King's scripture, a powerful artifact. The scripture suddenly erupted with purple energy, creating a powerful shockwave that swept away everything around it. Azadin calmly took the scripture, his eyes pensive as he pondered the power it contained. Azadin smiled faintly, blue light enveloping his arm as he declared this was the third volume he had collected. Azadin still carried the unconscious bound woman, muttering that things had become messier than he anticipated. He walked through the rubble, telling himself that the Emperor's law had been enforced once more. After all was done, the sunset cast its light upon a peaceful wooden house, closing a tumultuous chapter. Azadin carried the woman out of the ruined house, while Gardreg and Midiam watched the scene in horror, especially when Gardreg realized the woman was his mother. Gardreg angrily questioned Azadin for venturing into the dangerous place alone, while Azadin could only give a wry smile, still holding the woman tightly in his arm. Azadin gave a slight, mysterious smile, revealing that he had no other choice because one of the enemies was an acquaintance of the family, leaving Midiam wide-mouthed in surprise. Gardreg anxiously inquired about his mother's condition, and Azadin could only reply that she seemed to be unconscious. The woman let out a soft groan, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. She unexpectedly confessed that she had been awake for a long time, but was afraid of how her benefactor would act, making the situation awkward. Azadin asked Midiam about the fate of those who had escaped from the tunnel, and the blonde girl quickly replied that Ishmael had led them out safely. Gardreg calmly looked at the two bodies sprawled outside, explaining that the rescue team would come to handle everything as this was their territory. Azadin stretched tiredly, declaring he wanted to rest immediately, and Gardreg suggested the group return to the manor together. The woman, Baroness, linked arms with Gardreg, gracefully smiling as she invited Azadin to stay for dinner. Azadin smiled faintly, politely accepting the invitation. Under the bright full moon, a magnificent manor appeared, signaling the start of a long night. In the luxurious setting of the manor, the woman, Baroness, looked at Azadin, politely asking his name again. "Your name is Azadin, isn't it?" Azadin replied with a firm yes, confirming his identity. The woman, Baroness, smiled meaningfully, revealing that she knew Azadin was the new version of Ashadin, the eyeless dragon from the ancient legends of Anukia. Azadin was surprised by her knowledge, and the woman, Baroness, explained that she had learned it while studying magic, making him ponder, "Ah, I see." Azadin seemed a bit hesitant. He scratched his neck, about to say something related to Gardreg and himself. Azadin frankly mentioned the Emperor's promise of gold coins for saving her and her mother, making him utter a knowing "Ah." Azadin wondered about the origin of the 5 gold coins the woman, Baroness, possessed, and she explained that they were family heirlooms. Gardreg smiled as he recounted that when Tarkiev left, he gave him a gold coin as a good luck charm, along with the mercenaries he had hired. The woman, Baroness, turned to Gardreg, inquiring about the mercenary squad Tarkiev had led away. Gardreg suddenly became flustered, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead as he prepared to answer the woman, Baroness. Azadin proactively raised his hand, offering to explain on Gardreg's behalf. A steaming cup of tea, along with the exclamation, "Oh my, I understand," rang out. Gardreg recounted that Tarkiev's journey sounded extremely dangerous, but thanks to the gold coin the woman, Baroness, had given him, he received the necessary help. The woman, Baroness, smiled radiantly, her cheeks flushed, sincerely thanking Gardreg for saving both her and her mother. Azadin looked at her sternly, promising to provide the agreed-upon money and inviting the entire group to stay freely in Salasma. In a dark room, Azadin thoughtfully looked down at a metal plate on the floor, pondering that something was amiss. The woman, Baroness, possessed something related to Arthra, yet was unaware that the mercenaries were Arthra's subordinate. A terrifying image appeared. Spider Queen Arthra, who specialized in enchanting men and granting them assassination powers, further deepened Azadin's suspicions. Azadin made his final decision. He had to keep a close watch on the woman, Baroness.